at the airports. So he's here. Sir, welcome.
I begin with the name of Allah, the most merciful. Total Communications and everybody sitting here, a very fine good morning to all of you, all the remote participants of the conference. I was just sharing with Faisal last night on a dinner that in this hotel, in 2004, very important to tell you the year, 2004. हाँ जी इको रही है भाई ज़रा ये देख लें टेक्नोलॉजी इको रही है अच्छा we invited Mr. Bruce Schneier. I was heading that organization FI at that time, and he charged us $10,000. We invited Mr. Bruce Schneier. I'm thankful to to my friend at that time who paid $10,000 to Bruce Schneier. At 2004, and he was here. Right now, he's advisor to the US President on cybersecurity. So 16 years before, we started from Bruce Schneier here. And today we are again discussing cybersecurity. Really, it's very strange to me. So these 16 years is a big time for me. It's a big time. So today, I think we are going to discuss, I think this is all what people know about me. I headed the NRCC as a founding head. I am doing a lot of things, but I am really proud of, with reference to cybersecurity, initiative on PISA. PISA is my passion, Pakistan Information Security Association, the oldest organization in Pakistan, and the entire world knows about it now. And the recent new initiative, CSAP, Cybersecurity Alliance of Pakistan. In Karachi, I was asked that why you switched from PISA to CSAP. I said I never switched. I'm trying to run these both simultaneously. Reason being, PISA in one way or the other was labeled with me. This is Ammar Jafri's initiative. Trust you me, I never wanted it. Anything which is labeled with a person never survives. So I came with the idea of alliance, and I'm really thankful to at least 1,000 people in Pakistan who are helping us. And most of them are abroad also. All those who are listening to me from abroad, I'm really thankful to them. Without them, it was not possible. Because, just give you an example, I think a week before, government approached us for some help, and in 10 minutes, the help was given to the government. I think it was 1 a.m. in the night. This is the strength of CSAP, and I'm really proud of it. So, I am heading ISACA chapter also. I'm trying to do something under Digital Pakistan. I call it E-Pakistan. All about me. Next, please. Next, please. Oh, sorry, I have to control it. Sorry. So today we are talking about cyber threat intelligence. You know, I served a quite long time in the field of intelligence, 2 decades. So I'll try to club the basic rules of intelligence collection with cyber threat intelligence. What is the basic rule of intelligence collection? You collect raw information, total raw information. From that raw information, you collect meaningful information. Then you identify patterns, and you give it to your decision makers for taking the decisions. So this is the basic rule of intelligence collection. And I did it for 20 years for this country. So now I will try to link the cyber threat intelligence with this basic principles of intelligence collection. You know, the basic principles never change. They never change. Now, technology has given us an advantage in which information is coming to us. We don't need to collect it. There are 2 ways of getting information. Either you pull it or you push it. So information is coming to us. And it's coming with the speed of bullets from the machine gun. It has become hard to even manage information. So, previously we used to collect information about criminals, what they are doing. I still remember the days of when we used to chase cars, we used to track people in their houses. There was a person, a vendor standing outside the ambassador's residence, seeing which vehicle is coming, which is going. Now you need a gadget of, I think, less than $2 to do all these things. That's it. Now, the big challenge to all of us is how to fusion it, how to make patterns out of it, how to analyze data. There comes the artificial intelligence, there comes the data analytics. So we have to make an ecosystem, a framework in which all could work together. Very painfully, very senior people, vice chancellors are sitting here, the experts are sitting here, we are in number of committees together. On a daily basis, we always go to the government, we always go to the organization and tell them to work together. But nobody is ready to work together. These silos, these isolated center of excellence are not going to give anything to anyone. In the end, we will end up by blaming each other. Trust to me. So, I think the collective wisdom demands that we should come out of the traditional way of working together. To my understanding, when I will try to close up this session, maybe immediately before lunch, there should be some meaningful dialogue. Meaningful dialogue. I request the youth sitting here, learn from us before we are no more available. It is very important to work together, to talk together. We may have differences. I may have differences with anybody. I enjoy differences. Trust you me, I like the person who criticizes me because he thinks on me. He read whatever I say. Only then he will criticize me. And trust you me, people in CSAP knows very well, I invite criticism. Not negative criticism. The moment you start criticizing a person in his personality, I think your rationale is gone. You should criticize the person, his ideas, his views, then things grow further. आसिफ साहब आपने मुझे 2 मिनट पहले बताना है मैं कब खत्म करना है ये बड़ी ज़रूरी बात है मेरे लिए Sorry. We had internet in the past. There is a gone story now. We have internet today, and inshallah we'll have internet in the future. I think past and today everybody knows. Let's talk about the future. To my understanding, you may again disagree with me. I was in Karachi, a lot of people sitting over there. The Commissioner Karachi Sahab was there, MNAs were there, entire FPCCI was there. I think large people were listening to me on the Zoom also. I told them that in next maximum 2 to 3 years, if our industry will not switch over to IR 4.0, your industry will start closing down. It will close down gradually, but it will start closing down. And finally, things will go out of proportion. The reason is, the new trends have already come. We are already late. Already we are late. I do not understand, rather I fail to understand, when we will take a start on these things. Today, when people are thinking about, our Prime Minister is talking about IR 5.0. Or recently said we should, people are not ready to even listen to IR 4.0. Trust to me, we totally skipped IR 3.0. Azhar Sahib is sitting here, he is expert on these things, and I learn from him a lot. But again, the challenge is when we start even discussing it. So I will request all the panelists here listening to me remotely also, that they should try. I think we should stop talking about intrusion detection or Trojans and all. They are past. These hardware, software, we should talk about threats to our industry now. Think for a minute, in Chalcode, a person invested $1 million for some industry. And I, as a hacker, hacked the system. That's it. I'm not telling the stories. I think 10 years before, what happened in Iran? I think that was a starting point. That was a starting point of protecting your industrial units. So right now, our industrial units are already ready to take jump. Already ready. Most of them started it, they are talking about it. So I will request the panelists to talk cybersecurity, not in a traditional way. We should talk about proactive cybersecurity. Era of reactive is gone now. All things which translate into forensics, I'm sorry, forensic is post. I am no more interested in digital forensics now, because in alhamdulillah, I have the honor of establishing all mega forensic labs in Pakistan. But no, I am not more, because forensics is something which you do after the event. I am not interested in it now. We should today talk about at least proactive approach. We should exactly know what's going to happen after 1 month in this organization. What is predictive maintenance in IR 4.0? Your supervisor doesn't tell you. Your cell phone tells you that your machine is going to down after 3 days if you don't do this. That's it. So on the same analogy, if somebody is intruding in my system, if somebody is pinging me at 2 a.m. in the night, and my whatever SOC in charge tells me what's happening, I must alert. Why this particular IP address is, either it is spoofed, not spoofed, anything. Talk about it. Second, I would request the panelists to talk about the changing paradigm on the basic infrastructure of internet. Ladies and gentlemen, blockchain is not a use case of internet, like we had many use cases. It's a fundamental of internet now. If we do not talk about cybersecurity, keeping blockchain in mind, trust to me, we are doing again a big mistake. So I will request the panelists to talk about blockchain. It's already there. You can't change it now, because all your fintech, everything is now linking. And it took me 5 years to convince some organizations in this country that there's a difference between blockchain and cryptocurrency. 5 years. It was a very tiring journey for me. But alhamdulillah, I am very happy, and I'm thankful to the organizations who listened to me. But today, I think SECP has already issued some documentary on taking these issues, and now State Bank is talking about it, relevant organizations are talking about it, and I think we should start academic talk. But cybersecurity using artificial intelligence, IoT, on the platform of blockchain is a big game changer now. Unless we do not understand in its totality, trust you me, we are again going to mess up a lot of things. It's like defining the elephant. 4 blind men trying to define the elephant. So again, it needs a pyramid-like approach, which should start from the grassroots in very simple words. We need to engage our universities. Vice Chancellor Bhavalpur University is sitting here. I would request him to start this dialogue from Bhavalpur. And as I told you before also, we are ready to bring all these people there in your university. And I think universities are the best place to discuss all these things. Ladies and gentlemen, future leaders are there. We are not future leaders of Pakistan. Future leaders are right now studying universities. Unless we do not think to invest on them, we are again doing some mistake. So we should start all these discussions in universities. Data transformation and security of internet has a direct implication. Everybody is talking about digital Pakistan, and they should talk about it. I told at that time the Secretary IT, I think a few years before, when this word came for the first time, don't put this name on one organization. Otherwise, there will be only NAB and FIA cases in future. That's it. This country has seen the disasters. Salman Saeed is sitting here. We attended plus 100 meetings together on this subject. This country has seen disasters in information technology. Trust you me, 3 times in this country, the equipment of data center was imported, and it was never opened even. So I do not want to repeat the sad story of the past. That makes me sad also. I want to remain happy. So data transformation and security of internet is a big challenge now. If we are thinking about digital health, digital education, whatever we call it, we should first try to make internet secure. You know, one hacking, like when the trouble in Karachi started, I was serving the government of Pakistan. Trust you me, I went to the senior most political leader of that time, and I told him, the gentleman, one bullet fired in chalk will think 100 people to think to go out of Karachi. Do everything what you like. I'm not a politician. But to try to stop firing here, killing people here. It was upside down. I'm sorry. Nobody listened to me. So today we saw a lot of cities much below standard of Karachi, much going ahead of Karachi today. The reason is, so in the same analogy, if there will be cyber attacks, if there would be intrusions, if there will not be the respect for the privacy, intellectual property, trust you me, we cannot see we can never see the dream of a digital Pakistan. Same analogy. So we should think about in parallel when we talk about digital transformation. We have a lot of dreams. We have a lot of dreams. And I think every nation has a right to see dreams, and our dreams should come true. But again, I will not go into details. I would like the panelists to talk about it. What is the relationship between digital transformation in Pakistan and cybersecurity in Pakistan? SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. This is the next roadmap of the world. And I am heading an organization, SDG Academy of Pakistan, and we talk a lot on these subjects now. The reason, because this encompasses everything we can think. The initial 5 SDGs talk about the basic human needs, then their cross-cuttings. It's not a SDG seminar, so I will not go into details. But one thing I can assure, that in 2025, only 5 years ahead down the road now, the world will be divided into 2 parts. Mark my words. The people, the organizations, the countries who conform to SDGs, and those who did not conform to SDGs. Because the era from 2025 to 2030, which is the UN given timeline, is not the era of working. It is the era of consolidation. Global, what is SDG 17? Global linkages. So in those 5 years, there will be global. It covers everything. I would like to stress here, the panelists should talk about SDG 9 and SDG 11, because the rest are not relevant to this conference. What is SDG 9? Innovation infrastructures. It exactly says what we are talking about IR 4.0. Exactly. Right? And 11 is smart cities, anything we can talk smart about. And it talks about putting an ecosystem linking 9 with 11. We are working with a number of international organizations on 9 and 11, and we can talk about it in detail whenever we like. There has been a very close relationship between the traditional criminals and the cyber criminals. Reason being, just think for the first industrial revolution, 230 years before. What happened? There was some new things in Europe, in London. So the entire criminal population of the Europe came to London. You know, I was working with some organization in UK, and they told me that the first street light of London is the product of Industrial Revolution. Even this word constable, whatever we call it, Inspector General of Police here, they call it Chief Constable. Even the word constable is the product of Industrial Revolution 1. There was no policing before that in UK. So, what happened? Something new came, and the criminals thought the opportunity here. They're always fast learners. Double Shah, I don't know how many people know him. He was a very genius person. I met him. I interviewed him when he was in custody. He was a genius person. And trust you me, he told me that don't arrest me, I'll pay the amount also. Don't arrest me. But we were bound to arrest him. So the criminals are genius people. They always take advantage of the change. Today, there's a complete nexus of traditional criminals, whether they're human trafficking, drug peddlers, anything you talk about, and the cyber criminals. I am heading the technology section of very big initiatives. I'm proud of it, and that is led by my ex-boss, Mr. Tariq Khosa and Tariq Parvez. There are two bosses. I served very honorably in FIA, and I'm working with them. And we are working very closely on this topic, that how to keep them separate. And that is my domain. So, traditional criminals have joined hand with the dark world, deep dark world, dark web, anything you talk about. And they are not working 24/7. They don't sleep even. I happened to work with a criminal sometime back. We arrested him in Karachi. I kept him awake for 4 days. And after 4 days, he was very fresh. Trust you me, a normal man would have died. But he was, yeah, I'm very fresh. They're totally different breed of people. I have been visiting number of dens, what you call, where the people work in some covered naturally. So they're different people. But right now, my worry is that the traditional criminals have joined hand, and that is a logical relationship. It's a logical relationship, I must call. They are using the internet for the same purpose we are using it. It's their business, it's their bread and butter, it's their organizations. And they do not have any diplomacy. There is no diplomatic office there. They don't need to talk to each other globally through some bureaucratic channels. On a click of a button, they are available to each other. So, dark side of internet is much, much more ahead what you guys are thinking. It's very organized. They can buy the best software, the best hardware off from the shelf in 5 minutes, thanks to cryptocurrencies. Recently, IMF is working on that their standards, okay, I've got a signal now. So this was all very basics I could trigger in the morning. And Faisal always give me the honor of triggering this dialogue. So I'll be sitting there, I'll be listening to all of you, and before lunch, we'll try to conclude all these things. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amar Jafi Saab. And now we have to move to our next presenter, who is speaking from Karachi, Mr. Hussain Hassan Ali Haji. He is the president of ISACA Karachi chapter, and he is also the general manager and head of IT audit with Habib Bank Limited. And before HBL, he was the chief information security officer with Bank Al Habib, and before Bank Al Habib, he has also worked for more than a few years, perhaps 7 to 8 years, in UK with very large organizations. So welcome, Mr. Hussain Hassan Ali Haji, and thank you for taking the time out and presenting here.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum and good morning. On behalf of HBL, ISACA Karachi chapter, our sponsors and partners, and the organizers Total Communications, it gives me immense pleasure to welcome all of you to CTI 2020, the third International Cyber Threat Intelligence Conference. The weather in Islamabad is quite cool, but our welcome is warm indeed. Thank you to our chief guest, Shoaib Saab, for your tremendous support and for joining us today to share your guidance on this key area of critical national importance. Thank you. A special thank you to HBL and its Chief Operating Officer, Mr. Sadir Mufti, for once again sponsoring this conference and supporting us in this initiative to shed light on cyber threat intelligence and the dire need to enhance awareness of its criticality for Pakistan. Sagir Saab will also be addressing us today, and we welcome and thank you, sir, for your patronage and support. We have a number of renowned experts joining us today from different countries, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank all of you for taking out the time to share your valuable insights today, whether as speakers or panelists. Thank you also to all my friends who are speaking at the conference today, particularly Ammar Saab, Azhar Saab, Barrister Jannat, Dr. Rafi Ushan, Abdus Sabur, my colleagues from HBL, Asif Minai and Syed Muhammad Ali Naqvi, and my fellow directors from ISACA Karachi chapter, and of course, my very good friend Faisal Rahim. And a very, very big thank you to each and every one of you for your continued support and patronage throughout the years, and for making the effort to join us for this hybrid conference. Your participation is critical for the country, and our collective efforts, inshallah, will help strengthen Pakistan. This year, we have seen a huge escalation in the scale and variety of cyber attacks, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. And it has become very important to be able to see what is on the horizon so that we can adequately protect against the oncoming attacks. Only timely and good quality cyber threat intelligence can provide us with the edge in controlling the potential damage from devastating cyber attacks. Secondly, we are also taking stock of the legal landscape for information security, because without suitable laws, it is difficult to appropriately prosecute cyber criminals. Our two panel discussions will draw attention to the key themes of post-COVID threat landscape and protecting critical national infrastructure, two areas that I believe will continue to dominate discussions in the near future. A number of initiatives are currently going on in Pakistan to promote and enable digitalization and increase cybersecurity. And while these had limited visibility earlier, the COVID pandemic has removed those shackles and enabled people to come together in cyberspace to deliberate on these topics of national importance. This pandemic has enabled the concept of remote working to be sufficiently embedded in organizations, and work from home has become business as usual. While the threat landscape and the attack surface have increased, these have also provided much needed job opportunities for women, especially those who wish to work but had home responsibilities. Many more women are being able to effectively combine a professional career with home and family responsibilities. This is particularly relevant in IT-related fields, especially in cybersecurity. As shared earlier, women can take advantage of opportunities available due to the huge global shortage of skilled cybersecurity professionals, which continues to grow as digitalization progresses. In this regard, ISACA's She Leads Tech initiative is working to guide women in tech to prepare for and take up leadership roles. This is the year of innovation, and as per the new normal, we are holding a hybrid in-person and virtual conference. And regardless from which part of the world you are joining us, you have premium seating. Whether you are attending the conference in this glittering hall, or whether you are joining us from the comfort of your home or office, we wish you have a productive and invigorating experience. Thank you and enjoy the conference.
Thank you very much, Hussain Saab. And now moving forward, we are honored to actually have the Chief Operating Officer of Habib Bank Limited, who has been speaking in information security conferences for the last 3 or 4 years, and I have been watching him, and he speaks so well about information security topics that I sometimes feel that he is actually not expert in the banking domain, but he is a cybersecurity professional. So Sagir Saab basically joined Habib Bank around 4.5 years ago, and but he spent around more than 3 decades and started his career working with Citibank, and he remained in Citibank for more than 3 decades. So he is very seasoned and renowned and accomplished banker. Not only that, he is very keen in technology and cybersecurity initiatives, and that's why it is him who has declared Habib Bank to be a technology company having a banking license. So welcome, sir. Sagir Saab, let's have what you have to say today.
Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. My name is Sagir Mufti. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for HBL. I'm here to talk about risk. In every business, we know there is risk. You cannot avoid risk. It's about how we manage risk. To manage any risk, you have to know what it looks like. Cybersecurity is a new risk which has been with us maybe 10 years or so, maybe 15 years, but it's relatively new compared to many other risks that we know. We know about operational risk, we know about financial risk, liquidity risk, but cybersecurity risk is something which is reasonably new. So let us get to know it better, and I'm here to talk to you about it today from a banking point of view. What does the world look like in the post-COVID era, and how does that require us to think about cybersecurity? It's clearly a more digital world. Whether you look at number of people working from home, at least doubling of numbers. 50% more people today work from home than they were before. If you look at the number of devices people use, which are their own devices rather than company-issued devices, jump of 30%. Internet traffic, significantly up. So a lot more usage of communication from remote places with companies. And lastly, cloud usage. Every company is more actively using cloud to deal with the type of environments they're creating to work from home in the new era, to work digitally. So this is the global trend. How does it apply to Pakistan? Let's look at it. Similar. Look across any of our matrices. We have a larger middle class today, about 82 million people. They're much more mobile, they're much more connected remotely in their activity. They are far more prone to using digital means for entertainment, communication, financial services, even ordering food. We have 76 million internet users in Pakistan. We have another 50 million plus smart users in Pakistan. There's about $4 billion of e-commerce today. All this means billions of connections, online connections among people, among business devices across the country. The backbone of digital economy is hyperconnectivity, interconnectedness. And Pakistan is becoming a digital economy, as we can see. And therefore, the scale of cyber security also growing up exponentially as we become more digital in Pakistan. So let us take this now from the country level to an institution. Let's talk about a company to see how it affects a company. And I'm going to talk about my company, HBL, the bank I work for. In HBL, we are the largest customer base for a financial institution in the country. We are clearly the largest payments gateway in the country. We have the most number of billing merchants connected with us. We were the first bank to offer APIs. Now, what did that convert into? That converted into something like 30 million customers, 44,000 agents for Connect, 6 million debit cards. Whether they use in ATM machines, we have 2,000 of them, or at the POS machines. Whether you look at the payments being done through our mobile platforms. We have about 3 million plus users now on that. We have built an ecosystem for payments to make it easy for our customers to deal with the funds with us. We have internet payments, we have gateway for commerce for merchants, we have the QR code, we have the billing payments. They all add up. What do they add up to? We made in this year alone something like 15 million social security payments to 15 million customers, that is. We did close to 200 million transactions through the digital channels worth rupees 3 trillion. That's a piece of change. That's a lot of money going through our pipes, and it is happening at a time when cyber security has become more important. And how should we be thinking about protecting our assets? How should we be thinking about protecting our customers and their flows through our pipes at this time? Let's look at that. There are certain trends which are becoming clear. Cyber Cold War is just beginning. It's becoming a regional issue, it's becoming a global issue. There is rise of AI-based attacks, robotics, machines fighting with machines. Very interesting new phenomena is emerging in this space. Our means of communications will become weaponized. There will be weapons to attack each other. There is multi-factor 5th generation attacks starting to happen, whether it's on networks, by IoT devices, or the 5G, the new norm coming in. And then cloud. Is the cloud secure? Do we know how to handle security on a cloud? Yes, cloud is safe overall, but we are starting to see stuff happen. For example, in a survey recently, they found out that 15% of the people said they've actually been hacked on the cloud. Sadly, 25% said we don't know whether we've been hacked or not. That's scary. We don't even have the means to know what's happening to us, for some of us. Yes, 50% plus people said, no, we have not been hacked. So there's good news that it works. But the bad news is we have to monitor it, we have to understand it. As an example, look at the space for cyber attacks. Emails, even today, are the most dominant way of attacking. So basic, yet we are not able to control it. 94% of the time, attacks are by emails. Close to 20% of the attacks are by state actors. So you're not fighting an individual, you're fighting a nation at times. And unfortunately, this is profitable activity. The proceeds of cybercrime were about $2 trillion globally. So people who are involved in this activity find it very profitable, and they're not going to let go easily. Among all the risks identified by businesses in a survey recently, cyber security came up among the top 10 risks globally. So it's a big risk, it's out there, and I think we need to figure out how to deal with it. That's the forecast for today. How does the weather look like tomorrow? Not good, even worse. In a survey done going out to 2022 by Juniper, it shows that the cost of data breaches is going to continue to rise at a reasonably fast clip. A survey done by the Wall Street Journal and published in the Wall Street Journal showed that the annual spending on cybersecurity by firms is going to continue to increase. So it seems this is a growing threat, and we will need to be prepared for it. So as an organization, what do we need to do with it? How do we deal with it? There are a couple of questions we need to ask ourselves. Are we prepared for state-sponsored attacks? They're very different than individual attacks. Have we ensured that we declare our national infrastructure as a security risk and start taking steps to protect it. Because individual institutions can only do so much. At times, it is also the engagement of institutions with national infrastructure which can be a threat to each individual company. Talent. Are we producing enough talent to deal with this growing menace? Do we have enough people who understand cybersecurity and can help us deal with it? We have to start understanding it's not an IT issue. It's a strategic issue. It has to be dealt with through a framework, not just buying technology. And then, most likely, we will need to ensure it becomes top of the agenda in every firm. It is not something which is just to be dealt with by the IT team alone. So if these are the questions that we need to answer, these are the exam questions, what are some of the ways a company can deal with it? Here are my suggestions. Recognize that the single weakest link in cyber is the human element, not technology. We have to figure out how to inform our people more, educate them, train them how to deal with this menace. Create the right governance structure. What does that mean? It means it has to be a board, an executive committee agenda. They have to be discussing it. They have to be asking questions on it. They have to understand what's happening in their firms and how your firm is dealing with it for it to be dealt with correctly. It's a separate function from IT. Don't mix cybersecurity management with IT management. As I like to say, learn to hug your CISO. So all my CISOs out there, we need to take better care of you. You need to have a seat at the table to be able to give the right advice to the company in managing this risk. We have to develop the ability to get external intelligence. It's not just about what's happening inside our own firm. We need to understand we have the right partnerships for feeding us information on events, incidents, chatter. Hear what's going on outside so you can figure out how to deal with it. And then have the ability to analyze data. Without analyzing the data you're getting, no use having the information if you don't know what it means. Don't ignore it. It's not going to go away. It's just going to get worse. So deal with it. And lastly, prioritize. Know what you want to protect. Know what is the most important asset that requires protection so that you can protect it by focusing on it. It's hard work. It's a lot of effort. But it can be done if we have the focus on it, if we have the tenacity to keep pushing to fix it, if we have the willpower to continue to work on it over multiple years, not as a project for 3 months. And lastly, invest time in it. We can and will manage cybersecurity. It can be done like any other risk. Stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sagir Saab. And as I mentioned that when he speaks, so it looks as if we are listening to a cybersecurity expert, and it's good to have, and it's necessary to have people like him to be looking after the organizations. And you can see that I was noting some points that he mentioned, that there are more devices, there is more traffic, there are now APIs which have to be secured, and cybercrime is more profitable as compared to narcotics. And people used to kill, and people still, those who deal in narcotics, they don't hesitate from killing the people because of the money involved. And if cybercrime is more profitable than narcotics, then obviously why should they avoid not killing the people. And as he mentioned that there is a state-sponsored attacks. So to prevent an organization and an entity or an industry or the country from state-sponsored attacks, you need to have the people at the top to prioritize this issue. Otherwise, obviously, what happened in Estonia in 2007, only that can happen. And it's not an IT issue, it's a strategic issue. So it has to be dealt like this. And as you mentioned that hug your CISO, so I have seen him because I also work in cybersecurity. I have my own company, so I have seen him, knowing the name and the faces of the people who are working in the information security department of Habib Bank, not just the CISO or this vice president of information security. He knows the names and the faces of the managers and assistant managers as well. So, so that is the thing, awareness and making this a board level agenda item is necessary. Without doing this, and that's why we, mashallah, have the Honorable Secretary of the Ministry of IT and Telecom. Sir, thank you very much for joining us. And last year as well, you wanted to come here, but you had to go to Peshawar for an official meeting. So, and it's good to have him as well. He is also very keen and enthusiast about the cybersecurity issues, and he has a long career in the civil service. He joined civil services in 1984. By education, he is a civil engineer. He did his master's from University of Birmingham, and he has served as a district commissioner in 3 of the districts of Karachi. Perhaps no other civil officer has done this. He has been in KDA, he has been Islamabad Metropolitan Corporation, and it's good to have him. And he joined the Ministry of IT and Telecom as a secretary, so that was a good, pleasant news. And we have been seeing so much happening from the ministry. So let's welcome him. He is our next speaker, by the way. Sir, please. I think there is another speaker before you, or perhaps there are 2 speakers before you. So let me first invite them. We have to invite Mr. Dennis Ligezo. I don't know if I have pronounced, Dennis, your name, the surname correctly. He is from Kaspersky, and this is the first time that somebody from Kaspersky is speaking in an information security conference of Pakistan. He is a senior security researcher and global research and part of the global research and analysis team in the EMEA Research Center. So Dennis, let's see what you have to say, and if you can beat Sagir Mufti knowledge and experience.
Good day, and thank you very much for coming. It's a real pity for me we couldn't see each other today. But anyway, we have 20 minutes in such an online format, and let us spend it speaking about the threat landscape in the region. I would focus on Pakistan itself, but also in nearby countries. Why? So first of all, why I am speaking on these matters, and what experience did we have in such matters in a Kaspersky Lab. I'm Dennis, and I'm working with a global research and analysis team. What we do? We're doing threat intelligence. Threat intelligence means taking a look at the threat actors, cyber threat actors, for years. So we could connect campaigns to each other, connect the next version of the targeted malware to each other. But on the same time, for sure, so as you understand, we are mostly in a targeted attacks research. But I'm quite sure not all the organizations are interested only in targeted attacks. So we would briefly cover in the very start the common picture for all the common malware, but mostly would speak about the targeted attacks in Pakistan. Let us start. We have 20 minutes. So first of all, let us take a look at this map. It's quite public, by the way. If you would open now cybermap.kaspersky.com, you would see such a similar picture, I could say. I make it on Tuesday evening, it's don't mind all this abbreviation. It's just different agents or engines of our products, like on access scan, on demand scan, mail antivirus, web antivirus, etc., etc., etc. Mind the numbers. So it's evening, and we are speaking about several dozens of the detections by different products of Kaspersky a day. I think if you want to get the overall picture for the day, you have to multiply with numbers to the 1.2, 1.3, because day is not over in the evening, right? Some attacks, some detections would happen at night. So you see the numbers, and the most, maybe the most valuable one here, if we speak only about one day in November 2020, Pakistan was the number 50 of most attacked countries. I think it's quite high, because now in all the world we have around 200, roughly, very roughly, around 200 of the countries, and almost in any of them we have our products installed. So you are in the first quarter, for sure in the first quarter of the most attacked countries, but it's only for one day. But anyway, it gives us the idea. We have something to speak about here in Pakistan. Let us be more, after this overall statistic, more targeted. Let us continue with the targeted attacks. We spread our reports, our team providing the reports about the any campaigns, and provided through the Threat Intelligence Portal. We would call it through all the presentation TIP, Threat Intelligence Portal, TIP for short. And in TIP we're able to take a look at the filter geographically the reports or by industry. And what I did, I just filtered geographically, mentioning all the reports mentioning Pakistan, and I see name of the actors, and I see to the which countries this malicious campaign attacks as well, along with Pakistan. Through the year you could expect from us around 120 such reports, and you see coverage of your country if you compare with the number of the overall reports a year. I could say quite high. Central Asia, a hot region. And overall number, by the way, you couldn't see it here on the screen. It's 36. For sure, it's not only 1 year. It's for all the years of the reports. Pakistan was mentioned 36 times. And 120 is only for 1 year. Please don't think 1/4 of all the reports mentioned Pakistan. No. It's not that bad in terms of the malware and targeted malware in the country, but it's quite popular. So we see origami elephant, muddy water, so we see some names, right? And on a TIP we could go into with actual names. To tell you the truth, different suppliers of the threat intelligence could give different name for the same actor, to the same campaign operator. And that's why we are making actor profile with our role name, all the different names, description, and the regions of interest. Which one belongs to the muddy water? Quite broad approach, right? In case of the muddy water, they start with Saudi Arabia and Iraq originally, but now Pakistan is also in their interest. You wouldn't see Pakistan in the table on the left because it was mentioned twice. You see here in table from 3 to 5 mentions in the Kaspersky reports, and you are a little bit below. Please keep in mind 2 points here. Mention the detection in the region doesn't necessarily mean targets. It could mean the final target. it could mean researcher, even tester from the developer side sometimes, or some supply chain to the final target. But I think in case of Pakistan and Muddy Water, we are most probably speaking about the final target, so they're interested now in the country as well. It's just a little below in this table. In case of United States, I think most probably maybe it's not the final target, most probably researchers, because not sure this is their main point of interest. Okay, so besides the description of the actor, we also have the map of the activity. What else? So the report itself, we could see the report is a quite structured thing, and with a executive summary, the top level managers from the organization could understand, is this report somehow interesting to them, is it belongs to their industry or to their region, or do they need to parse this report and to take the indicator of compromise or TTPs, tactics and procedures, from this report to make some data to their CM systems, etc. And you would see in the executive summary, Muddy Water now knows how to do C++ backdoors, mostly focused on the Middle East, but as you saw on the map, Central Asia is also of their interest. And besides C++, they also know how to do PowerShell. Some implants are PowerShell, and let's dig a little bit deeper. We wouldn't go during these 20 minutes too deep into the technical details, because it's impossible in 20 minutes, and I don't think in our context it's really necessary. But I want to give you the idea of the threat state of the current threats in your region and country. So they know how to make a small decryptor with a PowerShell. You see, it's quite easy, just slip in a little bit, get content from file, and one-liner to decrypt and execute it after it. And also to form web request headers. So in terms of the detection on the target's side, PowerShell, it's not only for the Muddy Water, for many actors, ability to look at these encoded commands on the target side. It's an interesting part for the hunting of the threats or insecurity perimeter. What else? Not only PowerShell, is also, as you see on the very first screenshot about the Muddy Water, they know how to apply third-party tools, third-party developments from the GitHub to their own campaigns. Nowadays it's very popular, not only because actors couldn't develop by themselves. They could. You could see with C++ more implants or PowerShell models, they know how to develop, but sometimes they don't think it's necessary to make an investment into the development of such tunneling tools, or sometimes they try not to be attributed, this activity to be attributed to the same actor. How comes? If the development is quite custom and quite unique, we could take a look at so-called genotypes inside the code and come to a conclusion, these developers had an access to the same code base. So with a high confidence we could tell it was the same operators behind this campaign. In case of the some tool came from the GitHub, you couldn't attribute it to anyone, because everybody could download it and compile it and use it into the campaigns. During this campaign was one interesting nuance. This tool called Secure Circuit Funneling Or why they use it? No, imagine in the security perimeter the host of interest with some interesting data for the campaign operators don't have direct access to the wide internet, to the outside internet. But they know some proxy server which could go out, and they could make the channels from the host with no ability to go outside to some proxying server, and after it to the network outside. And in this case they use just the same certificate. Same certificate gives the researcher the ability, using even the third-party crawlers, or if you want you could write one by yourself, but third-party crawlers like Shodan, like Census is already available to take a look on which another web domains or IP addresses the same certificate is in use, and researcher could gather more control servers after it, because certificate is unique. So it was also the interesting part. Okay, enough for the muddy water, enough for them. Let's go to the next actor active in the region. If you would visit, we are covering, let's make it like this. On a previous slide, it was a screenshot from the private report. TIP, it's our product, so it's a payment subscription. But we also have securelist.com on this screenshot. On securelist, we publish only a part, only maybe not small, but the smaller part of the our reports, and later, after the report on the tip. And we also publish the current state of the threat landscape, so monthly update on all the regions. It's our one latest of our monthly updates on securelist. What we see here, we see some, I suppose, very interesting for the story for the Pakistan. This summer we observe, first of all, Android downloader, malicious downloader for Android operating system, written in the Kotlin language, so it wasn't Java, it was a Kotlin. We're starting to research it, and besides the Kotlin, also the Firebase messaging system was used technically. And so we start research. We gather from this malicious code some control server. We make an OSINT, open source intelligence, and we found the report from your national NTISB, National Security Board. The description of the malware in the report, it was quite public, could be found online. Okay, we have something due to our telemetry, we have something to add about the same incident. So because was the same control server were mentioned, and the same way of spreading, using of the popular Android application, regional popular Android application, like chat applications or Skype, to spread initial downloader. Not all the time during the research you are so lucky to find some entity in the region already report, and also gives you idea the type of the targets. In this case, NTISB wrote in the report it was a Pakistani militaries were the targets. So what we add to here, with our telemetry we could add Telegram, was also one of the way how they spread it. Most probably it was links spread it for the messages, so spear phishing in a messaging application, maybe to the link to the infected with the download application, infected with the downloader. And downloader, it's a Kotlin downloader, quite a basic one misspelled service in the background during a knock to the server, operator server, and downloads the next Trojan, Android Trojan. And Android doing all the main tasks like fingerprinting, understanding the location, the history of the messaging, etc., etc. All what a normal Android Trojan have to do. Interesting part, technically interesting part here is saving, gathered data in locally on a target device in a MySQL database in a JSON format. So you see Kotlin, JSON, local SQL database. So maybe developers, it's like a new wave, new young developers maybe just taking a look at the tools and the pre-programming practice. So it was about this incident. It was interesting. It was really interesting, and I hope we add some valuable data to NTISB report. The last but not the least, it's IceFog activity. IceFog activity, you see in this case map are quite precise, not like for the muddy water. Muddy water has a different interest. This interested is at Central Asia, South Central Asia, and to the north. Very precise, and I suppose it's quite understandable why. Because such an actors mostly following high-profile political agenda, and you could make your own conclusion taking a look at the region of the interest for the actor. Okay, so what was done in this case? In this case, they use very well established Trojans. Poison Ivy, it's a development for many years. 10, don't even remember precisely, but very well established, developed Trojans with many versions, many mechanisms to avoid detection, etc. Very well known, very well known. And so Khvrian is also the same well-known story. So you see the very typical activity: dynamic DNS domains, and some hosting like a DigitalOcean, spear phishing using the CVE from the several, not so old, but a couple of years ago, established Trojans like a Poison Ivy, Mimikatz to take accounts from the memory, and some governmental institution in some region as a target. Very typical picture for targeted campaign, I could say. So not a top-notch APT, but very well established median APT to all the needed is here. Regarding the for function, I could emphasize stealing of the credentials from the browsers. It's also interesting. So some users save the accounts in browsers like Firefox or like Edge browser, and if a local host is infected, the accounts, the passwords in these accounts are encrypted using the local available key. Key is locally available, malware is local installed, so they could try to decrypt with accounts. So besides always starting the commands, uploading files, they also interesting into the browser's account, and for sure fingerprinting of the target. So I think it's time. Pity, but we are out of time. I'm doing my best to make it very local oriented and trying to give you in 20 minutes as much data as I could. I really hope I give you the idea of the threat landscape. Here is some more context, and I'm quite sure some questions exist, but with time we are not able to discuss it face to face. So once again, thanks you many thanks for coming, and see you. Bye bye.
Thank you very much, Dennis. And it was a good technical presentation to understand what the threat landscape is like and how it is evolving and what actually threats are there which Pakistani organizations are already combating with. Our next presenter and speaker is a very renowned and accomplished person, Mr. Azhar Ziaur Rahman. He is currently heading the Cybersecurity Task Force under the Ministry of IT and Telecom, and he has been advising the President of Pakistan as well on cybersecurity issues. Previously, he has been worked at DEW, Etisalat. He has, I always forget that whether he worked with Etisalat or DEW. So he has been, he has worked around 2 decades at Etisalat in different roles. He has been working there as director in various domains. So he has the knowledge and experience in this information security domain, and he has written a few books as well, which have been recognized by ISACA International, and he is very innovative in his ideas, which sometimes people don't seem to understand, including myself. So, sir, please come on the stage and let's see what you have to say. Mr. Azhar Ziaur Rahman.
Thank you very much, Asif. I'll start with 2 very educated statements by the CEO of Habib Bank. First, he said that the weakest link in the cybersecurity chain is the individual. But that means, and he said that, which means the individual has got nothing to do with cyber. So the issue lies not in cyber, the issue lies somewhere else. And the issue is not cyber security, the basic issue is information security. Because what we are trying to protect is not cyber, we're trying to protect information, and that is our valuable asset. The second very good statement that he made was that security is not the responsibility of IT. It's not the responsibility of the CISO as well. It is the responsibility of the board. Now, how can they fulfill their responsibility? By having a culture of information security in the organization. That's how they do it. That's how they should do it. Now, the organization is not the country. The organizations join together to make a country. So if you want to have security, information security in the country, you must have an information security policy and information security culture in the whole country. And that is what we are discussing right now. So a country should have a information security policy. Information security, not cyber security. Please realize that there is no standard for cyber security. The only standard for security is ISO 27001, and that is a standard for information security, not cyber security. All the other documents that go along with 27001 are not standards, they are guidelines. So the only standard is for information security, not cyber security. So what I'm presenting here is brand new first-hand information coming only from me. Only 2 concepts which I've borrowed, and I'll tell which concept borrowed. Everything that I'll be presenting is for the first time, and it's brand new information created only in the last 2 weeks. Okay, and this is work in progress, so, so comments, advice, criticism is invited after the session. Okay, we're talking about a generic framework. Now this framework is valid for any country, small or big, complex or not complex. So it's very generic, it can be adopted. Parts of it can be left out by some countries, parts of it can be used, some countries may like to add something to it, but it's a very generic framework. This concept of a framework has been borrowed basically from TM Forum. TM Forum is the only professional organization of telecom, and they have something called frameworks, FRAMEWORX, and that is a framework for the telecom industry. It combines 3 things. First is it's a framework of processes, it's called ETOM. The second one is a framework of data, and the third one is a framework of applications. So I've borrowed this concept from there. So I'll acknowledge that. Now this framework has 4 levels, and this concept has been borrowed from COBIT 2019. They have the same four levels, and I've given the same names even to those 4 levels. So these 2 ideas I've borrowed, nothing else has been borrowed, everything else is genuine. Okay, so it's got levels 0 to 3, exactly what you have. The level 0 talks of domains. So there are some domains at level 0. At level 2, the domains get broken into objectives. And these are the objectives that the board has to achieve, that the nation has to achieve. Then the objectives get broken down into processes. To achieve those objectives, the nation has to have some processes created and implemented. Then the processes break down into activities. So these are the 4 levels. Level 0 is domains, level 1 is objectives, level 2 is processes, and level 3 is activities. So this is the high level framework. This is the design of the framework. Now if you come to level 0, in level 0, we've got at the top, we've got governance. You have to govern information security in the country through organizations, through structures, through processes, through objectives. The next level is governance, is management. The governance has to transform into management. They have to give their strategy, they have to give their policy, and the management converts the policy into tactics. And the operations take up those tactics and implement them. And all of this has to be monitored, all of this has to be judged, all of this has to be criticized and improved, and that is done at the 4th level, which is assessment and improvement. So these are the 4 levels. These are somewhat similar to the levels in COBIT 2019 as well, but not exactly this. There is a similarity, but not exactly. They've got 5 domains. I've got 4 domains here. I've combined the last 2 domains in COBIT 2019 into 1 domain. If you go to the next level, which is level 1, now the numbering that I've done here is also borrowed from ISACA, from COBIT 2019. The first objective, now if you look at the wording here, I'm not using a verb, I'm using a noun. It's ensured IS governance framework, it's a noun. So it's an objective. It's an objective that the nation has to achieve. The nation has to have an ensured IS governance framework, and this is numbered G01. G for governance, and the first objective. The second objective is ensured benefits delivery. Now, when we implement information security, we have some objectives. We want to have some benefits. How do we ensure that we will get those benefits, and how do we come back at the end of the year and see, have we really got those objectives? So this objective is to ensure what we are getting, what we are targeting and what we are getting. The third objective is risk optimization. Now, there'll be a lot of risk. There's a lot of risk in information security. There is a lot of risk in trying to achieve information security. There's a lot of risk in implementing information security. How do we optimize? We cannot do away with that risk. We can just optimize that risk. And this is the third objective, G03, ensured IS risk optimization. The fourth objective is resource optimization. Now we'll need a lot of resources, tangible resources, intangible resources, physical resources, non-physical resources in trying to achieve information security. We have to utilize those resources to the optimal. How do we do that? And that is the fourth objective. And the last objective here in this domain is stakeholder engagement. There are a lot of stakeholders in information security locally, nationally, and internationally. All of those stakeholders have to be engaged properly, thoroughly, and effectively. So that is the fifth objective in the first domain. That's the first domain, which is governance. Now, when we go to the second domain, which is management, the first objective there is strategy. Now, in the first domain, what we got was policy. That policy has to be converted into strategy. So that is the first objective, that we have to have a managed IS strategy. The second objective is legislation. We have to involve the judiciary, the National Assembly and the Senate to give us the laws that we need. And this is a big set of laws, not 1, 2 or 3 laws, a complete set of laws which must fit into one another. So the second one is legislation. The third one is, now legislation is not enough. From the laws, from the national laws come out standards, codes and rules. They have to be defined by the relevant bodies. So, and this forms the complete set of statutes that we need for information security, combined with laws, codes, standards and rules. And this is the hierarchy. First come the laws, from the laws come the codes, the standards and the rules. The codes and standards may be local, may be regional, maybe international. But the rules mostly are very local. The fourth objective is security regulation. How do you regulate? Now you've got the laws, you've got the codes, you've got the standards, you've got the rules. How do you ensure that they are being implemented? How do you regulate their implementation and their use? That's the fourth objective. The fifth objective is proliferation. How do you proliferate the knowledge of information security throughout the country at the grassroots level, that to create a culture of information security? That's the fifth objective. The sixth objective is localization. We can't trust imported hardware, imported software, imported expertise for information security. We must localize the creation of network elements. We must localize the creation of security software. Yes, Kaspersky is very good, but can we really, how long can we depend on them? We must have a local Kaspersky to create our own software, to create our own software and hardware for protection. The next objective is relationships between the different stakeholders. If you look at the first domain, we've got ensured IS stakeholder engagement. Now those stakeholders have to be engaged, and this is where we are actually managing that relationship. We are managing the engagement of the stakeholders. The eighth objective is assets. A lot of assets are there. How do we manage those assets? And there's a talk later today about the critical assets. This is concerning that. The ninth objective is knowledge. A lot of knowledge is being created. A lot of knowledge is coming from abroad, coming from everywhere. That has to be stored, classified, cataloged, and utilized using intelligent techniques. And this is the ninth objective. And the last objective is projects. To do all this, we need projects. And those projects have to be managed properly to get anything good out of them. So that was the second domain. The third domain is operations. And the first objective in operations is implementation. We have to implement all this. We have to implement all that we designed in the management domain. The second objective is event management. When we talk of event is something that happens. It is an attack. It's a breach. It could be something good. It could be something bad. So those events have to be managed through structures, through processes. And this is something very, very important. And only today, probably, the ministry has released rules for doing this. Is that right, Jafri sir? The ministry has today released rules for event management. The next objective is enforcement. The enforcement of the laws, the enforcement of the rules, the enforcement of the standards and codes. This is the next operation objective. The fourth operation objective is awareness and training. And this is part of the proliferation that we talked about earlier. That how do we do the proliferation? We do the proliferation through awareness, mass awareness, continual mass awareness, and continual training at every level. And the last objective is countermeasures. This is the cloak and dagger operation. As we'll see later, there are different types of countermeasures that we have to do in this world. The last domain is the improvement, And the first objective there is assessment. We have to continually assess what we are doing. We have to assess people, we have to assess organizations, we have to assess the laws for what they are weak in, and we have to improve them. Certification. We have to have certification of people, certification of organizations, certification of anybody who's involved. The next thing is whistleblowing, which is very important in cybersecurity, information security. And we don't have a law for whistleblowing as yet, but we must have a law. There's a standard coming up from ISO for whistleblowing probably early next year. The next objective is monitoring, to monitor all of this, to get the data on all of this activity, on all the operations. And the last one is change programs. We talked earlier of, in M10, we talked about projects. Here we're talking about programs. And projects are part of programs. So these are the 25 objectives that we have at level 1. Now these objectives are broken down into processes at the next level. When you go to the next level, we talk about governance. Governance, as we saw, has got 5 objectives. Each objective has got processes. The first process here is governance a governance body. There must be a governance body at the national level to control the entire information security activity in the country. We don't have that as yet, but probably every country has it, but we will soon have it, inshallah. The next one is national IS policy. Now this governance body should come up with a national information security policy, and it should probably go through the cabinet and the legislature, depending on which country we are in. Then the next process is oversight. They must have some mechanism of having oversight in all the activities. So they're sitting at the top and they're doing the governance, and part of the governance is oversight, very detailed oversight on what's happening throughout the company, in the private sector as well as the public sector, in the domain of information security. If you go to the second objective, the first process is evaluate governance. Is the governance being done properly? The next process is direct IS governance. Do the direction, what is to be done, how is it to be done, the policy. And the next is monitor. So these are the 3 activities which form governance: evaluation, direction, and monitoring. If you look at the definition of governance in ISO, in BS 13500, these are the 3 activities that form governance. If you go to the next objective, the first process is evaluate IS risk, direct IS risk, and monitor IS risk. So here we are governing risk. We are governing the 3 activities which form the governance of risk, and this is based on ISO 31000. These 3 activities come from ISO 31000 when you are governing risk. The next process is evaluate resources, direct resources, and monitor resources. So here we are governing the resources that are utilized in information security. And the last one is evaluate stakeholder engagement, direct stakeholder engagement, and monitor stakeholder engagement. So what we are doing is governing, number 1, the governance itself, number 2, governing the risk, governing the resources, and governing the stakeholders. So these are the processes in the governance domain. If you go to the next domain, which is the management domain, the first process is strategy. The second process is regional strategies. Now, there will be a strategy at the national level, and there will be a strategy at different regional levels. And then, very important, there will be sectoral strategies like defense, like textile, like the governments, the civil part of the government, like, for example, the power sector. So every sector will have its own strategies, and these have to be developed one by one. I was involved in this activity in the UAE, and we developed the strategies for a lot of sectors. And each sectoral strategy is very different from the other sectoral strategy. The next process is national legislation. Legislation at the national level, legislation at the regional level, and legislation at the lower level. The synchronization of these legislations with the legislations abroad. So all of these legislations have to fit with each other. So we cannot just create a law in one country which is out of sync with the laws in other countries. They have to synchronize with each other. The next process is formulation of IS codes. So this has to be done by the governing body. So we have to have codes of governance, codes of management for different areas. Adoption of the standards and the formulation of IS rules. So codes, standards, and rules has to be identified and adopted. The next process is we have to have a federal regulatory body, and then we have to have a RegTech infrastructure. Now this is where people have problems. For example, the State Bank of Pakistan has got very good regulatory guidelines, but they're having problems in implementing them because they don't have a RegTech infrastructure. There has to be a centralized, and there are a lot of countries are doing this. They're having a centralized RegTech infrastructure for the regulation of different sectors, for banking or for information security or for whatever. So this is something very important and something very high tech, and there's a lot of money in this. The next one is proliferation planning. How will we proliferate the knowledge and the policies? And the next one is proliferation management. Then we come to localization of tools and components, like the hardware tools and the software tools. But can we trust a chip coming from abroad? We must make those chips also locally. So, and that's why I say components. And the localization of compliance. Compliance has to be done our way, not a general way. The next process is international relationships. This is very important because we get a lot of information from abroad on what are the breaches being done. Then sectoral relationships between the sectors, locally, internationally. Asset management process and asset risk management process. When we come to the knowledge management, we've got knowledge, regulatory knowledge. We've got knowledge tool. This is based on AI. Knowledge usage monitoring. How is recently we had a breach, or sort of a breach in one of the key national organizations, and they were not monitoring the use of knowledge in their repository. If you have this, that will not be a problem. The last one here is the exchange of knowledge between locally and internationally. Then we talk about projects, project management, resource optimization, and risk optimization. So these are the processes in management. Then we go into operations. The functions in operations are implementation. I think I'm running out of time, is it? I had 15 minutes. I'll go through these fast. Now this is very important, CISO placement. The Chief Operating Officer of Habib Bank said that, talked about the CISO. Now CISO is very critical. Recently there was a big issue in one of the major companies in Karachi, and their main problem was that they did not have a CISO, number one. The person who was heading information security was reporting to the IT person, and the board was not concerned. And that was the main reason why they had those problems. So a CISO should not be reporting to IT. He should not be reporting to CEO, because that is a conflict of interest. He should be reporting only and only to the board or to a board committee. And this is very important. Sector-wise implementation. I'll go through these fast because these are just processes. Now, this is something very, very important. This is what the ministry has come out with today. The event management. Now, the event management has got a lot of aspects. The first is incident prevention. How do you prevent an incident to happen? How do you detect that incident has happened? How do you respond to an incident? And if that incident represents a problem, how do you manage that problem? And the next one is how do you recover from that disaster which has happened because of the incident? And the last one is how do you manage the risks because of which the incident happened? So these things are very important, and these will form the activity probably in the next few months that we'll be doing. Identification of events, investigation of events, trial, and prosecution. This is the court part, and we have a speaker on this later today. So this is the judiciary part of information security. Training. The training has to be done by the private sector in a big way, and this is a business which will form, will be very lucrative probably in the next few years. Countermeasures, the cloak and dagger operations, the different types of countermeasures that we should be doing, that any country should be doing. We will not talk about that a lot more. Okay, let's go to the last one, which is prevention, which is assessment and improvement. We've got these different activities, different processes in this domain. Now, certification is very important. We should not be depending on international certification bodies like BSI or the French company or whatever. We must have our own certification bodies, and this is big business. We should create our own certification bodies, encourage them, and give them work. Now, certification can be for individuals. Certification can be for organizations. Whistleblowing is at different levels. We can have sectoral whistleblowing, we can have regional whistleblowing, we can have international whistleblowing, and we can have a process to follow up the whistleblowing. In monitoring, we must monitor the performance of whatever we're doing, and we must monitor the conformance. The two different things, performance and conformance, both have to be monitored. And based on the information received, we have to have change programs. We have to have a continuous change in our policy, and therefore in the strategy and whatever we're doing. So this is what I had. If you go back again, these were the 4 levels. These processes relate to standards and best practices, and the activities actually are company dependent and country dependent. So the 3rd level we will not design. That will depend on the country itself. They can define that themselves. So thank you very much. I'm open to advice on this framework because it's still work in progress. Thank you very much.
Yes, and Azhar Sahab, please stay on the stage. If there are any questions, so we can have the questions from Azhar Sahab. Yes. Mic. Is this mic? Yes, this mic is working.
I am Shahid Kamal Khan, Advocate, Supreme Court, and I am running a law firm in the name of Jurist and Jurist Law Firm. My question is that, first of all, we have to make a specialized team for the investigation as well as prosecution of such threats. Because at the moment, only NR3C, National Response Center for Cyber Crimes, is working under FIA. But even the performance of the NR3C is not up to the mark as per international level. So before going into such eventualities, we must have a specialized team for investigation as well as prosecution. So that must be looked into, and what you can contribute to that.
The best person to answer this is Mr. Amar Jafri. Jafri Sahab, can you answer this?
जी जी राइट जी, पहली बात तो ये है कि चूँकि NR3C का फाउंडिंग हेड हूँ, इसलिए बड़ी क्लैरिटी से बताऊँ कि NR3C बना था क्राइम की कॉग्निजेंस लेने के लिए, अपना काम बहुत अच्छा कर रहा है, लेट मी टेल यू वेरी फैक्ट। उनकी तरफ देखना कि वो ये सारे काम करें, उससे पहले आप उन्हें फिर फंड्स दें, इदारे दें उनको बनाने के लिए। अगर वो अपना ही काम करें तो बड़ी बात है। उनको एक दिन में जितनी कंप्लेंट्स आ रही हैं, मैं रब्ता है उनके साथ बड़ा क्लोज, वो इतना ही है कि वो अपने आप परफॉर्म कर ले। पहली बात तो ये जो आप फरमा रहे हैं कि इन्वेस्टिगेशन प्राइवेट सेक्टर में हो या इस तरह की हो, वो पॉसिबल नहीं है। उसके लॉज की ज़रूरत है, उसके लिए रेगुलेटरी की ज़रूरत है। इसीलिए ये कमेटी बनाई गई है जिसके अंदर अजहर साहब भी हैं, मैं भी हूँ, कि हम सब मिलके कोई ऐसा सूरत हाल निकालें। देखिए, हमें ऊपर से आना पड़ेगा, पहले लॉज बनेंगे, उन लॉज की रोशनी के अंदर इदारे बनेंगे, फ्रेमवर्क बनेंगे, फिर ये सारे काम होंगे। हम कैसे कह सकते हैं कि जी ये जो एक कमेटी है ये इस पर पॉसिबल नहीं होगा। तो प्लीज़ ट्राई टू अंडरस्टैंड, और हम सारे मिलके बड़े पेशेंस के साथ इसमें कंट्रीब्यूट भी कर रहे हैं। अकेला मैं नहीं हूँ, कम से कम 1000 आदमी है इस्लाम पाकिस्तान पूरे के अंदर, और हमारी नीयत यही है, कोशिश ये है कि मसला हल हो जाए। तो प्लीज़ NR3C की तरफ मत देखें इन कामों के लिए जो कि उनके मैंडेट और डोमेन से बहुत ज़्यादा आगे। थैंक यू मच
जी, thank you, Advocate Saab. Actually, there was a case in the Sindh High Court. It's 284/2018, 2018. It's a single bench case, and that case was filed by somebody who got somebody in his family murdered, and the police made that FIR as Class A FIR because evidence was not available. So due to the lack of evidence of an actual crime happening, the FIRs become Class A, and when the court asked them to submit a record of all the Class A FIRs done over the last few years, so there was more than 100,000 FIRs in different heinous crimes. And there it was represented that the police and the prosecution and the judiciary, they don't have the enough training to actually do the investigations, including the digital forensics, including the prosecutors as well. And not only that, even the judiciary, they don't have either training and understanding to listen to such cases. And I actually, from my company's point of view, I gave a recommendation to the court as well. And they have issued a letter to the University of Karachi because they have a digital forensics science laboratory being set up. So they want to train judiciary, lawyers, prosecutors, as well as the police departments. So yes, NR3C is not enough, but and this brings to, sorry sir, I've just been told that we cannot take more questions. Tausif Saab, sorry. Okay. You will have full panel session at your disposal. But one question that I will pose to Azhar Saab, and that we will discuss later on, that where is the HR component? How can we develop human resources to do all these things? So HEC has to be enabled as well to get something done very quickly. And if not HEC, then we have those technical education boards, like we have seen Technical Board Education, and there used to be institutions like Petroman or NCR in 80s and 90s where they used to do 6 months and 1 year diplomas, and those used to be very useful. Anyhow, moving forward to our next session, and thank you very much for such a nice presentation, and you have done some very वो जिसको कहते हैं ना घर में जो पकता है वो बाजार के पके हुए से बहुत बेहतर होता है. So that's what is visible in his presentation. Next we have just changed the sequence of the presentations. We will now invite the Federal Secretary of Ministry of IT and Telecom, Mr. Shoaib Ahmed Siddiqui, on the stage, and afterwards we will have the person from Guard Square, Jax, to speak after his presentation, and then we will have tea break. So sir, please come on the stage and enlighten us, and thank you very much for doing all what you are doing. And mashallah, this latest, although Dawn has written something wrong caption of the news item, but if you read the news, then that's good, positive comments.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Respected audience, physical and virtual both. It is indeed a very important moment, I believe, to be with you all and feel encouraged by whatever is being talked about, whatever is being said, and whatever is being presented. That shows our strengths, that shows our weaknesses, that shows our challenges also. And if we have weaknesses and if we have challenges, then we develop the way forward for strengths and improvements. Let me first congratulate and acknowledge Total Communications for organizing this event, this third International Threat Intelligence Day. And we must be happy and feel good about it that in our country there are institutions and organizations who are working for decades in this regard and have been sensitizing not only the civil society, the technologists, but as well as government also, policy planners, to work more in this field, which is so challenging. As we have seen from the talks by the HBL executive, Mr. Azazia, and the other gentlemen, it's a 360 degrees effort. It's a 24-hour work. It's not just that you do excellent, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 1 minute is the gap where you are hit. So this is the level of alertness and vigil that is required. Technical people are here, persons in their own right, and of a great stature. And we have just heard a very logical and home-built presentation by Mr. Azhar, who is a member of the Emerging Technologies Committee led by the President of Pakistan, is also assisting the ministry on various counts, along with many others celebrated technical luminaries, I must say. Very rightly pointed out, this is not simply IT. Cyber security or information security or cyber threats are virtually a state-level matter. And they permeate throughout the society at all levels, through all organizations, whether they are in financial businesses, information services, or any other tactical works, whether they are in prosecution, whether they are the defense agencies, or energy producing organizations. We are used to reading news items stating that Radio Pakistan has been hit through a cyber attack, Karachi Electric, many other organizations, and there's so many attacks which keep happening. And there are so many, alhamdulillah, the setup in Pakistan, the defense services in Pakistan are so strongly alerted towards this that many attacks are not even noticed and they are thwarted without having been come into limelight. Much has to be done. Not much has been done. And this is the important point. I'm glad the President has the vision. The Prime Minister is giving utmost importance to all what is required, not only in the field of IT, but also information security and cyber security. And the Minister is leading it in a very vibrant manner. We are, as I said, we are very lucky to have very competent people, because we strongly believe that sitting in office and thinking in generalistic terms or in with an official approach, probably we would not end up at a very good conclusion and would not be able to get good results. Results which justify investments and which justify success. So that is why the ministry has adopted an approach of enabling organization, interactive organization, and we are blessed to have a galaxy of experts in various fields who are helping us in building various policies which should have been made much ago. So we are on to data protection, cloud policy, information security policy is already in place. Then the PICA laws are there, which is very fundamental requirement, but as just pointed out in the previous presentation, legislation has also to be continuous and dynamic process in view of the highly challenging requirements as technology is in a state of flux, is changing every moment. And if we are not responsive, we would not be able to tackle the problems. So with this policy, the ministry has, with this approach, in fact, the ministry has been able to move forward. And we feel happy that things are happening, things are coming up. When things are done, when work is done, and that should be done in the right faith and good faith, with simple, good approach, then there should be no fear of criticism. Because then people in the country, people abroad, they have their own views and ideas to judge what is being done. And criticism should never be taken wrongly. That helps us to improve. That helps us to bring in positive developments. Whenever I present a law to the standing committees or to the set of society members, including media, we sometimes face challenges. But when I, as rightly said by the anchor person over here, when I ask them to go through each item of the draft, then they feel more at comfort. So I've not seen Don's heading, but obviously I will see, definitely, probably after having gone through everything, they would have realized that the thing is with the right approach. We need to have such things. We need to have information security protocols. We have to have certain protocols for social media activities, because if we don't guard, these become law and order challenges for us. These become challenges for personal lives. There have been cases where honor has been compromised, where lives have been compromised, where people have lost lives just because of non-serious approach and attitudes. So that is very important, that every country should have a positive format of protocols and rules and regulations to control things. And that is very necessary. You need regulations at home, you need regulations at your community level, you need regulations at state level. And because you have regulations at international level also. So we should never be shy of making right protocols and right regulations. With this, I mean, very enthusiastic and very exciting days ahead. A lot of good work and good presentations would come forward. We would be learning from it. We would gather a lot from this. And I must also acknowledge Mr. Ammar Jafri, because I just saw him answering one of the questions. He is a very important lead in all this work, and he is doing work with passion all over the country, and obviously outside also. But in Pakistan, he is doing a lot of great work. He has rallied a good team with him, and he is a flag bearer in the cause against cyber security, you may call, or information security, whatever name you want to give, but he has been trying to resist the threats on this account. And we should always acknowledge good work. Acknowledging good work is a very important thing, unfortunately missing in our society. We are becoming more and more critical day by day. That should not be the approach. We should always do criticism for positive results and for bringing about improvements. I'm really excited to have heard to witness and see the presentation and the lecture and talk, whatever you may say, by the HBL executive, and this recent presentation which Mr. Azhar presented to all of us. And let me tell you that the cyber policy for the country is also being finalized. It is in one form or the other in practical shape, but a formal cyber security policy is under finalization. And the team, including Mr. Zia and Mr. Jom Jafri and some others, along with state institution people, are working on that. And I'm sure that very soon we'll be having this policy. So with this worthwhile session, a worthwhile time which I'm spending here, I'm thankful to Total Communications. I'm thankful to the presenters and all those who are giving their time in the national interest. And in fact, this is national interest. Let us invest, let us do more, and let us be more inclined towards such technological and governance needs of the country. Thank you very much.
Sir, can you please stay on the stage? Thank you very much. And the heading of the dawn is stakeholders up in the arms.
The most consultative part, first these rules were notified. The Prime Minister was gracious enough on representation, although a lot of consultation had gone there beforehand also. But the Prime Minister was gracious enough to have them stopped and allow another long series of consultations, which became even longer due to COVID, and international bodies, and all others were consulted. And then finally, a more acceptable draft passed through the subordinate legislation process, through Cabinet Committee on Legislative Cases, and then the Cabinet, it was approved, and finally it is now.
Yes, and if you read those rules and couple them with the Prevention of Electronic Crimes Act, so these rules are only a way of implementation that act already, which was already in place, so nothing new actually.
No,
It's the enforcement which has been.
these rules, you know, there's always levels of legislation. The Supreme Court advocate is here, and first there is this act, statute, and then there are the rules which define how to proceed on that. As you have PICA, you have PICA rules also. So rules are the operational, as in the last presentation we had various things, processes, operations, and policies. So rules provide you how to steer, how to go ahead.
That's right. So thank you very much, Shoaib Saab. And let me invite Mr. Faisal Rahim on the stage. He is the CEO of Total Communications, who has been behind this conference and other conferences in the country. And we will have a quick session to distribute the mementos. And during this memento distribution, I would request that there should not be any handshaking, and so that we can follow the SOPs, and that's why I'm also off the stage. So first of all, we have to invite the keynote speaker of today's morning, which is Mr. Ammar Hussain Jafri. Sir, if you can please come on the stage to receive your memento. Please clap a bit loudly. It looks as if the hall is empty. And the next is Mr. Azhar Ziaur Rahman, who is. Okay, yes. You can shake hands with your own. And now we have the sponsors' shields. The exclusive sponsor is Habib Bank Limited, of course, but because of that there is nobody present physically here from Habib Bank, so we will.
Second, agar main keh sakun, let us also acknowledge the sponsors. You know, these are the moving spirits, and they are doing great job, because with them, wisdom and intelligent activities keep moving, and we are visible as a more dynamic society. Because when so many experts sit together, so many thoughts are exchanged, so much learning takes place. Thank you.
And so that's why Habib Bank is sponsoring a cyber threat intelligence conference for 3 years. I mean, Habib Bank is a bank at the end of the day. So it's good that institutions which are not information security specific or technology specific, they are funding and sponsoring these events. So, sir, Azhar Ziaur Rahman sir, please, you've taken your shield. And next we have exclusive technology partners, which is Kaspersky. We have Mr. Usman Qureshi from Kaspersky, who is representing Kaspersky. Next, we have the local partner of Kaspersky, Digit Labs. Mr. Abbas Rajani is the chief executive of Digit Lab. Again, there is no clap. The main sponsor of today's event is Guard Square. And it is being represented by Mr. Muhammad Salman. Guard Square is a world-renowned company which provides some very unique kind of solutions, including security of mobile applications. And we have the local partner and representative of Guard Square, which is a company called Innovior Tech, INNOVIOR Tech. And for Receive the Shield, we have Mohammed Hamid Beg. And in the end, we are going to request Mr. Faisal Rahim to give a vote of thanks to Mr. Shoaib Ahmed Siddiqui. So thank you very much. We now going to have one last presentation before we break up for the tea. And
So GuardSquare is the global reference in mobile app protection.
okay.
And when I say global reference, I mean global reference because we are in that market since a very long time, as you can see on this chart. So the journey started in 2001 with the launch of our open source product, ProGuard. That product was developed to make apps smaller and faster. In those days, it was very important because the smartphones were not that powerful. So it was very important that the apps which were just starting to be released were able to run on these machines. So that's why our CTO launched that product to make sure that these apps were able to be used on these phones. And that product was good and selected by Google and placed by default in their Android SDK. So that's where the journey starts, and we were, okay, it didn't generate revenue because it was an open source product, but it allows us to collect a lot of information from the market and experience and feedback. And based on that feedback and all the information we got from the users, because they were very numerous, we decided to launch in 2012 a product which was focusing more on the security, and that's where DexGuard was launched. So that was even before the start of the GuardSquare company, which was launched in 2014. So it was under another entity. And then after the launch of GuardSquare, that was followed in 2016 by the product IXGuard, which was a product launched to protect mobile apps on iOS. And more recently, we also launched a monitoring tool called Threatcast, which is monitoring all the threats which are occurring on the apps during the use. So this is in the timelines on all the product launches that we occurred. So that's a bit the story of GuardSquare. Now, let me start by saying, before I dig into the why mobile app protection is so important, that first of all, what we see today is that the race to customer loyalty is really key for the moment. We see a lot of startups bringing solutions on the market to tackle very specific and very touchy subjects, and they are able to gain a lot of customers. And then on the other hand, you see the large corporations who have to do their utmost to retain their customer base and to make their brand still aware and their customer base still loyal. And all that loyalty stuff, it's really going on, especially in the mobile market. So you see a shift from the, let's say, desktop or web towards mobile, and that's where the big fight for customer loyalty is going on. Even, especially today, it was already a very significant trend, but even today in the Corona COVID period, that's even going faster. Because why in the mobile field? Because we see that all the traffic which is going on on the digital side, that a lot of that traffic is now going via mobile. Also, not only traffic, but also transactions. So 58% of all the transactions are now done via mobile devices. And that also the usage as such of mobile devices is increasing rapidly and is now 200% more in use than desktop solutions. So we see that there is definitely a very strong increase in the use of mobile applications. So if you want to retain your customers or gain new customers, it's on that market that you have to be very active. Now, to win a loyalty race requires, of course, that you have a product on that market, but also that your customer experience is right. That you really have to be careful that what you bring as a mobile application is appealing to the customers, because studies have shown that if your customer experience on that, specifically on that market, is right, then you will able to grow your revenue much faster than your competitors, up to 8%. That your profit will be much more sustainable, so that you will be able to build on that experience to increase and keep your company profitable, and that your company lifetime value will be much higher than that of your detractors. And last but not least, that you will be seen as a loyalty leader, because you have a very good, people have a very good experience with your product, and they don't see any reason to change, and on the contrary, they will just highlight the fact that they are very pleased with your solution. So definitely, it's very important that your customer experience is right. This being said, if your customer experience is not right, then you will face serious issues. First of all, if your application is not smooth enough, then you will face some disinterest of the users of that product. To start with, if your solution is not fast enough, their studies have shown that people will look for alternatives to your product. But then, of course, if your product is perceived as not secure, when the product is hacked or when there is news about it in market, then of course the damage can hardly be overseen, because that's really, really dramatic, and that's where people from one day to another will stop using that product and will move to another solution. So can you imagine that all the investments you've placed in that mobile app can be destroyed in one effort? And that's very significant, because if you see how many efforts and how many revenue companies are investing, studies show that small and medium-sized enterprises invest yearly 12% of their revenue into mobile application solutions. So that's good, because they understood that that's where the money lays, and that's where market has to be gained. On the other hand, if you invest all that money in that medium, you better be sure that it's also secure and it's not broken. So that's why it's very important. And again, if you face your fraud or hacking, of course it will damage your image. So what we see in reality, if we go over the timeline, when web applications were there, home banking and other solutions, we saw an increase in the use of these solutions going together with the increase of protection. Of course, it was server-based, so companies were always very sensitive to protect their servers, and that was going along with the increased use of web applications. So we see that the darker gray curve is following quite closely the more lighter gray, which is showing the number of transactions. Now, when we see the other part is representing the mobile app transactions, there we see a very steeper increase, and the orange shows that over a few years, the usage of mobile apps has been increasing exponentially, and it continues to do that way. But what we see is that protection didn't follow, and that's of course worrying, because when we know how fraud is operating, they look for where is the biggest market and what is the easiest to attack. And there we see that the market of mobile applications, the transactions in these is nearly reaching the same volume as the web-based applications, or because these are not the latest figures, so we can think that it will be more at the same level, but that protection is not there at the same level. So of course it will attract a lot of fraud, and with all the repercussions that we can imagine, and that's why it is very important to really protect these applications, because it's not a matter. This graph, the previous graph has shown that it's not if it's going to happen, but when it's going to happen. Because if you see now these days, 71% of all the fraud which is occurring is mobile. So that's a big part for the reasons I just explained. If we analyze the mobile applications, we see that 75% do not pass basic security checks. So that's also quite worrying. That we've also seen in end of 2018, but that only increased in 2019, that we saw financial trojans increase with 200%. So these are really software which is malware installed to spy and act upon the application while it is running. And then last but not least, there has always also been an incredible increase of fake applications by 650%. So that's also very, very worrying. And it's not only because I hear often people say, yeah, but it's true for Android. There we face issues, but today it's also happening in the iOS world. So for the 10 applications, Android applications which are hacked, 6 iOS applications are hacked. So it's increasing significantly. Because of that market, it also increased significantly. And also something which we need to say is that it's not only happening, it's also happening to the big brands, because that's where the money lays often. And of course, if you can break into a very popular application which is used for streaming or things like that, then of course you can generate a lot of publicity or generate even a lot of revenue out of that. So that's definitely why a company should invest in that security. But how come that it's not happening right now? Well, it's fairly simple. Is that on one hand, it's a fast-growing market, so time is really very important. You need to go fast, to put as much as possible into that application to keep it competitive. We said the customer experience, but which incorporates also the services you can offer. So you have the user experience, the different services that you provide, performance. So it's a lot of things you have to take into account. And then because of the time constraints and all the things you have to develop, often there is not enough time. And as we know that the mobile app developers are not necessarily the security experts, they need to get that information elsewhere. Often that's the last part which is overlooked or didn't was not looked upon, and that's why solutions are not as secure as they should be because of the time and investment. And these things are only getting worse because mobile apps are have to be more and more sophisticated, have to have more and more services. So these apps are getting bigger, and they attract more users. So it's even more important that they get secured, and there is often not time which has been allocated on these topics. So again, very important for your customer experience that your app is protected and secured. Now, if we see on the market, because luckily people and companies, they start to be aware that something has to be done, and then they look onto what should be done, and then some companies say, okay, I think it is safe, I will do it my way, and then of course there will be no impact on time to market of your application. So because you will hardly do anything, so that will not impact the time to market. It will not impact your app size, so speed will still be there, but of course, the compliances will not be met, and the protection will be bad. And a word on the compliance, we see more and more compliances coming along, PCI, PSD2. So these are just a few of the GDPR can also influence that, so that we see more and more international compliances coming along and imposing a stronger, imposing, it's not that strong yet, it's not a mandate, but they push strongly towards higher security and higher protection. Then a second type of products that you can find on the market are the wrappers. So there you can send your mobile app to a company who is then wrapping, as it says, a kind of a layer of protection around it. Of course, that will less impact the market than stronger protection solutions, because it's just a layer that you put around it. But of course, it will have some impact because it will be put around your application. So that's not, I would say, not very from a size, app size point of view, not so positive, and it will have an impact on the speed for the same reasons. And as it is just a thin layer, the impact on compliance will be better, of course, than not doing nothing, but you will still be very vulnerable to attacks. And also, let me say one word there is that you need to ship your full application to a third party who will then wrap something around it. Now, are you willing to do that? You have invested so much in that application, which is really key for your customer, for your future success, your revenue-wise as well. So that would you send them that full application to a third party for them to put a layer around it? I think it's very risky. And then we have solutions which are a bit more stronger. Let's say some solutions are protecting the app when it is stored in the store, in the store. Then so that's what we call static protection. And then you have also solutions who are protecting the app when it is downloaded and when it is used on a phone, an iPhone or a smartphone in general. And of course, that's what we call dynamic protection. Of course, these solutions are have an impact because they require a bit more configuration. They will also influence the size and the speed. But of course, your compliance will be, your impact on compliance will be better, and your protection will be higher. And then you have the combination, which is the strongest way to protect, is to combine these static and dynamic protection, so that you have a protection of the app when it is stored and protection of the application when it is running on devices. Of course, that has with the solutions which are generally available on the market, it has an impact on time to market, on size and on speed, but you will have a strong protection and you will be compliant. But there also, we at Guardsware, we say, okay, there is, in our opinion, no need to compromise. We think that you can go for a strong solution, and while not, let's say, compromising on your time to market, app size and app speed. And we think that our products are really meeting these requirements by, first of all, providing premium security. So by combining these, as I mentioned, static and dynamic protection, that will make it stronger, also by using different ways of protecting. Every new release has a different approach. So some things will be protected, will be hidden, will be transformed in a different way, so that there is no pattern hackers could analyze out of that. It is also agnostic, Android, iOS, and it is also in your hands. So it is a product which is shipped, and you can your company can implement what is needed, because of course there are a lot of features. Not everything is always needed. Then of course it's not by bringing more protection to the applications that it necessarily has to be bigger and slower. As you've seen in the beginning of the presentation, we have a long experience in making apps smaller and faster. And that's, of course, that technique will be even more relevant now that we add layers of protection. So even if by adding protection, you tend to increase the app and in size and decrease the app in speed, by using our techniques of optimization, we are very confident, and we can guarantee that your app will be faster and smaller. So that's while being very strongly protected. So that's really a very strong commitment that can be made. And then last but not least, it's you build it on your own terms. So if you are pressed by time, but you faced a pen test which was not successful, you need to do something to your app, but you are very tight by time. So by using our product, by having it in your control, you can decide what you are going to implement as a strong protection, and then you will probably first go for the remarks that came out of that report or that audit. Say, okay, that needs to be done, and then you will start by doing that, and then on the next release, when you have more time, or you can already prepare, what are the other topics you want to cover, the other protection features you want to use, because you always have to know that you have to be ahead of the hacking community. But that's something that you can do in a phase. You can plan it, you can organize it, so that it's all in your hands, and you can define your own priorities. So that, I think it's also very important that you have that opportunity in your hands to do yourself. So that's in a nutshell why we think at Guardsware there is no need to compromise, and you can go for a very strong protection, not impacting the size and the speed of your application, and do that at your own path, and following the internal policy that you have on security. So I think the app experience, as I've shown, the app experience overall is important, and that when the app is hit by fraud or by hacking, it's a very, very dangerous, and it will be very negative. The impact will be very negative, not only for fraud or revenue perspective, but also your reputation, and to have a peace of mind there, having knowing that there is strong protection available and that it will not impact that experience is I think very important to be at peace with the full development and to make sure that you will continue to be able to generate money and attract new customers and keep the existing customers for your application. So that's what I wanted to tell you about the mobile app protection and how it is impacting in a positive way the overall app experience. Thank you for your attention. So GuardSquare is the global reference in
Thank you, Jax. And with this, we have the end of our first session. And in the interest of time and as well as in the interest of the SOPs, the tea is going to be served in this hall. The sanitizers are on each table, which you can use. And I think it will be best that we can have tea and the refreshments, and then we can come back and sit on these tables. If somebody wants to remain in the hall, that's again most welcome. But the tea break is for 10 minutes so that we don't waste much time and you can have all your refreshments on the table as well. So ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the tea. A quick break. Thank you. And after the tea, we have very good presentations and panel discussions, perhaps which have not been discussed and presented anywhere else in Pakistan. So please join back us. Thank you. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. We are now starting the session after the tea break, and I would request those who are present in the tea hall to please resume their seats in the main hall. And the session that is next is by the company Trust Zone from UK. And the topic of the presentation is post-COVID threat landscape and its prevention. So this is a hot topic these days because the companies are working from homes. Staff is having issues meeting together physically in the same rooms. So, and the use of technology and digital medium have increased. So, with the increase in the utilization of technology platforms, the threats are also increasing, and these threats are a bit unique in the nature because of the fact that such pandemic has not been experienced recently in last few decades. So the presenter is Mr. Dow, who is the director with Trust Zone UK. So I welcome Mr. Dow to basically start his speech. If he online? Yes, he is. Do we have Mr. Dow?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dayo Adewoye. I'm a cybersecurity consultant with Trust Zone in the United Kingdom, and I'm here to talk about post-COVID threat landscape and its prevention. I'd like to thank the organizers of the CTI 2020 for this opportunity. Okay. So straight away, let's look at what we'll be discussing over the next couple of minutes. We'll be looking at the threat landscape, stats, general attack stats, 2020 top cyber threats. We'll be looking at two. So looking at this, looking at the screens we have a list of threat vectors over the last 5 years. And we can see how over the years, the same 8 attack vectors have been kind of like undulating, switching places between 1 and 8. And we'll see over the next few minutes whether that's a recurring theme or not. So we'll also be looking at how cyber threats have changed since the COVID pandemic, and how we defend against these threats. Okay. So, I mean, having a quick understanding, we start by talking about what these threats are pre-COVID and what they look like. And I think we have a clear picture of what drives security incidents and breaches, broadly speaking. This information that's being flagged right now is from the Ponemon Institute Cost of Data Breach Report 2020 and the Verizon Data Breach Investigation. Okay. When we think about threats to an organization, being insider, we're looking at employees either sending information to personal devices or their emails for either to work at home or for maybe they plan to retire, to resign, and they're sending things out. Or external threats could be a hacker or other criminal with malicious intent. How do we measure these threats? It's not exact science, but I mean, looking at the stats, we can see from what I have up there that we have 70% of these threats are perpetrated by external actors. So that means a big chunk, 30%, is still internal. That's a third of threats being internal. And I mean, that number is significant because we have employees who have access to lots of data for day-to-day work legitimately, and they're harder to detect. They're malicious. Yeah, we might have some controls, but that intent, as long as they have the intent, they can always do things that have a negative impact to your enterprise. In addition, for criminals, they love user credentials. They can buy and steal and bypass our controls. And that's why it's critically important that we reinforce the need for education within our enterprise, because it's, what happens is that either, unconsciously or not, insiders can actually lead to major compromise. Okay. So what's changed? On the previous slide, we spoke about life pre-COVID, but what's changed as a consequence of this? An obvious change and reason we're here, having this virtual conference, is global digital transformation, global digital transformation. Everyone has transitioned to some kind of remote working, and businesses have tweaked their ways of working. E-commerce was everywhere previously, but now more and more businesses have moved online. Staff have been cut, so there's quite a lot of strain on ways of working, and these are the kinds of things that malicious actors love, because they basically morph into the landscape as they work. Criminals, nothing's changed because criminals will always adapt to take advantage of happenings in the world. And we've seen that for many years. Criminals are good at being topical. For example, email phishing campaigns are sent off at specific times to coincide with specific events, so that they can theme those emails to what's going on, and it makes it easier for them to kind of like to draw in potential victims. So that might be something seasonal. It might be a charity appeal that links to a global incident. So for example, COVID now, there might be COVID emails talking about free testing, about government schemes, giving you funds, for COVID, for furloughs and things like that. And if you're thinking about your job, your health, you're more likely to click on that. And also with businesses going online, if they're being hit by a ransomware attack or DDoS attack, they're more likely to pay because of the fact that currently with COVID, that's essentially their only source of funds. Okay, so let's look at what the top threats to watch out for cloud and on-prem are. Number one, I would say, is phishing. And once again, that information is from the Verizon data report. We all know what phishing is. We've experienced it in one way or the other. And it's designed and targeted email masked as legitimate correspondence, essentially to try and socially engineer us into doing something we shouldn't. It's been around for a while. We've all experienced it in one way or the other. The good news, end users are getting used to identifying them today. Bad news is that malicious actors have upped their game and continue to do so, going after individuals and entire organizations, organizational units. And why they've been pretty successful, and we've seen that major companies around the world have suffered breaches because of phishing attacks. The phishing attack is always the tip of the spear in getting in there, and they continue to be successful because attackers are finding easy ways to obtain information and make attacks believable. So for example, social media is a big one. They just go in and scrape information about us, about friends, family, and use that to craft a believable email. And they'll spoof brands, they'll spoof your partners, and they'll use that to get you to click on a link, download an attachment, and run it. And with that, they're in. Data available to us says that up to 93% of breaches start with a phish, and due to success rate. And what's interesting now is that 94% of phishes now use files, not meets. Files are still used to harvest credentials, but it seems like they're focusing on files, and that is probably one of the biggest risks at this time. Whether it's an executable binary, whether it's a dropper file, or whether it's their JavaScript that you download, or you create exploits of vulnerability, launches PowerShell, to disrupt, to connect, get more payloads to disrupt your infrastructure. Okay, so they're becoming more believable because they could be tailored to specific targets, individuals or organizations. Okay. Now the next issue we'll be looking at, or the next The next threat will be credential theft. This is leading to account takeover. This is where invaders successfully log onto an organization impersonating a trusted employee. Often, most times than not, it involves lost or stolen credentials. And this goes back quite a while. You know, in the noughties, tech executives kept talking about passwords being dead. But if you look at it over the last couple of years, every year with all the money being spent on security tools and strengthening infrastructure, breaches keep piling up. Now, the results of those breaches, the username and passwords that have been stolen, they're all available on the dark web or underground forums. In fact, a CTI vendor was mentioning to me recently that they've got billions, that they've been able to scrape billions of these username and passwords in plain text from the dark web, free of charge, without even having to spend any Bitcoin or anything. So you can imagine if they were a well-funded organization, what they could have. And essentially, what's happening is that once they have these credentials, they leverage them to launch attacks against organizations and individuals using tactics like password spraying, and that's why they take the most common password and try them against specific accounts in organizations. And this is essentially successful because people tend to use weak passwords and we use them in different accounts. And that's why it's critical to have a password policy that not just alphanumeric, using special characters and things like that. Another thing they'll try and do is credential stuffing. Well, they'll know these are previous valid credentials, and they'll take that and try that against several other accounts, knowing that people essentially use their passwords. We've also seen that these attacks can bypass MFA, especially basically SMS-based MFA. Reddit was an example of how that was done, where the malicious attackers got credentials and also managed to fraudulently swap a user's SIM by calling customer service and social engineering someone to essentially, port the SIM card, the number that's that SIM card around, so that they could intercept the token. While MFA is positive, it's having strong authentication is always a good thing. The SMS approach has proved vulnerable. So if you would do that, I would recommend either using push or token-based. Obviously, depending on the financial status of your organization. I mean, those are harder. You need to steal the person's phone or a hardware token before you can actually compromise that. Okay, and this is also backed up by the Verizon report, which says about 70% of hacking breaches use stolen credentials. Okay. So what could we do to defend against these threats? Well, first things first is having a defense in-depth security strategy, because there is no single security service or tool that can be deployed against every single threat in the wild. So a layered security approach is always positive. Essentially, if one layer fails to detect one of these threats, the next layer is potentially able to provide that redundant security capability and reduce the risk of contagion. So for example, if you just have signature-based anti-malware tools, the average 0-day will bypass that. But if you have something that's more based around heuristics, than signature-based, it will provide you a bit more protection. Specific defensive tips, MFA, for example, for phishing, not just for privileged accounts, but also for all other accounts. I think it should be standard for everyone right now, especially with our remote working posture. It's recommended that we potentially use push-based or hardware rather than SMS-based because of the vulnerabilities. Phishing awareness training is big time, and it's ensured that we help our employees, identify phishing emails before the company becomes victims. And then for phishing also, DNS firewalling is another opportunity. of identifying threats before the user, after the user has clicked on a page, but before it's able to load. And also enabling, having a DMARC capability enabled for your email infrastructure. That's also a very good one to be able to provide you with authentication and authorization capabilities for your email. Last but not the least, looking at account takeover, once again, MFA, strong authentication will always be a plus for your security strategy, phishing awareness training, and also having, having advanced anti-malware capability is always a big plus, because also that helps you, forestall things like lateral movement in the event that something actually gets through. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I will stop here, and hopefully we can proceed and discuss in a bit more detail.
Thank you very much, Dav. And now we have a very good panel discussion where, in fact, depending on what the organizers plan to do, we might have some questions as well from the audience during the discussion or at the end of the discussion. But the topic is the same, which has just been presented, COVID threat landscape and its prevention. And to introduce or Dr. Shoaib Ahmed Khan, I was just telling him I've met him first time, but when I was doing masters in 2003, so we were supposed to attend a course on digital signal processing, and I was coming from a computer science background, and there were a few others like me in the same class, and we had not studied signals and systems, and our teacher at that time was more than 60 years old. So we had to rely on his video lectures. So the point which I want to make is that in 2003, it's now these days that people are going online and conducting the lectures and trainings and those online courses. In 2003, I studied or listened to his recorded lectures on DSP. So sir, thank you very much. And he is the moderator of today's session. Gigi, please. And so the panelists for this panel discussion are going to be Syed Ali Naqvi, who is a Senior Technical Information Security Officer at Habib Bank. He is joining us from Karachi. Do we have him already online? I hope so. And next is Mr. Jawad Khalid Mirza, Chief Information Security Officer of Askari Bank, a very seasoned and multi-dimensional person who has worked in Pakistan as well as outside Pakistan and in the government sector as well. With him we have Mr. Tawseef Aslam, Business Security Officer from Telenor Pakistan, who is also, mashallah, very competent person in this field. And he has just been looking after the emerging Asia cluster at Telenor as well. With them, we have Nabil Amjad, Head of Cloud Services from Jazz, recently joined Jazz from PTCL, so that's a very good thing. And in the end, we have one more remote participant, who is Amin Shokri from Turkey. He is from Kaspersky. He's joining us from Turkey. He is Senior Security Consultant. So do we have him online? Yes. Right. So Ali is also there and Amin is also there. So sir, Dr. Saab, please, mics hai. We need to give them mics. एक माइक मेरे ख्याल से रिसेप्शन डेस्क पे पड़ा हुआ था आगे ओके
अस्सलाम वालेकुम बिस्मिल्लाहिर्रहमानिर्रहीम अभी थोड़े से साल रह गए हैं जब somebody would be saying कि वो एक 60 years का teacher था. So I'm glad that I did something good in 2003 once we started a distance learning program in CASE, and I know many people getting benefit of that. और शक्ल से नहीं ज़्यादा लोग मेरी आवाज़ से पहचानते थे मुझे. जितनी देर में स्लाइड चल रही हैं तो I'll just the format I'm going to use is that I have a small presentation, maybe 5 minutes, so that we set the stage, and then we'll try to make it more interactive, or so that even you can ask questions, and mashallah, a young and very able panel. Slide changer है अगर मुझे मिल जाए तो. So ये मैंने कुछ कोविड की तस्वीर बनाई हुई है, like everything going down, and so it's the panel is about post-COVID cybersecurity threat landscape and its protection. आप change कर देंगे slide भाई. So these are young and very enthusiastic panelists who are all sitting here, and 3 of us are online. Next, please. So, and we know that coronavirus has impacted the world economy, but interestingly, it has boosted up the digital transformation. Next, please. So the recession, 40 million people filing unemployment in America, 80% people not coming for shopping. But on the other hand, अगली slide कीजिएगा. But then, interestingly, there are companies which are doing better than what they used to do, and these all are digital companies. And even Pakistani IT export has increased about 24%. So COVID has benefited, and we know why, because of the this forced, so to say, digital transformation. So increased digital transformation increases the need for cybersecurity and action. आगे चलिएगा. So I want, like, to you and for my own self, to have some outcomes to take away, and these are the takeaways that I'm planning to have, like post-COVID threat landscape. Perhaps we all know about that. Sharing expert views, like people sitting here on the पिछली slide कीजिएगा sir. About the protection strategies, and then listing recommendations to the relevant stakeholders. But most important is the recommendation for national level cybersecurity initiatives, and I was glad to listen to a presentation who was just telling us about the national cybersecurity policy, and especially for digital Pakistan, as we are moving towards digital Pakistan. अगर अगली slide है जल्दी से गुजार दें 4-5. So Pakistan going digital, Malaysia going digital, Indonesia going digital, Thailand going digital, Bangladesh going digital, Sri Lanka going digital, India going digital, and Dubai even 10x. So we also have a vision for Pakistan, and to catch up, we are saying AI-driven digital transformation. I am part of 3 task forces, and we have been drafting the strategies for Pakistan to move forward. Next कीजिएगा. And then we have, like this as we presented to the Prime Minister, Dr. Ataur Rahman. आगे चलिएगा. So many projects that actually, and this is the way to work with the government. Like if you have a concept, you need to develop projects, write PC ones, and then get them approved and then implement them. Otherwise, we'll just keep wasting our time in talking. So that's what we have been doing. आगे चलिएगा. So many projects which directly relates to digital transformation, but the most important is this one, which is AI-driven digital transformation. It's the 40 billion rupees project that we have crafted, and cyber security at the heart of it. Cybersecurity, national cloud, and national data regulatory authority. So many things. So we thought it through. Now that there are national challenges, and this is what we are inshallah going to implement in few years' time. आगे चलें. And so we got to be very careful, because we know we are 4th in the list of countries experience most cyber attacks. Yes, please. And this is a good project which we got it approved almost. It's a cyber security for digital Pakistan. We are setting aside phase 1, about 2 billion rupees for this, and we'll be implementing many things in this project. आगे चलें. So these are the different elements in the project, and where I would like people to give their input so that we can craft it even better. आगे. So this myself, आगे चलें. And the company I created many years back here, and more focus is about developing technologies for our mission critical systems, which are cyber security proof systems. We have our own routers, switches, our own protocols, our own encryption standards, red-black separation. So we are doing about $40 million worth of project currently in this year. Next. So my question one to our panelists is, COVID-19 has resulted into abrupt forced digital transformation where many are ill-prepared and exposed in cyberspace. Does the current cyber threat landscape has more actors and type of attacks, or it has just resulted into an increase in intensity of existing attacks by the same actors? तो क्या नए तरह के attacks आ गए हैं, नए तरह के actors हैं, या वही पुराने चेहरे हैं, लेकिन जिस तरह से कहा जाता है कि once everybody is in lockdown, but there are people who are open as cyber criminals. तो हम किसी भी ऑर्डर में चल सकते हैं सर. सो प्राइमरीली थ्रेट का लैंडस्केप थोड़ा सा बताइएगा, और इम्पॉर्टेंट ये है कि क्या नई चीज़ें इसके अंदर अब नज़र आ रही हैं हमें, जिसके लिए वी गॉट टू बी कॉशियस.
जी, थैंक डॉक्टर साहब. सो यस, कोविड-19 हैज़ accelerated the digital transformation, and then what is happening in Pakistan and around the world, that more and more industries are going digital. So we have never heard, I think 2 years ago, that small kids of grade 1 and 2 will go to classes. They are doing that. So that means there is a whole ecosystem that is behind this online classes. Independent personnel, especially small retailers, now they are trying to go online. We have seen in recent past, in the last 6 months, that people are taking medical advice online. It was very rare in Pakistan. So what all this means is that the attack surface is increased. And then that attack surface is increased, means there is a lot more potential for the attacker to take advantage. So I would say that this digital transformation has resulted in many new attacks. People can simply try to get data from the small kids, and how they use it, we cannot even see. We just, I think, got news on social media where US government was able to buy data of Muslims' location in US by buying data from Fair Act. So I don't think that many people have anticipated that even this can be used by military intelligence to track people around. So there are a lot of theories where this is happening now. So I would say that existing threat actors have accelerated their game, but then on top of it, there are not many opportunities for that, especially when it comes to data security, data privacy, which is not only cyber security, but they are that is also coming.
Good sir, thank you.
Let me add one thing for every opportunity comes up with every threat comes up with opportunities for criminals. This is an opportunity. We have witnessed as a financial institution more cyber crimes on or financial side. In the mobile apps, fake mobile apps are running on different Play stores, and more phishing attacks on from adversaries. But the thing is, the threat, this landscape has been overarched, but the techniques have been changed with respect to this COVID threat. I think we have to be, we have to take care, we have to apprise and aware our audience as well with upcoming this kind of techniques that industries are using. I think digital transformation has pedaled up much more things, but on the other hand, our security team need to be beefed up in organization and the countryside. I think we have to be much more aware by these industries.
My view on this is that it is actually a blend of both the questions that you posed. So not only the attack surfaces increase, the threat landscape naturally increases every time with multiple folds, but also the number of threat actors have increased because of the fair fact that the attack surface is now more bigger than what it used to be. And at the same time, a lot of industries which were not really on the radar or not actually seen as the potential, I would say, hosts to be attacked, they came into limelight as well. A case was mentioned around medical. So if you could see, during the COVID period, we saw a lot of attacks on the financial institution, but at the same time also on the medical infrastructure as well. COVID websites getting hacked and stuff like that. Apart from that, I will also take an enterprise view of this thing is that before COVID, essentially, your perimeter was limited to your office premises only. Now that perimeter has actually enhanced to moved on to your homes, schools, and your endpoints. So that not only again increases the attack surface, but also with that comes a lot of new tactics and techniques by which we are getting attacked if my data is being ciphered. So I would say it's a blend of both, and it's a blend of sophisticated blend. And another factor that has contributed to that is that now we're also watching and experiencing AI and machine learning based attacks. Those vectors have actually come into place a lot, which demands that our responses have to be aligned accordingly as well. It has to be an AI driven response to an automated attacks that we could not think as humans and we could not foresee as humans are coming to us, and we have to find ways to respond to them accordingly as well.
So our our online panelists, maybe from Turkey first, and then we'll go to the yeah.
Of course.
So Ali Saab, if you could please.
So basically, if you look at it, many of us have seen COVID as a virus outbreak maybe or pandemic. The another way of look at it is the COVID is a gateway to the future, and how the threat landscape basically is increasing, because the more you are going digital, that means the more you are exposed, publicly exposed, digitally exposed. That gives opportunities for all the hackers and the frauds out there globally, because this is a borderless crime. You don't need just people inside the country to do the crimes, first of all. So the more you go digital, we have seen the pace of e-commerce transactions be increased exponentially in Pakistan. And in addition to that, all the banking channels are basically going digital as well, which I believe, the motives of any basically hacker or fraudster is to get the data out of it, or either get the money out of it. So I think the threat landscape is going to go threefold. It's not just one-fold, threefold. And we should prepare ourselves, our institutions, our country for that. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Sir, Amin, if you would like to.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. So, from a security perspective, there has been market increase in attacks since the pandemic started, and those attacks have only begun. To follow social distancing guidelines, employees have been working remotely at home while this has been going on for a while now, and the companies have started exploring the options for and benefit of having remote works. But while this convenience is great for employees, it poses increased risk that cybersecurity professionals will need to deal with it. So if I want to just give you two examples about this and why we say that is market as increased attacks, just as an example, the fake pandemic map websites attempt to steal your sensitive data. This is just one of the numbers by hackers to lure people into false sense of security by creating websites that appear trustworthy, but which are ultimately intend to cause the harm. And of course, the phishing, the coronavirus phishing email, including malware, disguised as an attachment. A number of fake and highly targeted coronavirus phishing emails, where the attackers disguise themselves as an official organization, include the National Health Center or Centers of the Disaster Control and Prevention, and also World Health Organization have also been highlighted. So that's why from the security perspective, we can see these attacks increasing, and also they are using the different methods and different phishing methods to access your data, or at least gathering some information for starting the peer execution attack.
So the takeaway is like the threat surface and threat actors and so has increased threefold, and there are even more intelligent attacks. They are AI-based attack, which even will be difficult for people to perceive even. So for question number 2, as now we are finding out it is very scary for the digital transformation to happen. So keeping in perspective post-COVID cyber threat landscape, which has increased threefold, so to say, and our exposure, should we still go for Digital Pakistan? In many cases, we hardly have any choice of not working from home, as COVID-19 is reshaping our world potentially forever. Or shall we first draft our national cybersecurity policy and regulation and install established cybersecurity safeguards? This reminds me of a very senior person whom I was selling like digital transformation before COVID, and I was convincing him digitize or die. And he told me, Shoaib, it is not digitize or die, it is digitize and die. So my question to the panelist is it digitize or die versus digitize and die? What should we prefer? Should we first install all the safeguards, or we just go ahead? And somebody said, in this, you die several times, but the good thing is that you can again come alive and still doing your work. So in the same sequence?
I think we have to pedal up both simultaneously. I think this is not a choice. We have no time. I think COVID, this era has pedaled up these things. I think we have to be digitized and we have to equip ourselves simultaneously. Most of them belong to financial sector, and we are paddling up these things simultaneously, and we are not waiting for the national level response to come in. Actually, we have a regulator which is quite stringent on those controls and on those safeguards, and we actually can't move freely. Just other sectors are doing freely these things. I think we have to digitize and, or I think exclamation, not to die, but we have to do things simultaneously. I think there are much more seasoned persons which are doing their work at the national level, but I think at the national level, things are going straighten up.
That's a very interesting question. And in my view, so this is not an option. So we have to do both of them together. Digitization is a fast-moving bullet train, and if we have to secure it, so cybersecurity has to come at that pace, and then we have to deliver as a community, because this is not something that only government can do. So it's every one of us who has some knowledge and who feel responsibility. We all need to step up and we need to do it. So in my view, I don't think that we can even stop it, even if we try. So this is not an option, and this is not an option. This has never been an option. So you see, we started software development around 20 years ago. Security need was there, but even as of today, we see that most of the vulnerabilities are due to even your previous question. You were hitting that point. That there are more digital apps being developed, but they are not security enabled. So this has never happened in past. It will not happen in future as well. So the cybersecurity policy and the regulation, I think that we need to speed up, because if we will not, so consequences will be high. Only option that we have is if we will learn from the best practices, or we will try to reinvent the wheel, and threat actors will teach us. So that's the only option that I think we have.
Dr. Saab, it's a no-brainer. Do we want to digitize or not? We've seen, and we've seen that in your opening slides as well. The market cap of companies which were ready for digital channels grew like anything, and we also saw their revenues going up, and the adoption of digital channels grew. इसकी example एक cost से भी drive होती है. The cost of opening a digital account for a bank is probably around 24 rupees, whereas a cost of opening a normal account over the counter is around, maybe 200 rupees. So even from a cost perspective, it makes sense. So it has to happen. So it's a no-brainer. Can we, should we wait for an attack? Because attack has to happen. Ye hoga hi hoga, one way or the other. We can delay it. So uska tarika ye hai कि we should be ready in determine कि who would attack me, why would they want to attack me, what would they attack, how would they attack us, and uske per impact and consequences. That prepares us with this thing, and it has to go in parallel with whatever initiatives that we have to take. मेरा इसके ऊपर ये opinion है, and purely from a national level as well, I think it's an effort that has to go in parallel. We can't wait for one thing or the other. It's not like a chicken and egg situation. It has to be something that you do. And security perspectives, there is no point in time. So it has to be evolving all the time. It's just like an escalator going down and up, uski ulti taraf pe khade mein. So unless and until we sort of draw things in parallel, मेरे ख्याल से sustain करना मुल्क के लिए भी और हमारे अपने businesses के लिए भी मुश्किल हो जाएगा. That's my take on it.
Let me add one more thing over here. Ali will give some more details. Roshan digital account is one example of it. While Pakistanis are living abroad, they are opening their accounts digitally on digital channels in any form is a brilliant example of digitalization in Pakistan, and this is with safeguards that is putting by a regulator, which is much more keen. On the other hand, we have to have RDAs, much more RDAs coming in, and while taking care of security as well. I think Ali, being a consortium member, Ali, I think give more details on it. Thank you.
Ali, Mr. Ali, please. If you could, I think we have lost Mr. Ali to a cyber security threat, maybe.
Yeah. So, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Yeah.
So, regarding the Pakistan let me explain another perspective. For the past decade, focus on the power of technology to empower efficiency and drive innovation. For many, especially the older and more established business, it was an evolution from the uncertainty to undeniability. Then the division caused by the global pandemic hit, and the digital agenda accelerated in a few short months and even weeks. So, remote medical diagnosis and contact tracing and contactless commerce and cashless payment, video meetings and remote work. It's hard to imagine how people and organizations would have responded to this pandemic a decade ago. Technology is helping save lives, helping businesses save growth, and keeping people contact and active. Today, forward-thinking enterprise are already digital to the core, and those that aren't fully big. So advancement in the technologies such as cloud, mobile, virtual reality, blockchain, machine learning, data science are competing, and the more we will continue to reshape how we work and live. But this comes at a very huge risk. The other major change the technology has brought us a constant threat of the damage from the cybercrime without paying the right level of attention to cybersecurity. Digital ability can expose more interface to these threats. So digitalization is something we cannot control it. It's happening. And the only thing that we can do is address it and fight it. But moreover, we have to be careful how we are doing it, because the criminals are always waiting for is exposed. They are waiting for it. To use this opportunity to use it to exploit something on a company. So yes, it is something that we should be happy.
Thank you, thank you. Mr. Ali is back online, so.
Yeah, apologies. Just wanted to say two quick things. If we want to be a part of digital globalization, there is no going back. We have to be there. All we can do is embed the
We again lost him, and so all these young people's they want digitize and die option of my question. And let me give you a very quick example. Yesterday I was in a panel, another panel, which was selecting vice chancellors for KPK, and we had about 120 candidates, and we made, we evaluated them, 5 of us, and we gave them marks, and then that list was on the internet. Okay, and the bad thing was, like, beside few names, it was also written that there is a JIT, there is an inquiry against this person on this, and everybody was mad on this. And then we decided that instead of doing it digital, we'll do it on paper, the final 8 that we selected for 8 universities of KPK. So this is an example. And what is happening in Pakistan, people have stopped using smartphones. You cannot take smartphone to any, important building or organization. First they said you bring a simple phone, and now they will not allow you even to bring a simple phone. So people are really threatened. They would rather do no digitization, but they don't want these things to happen, attacks to happen. So I have a very different perspective and view. And my view is that at least we got to classify it, characterize that, okay, these are the things we can afford cyber threats and cyber attacks on these type of application and information. But then there is information where you got to make sure that your safeguards are in place, and only then you digitize. So this was my perspective, which is, yes, Mr. Ali is back. And so I need to change my slide. Can you please change? दोबारा कीजिएगा. Change the slide, please. Okay, question number 3. Yes. देखते हैं क्या question आने वाला है. Okay, so this, I think we can quickly go over this because there was a good presentation. What should be our national strategy for cybersecurity and how to take immediate safeguards. Just say, okay, we don't have to wait. If we are digitizing, at least we have to some safeguards through regulation, through policy. So what should be those safeguards? Jawad sir.
I think first of all we need, हम policy की तो बात कर रहे हैं, but उससे पहले we have to have a national strategy on cybersecurity which reflects top concern, is a top concern from the premier side. We have, हम quite savvy हैं, हम security पे काम करना चाहते हैं, हम अपनी nation को save करना चाहते हैं. We have to come up with a strategy first. After that, आपने पॉलिसी ड्राफ्ट करनी है, आपने रेगुलेशन ड्राफ्ट करने हैं, आपने लॉज ड्राफ्ट करने हैं, उसके बाद वो सारी चीज़ें आ जाएंगी. ऑन दिस स्ट्रैटेजी पार्ट ITU के काफ़ी उन्होंने पूरा चॉक डाउन किया हुआ है कि इन एरियाज़ के अंदर आप काम करेंगे तो आपकी जो नंबरिंग है, इंडेक्स है, साइबर इंडेक्स है, करंटली वी आर 2018 के इंडेक्स में वी आर एट 92 नंबर, इंडियंस आर एट 67th नंबर. बट उसमें एक मेन ग्रिड है जिसमें वो दे आर टॉकिंग अबाउट वी हैव टू हैव अ नेशनल स्ट्रेटजी फॉर साइबर सिक्योरिटी ऑन द फर्स्ट स्टेज. Rather, we are policy is the first element as well, but we have to set a stage for strategy as well, right? Then strategy shows your commitment as a nation towards this challenge. I think with that sponsorship, everything comes behind it. I think a tone at the top needs to be addressed here first. This is my take.
Yeah, Dr. So your questions are very interesting. So to respond this, I will say that cybersecurity is not something superficial that is coming from side. So what is actually happening that we have an infrastructure, and then we have to put some basic security hygiene onto it. And why we have all of this challenge that we are discussing, that there is a lack of discipline in that technology and IT or whatever infrastructure we have. So very first thing is that we as a nation and we as a community should first act on that. And then cybersecurity can come and maybe do some topping on top of it to give us protection from the threats we have. So I have attended a couple of such sessions, and the key takeaway from those is that we don't know ourselves, we don't know our infrastructure well, we don't maintain the basic hygiene, just leave security. And that's why that these security challenges have started to happen. So there are two parts of it. So we have to take some action at the national level. We have to have some law and strategy. We have to have some good initiatives, as you just displayed us in the form of project. But on top of it, we as a community should do that. Even if you do everything that you have said, you multiply it 3-4 times. But if there is a digital app where you have 50 million customers, and that app is hosted on a weak infrastructure with weak security, and it leaks data to some adversary, then you can't do anything. So this digital is making it super difficult because it's a full meshed stuff. So we have to see the holistic view of it. Yes, strategy and all those things are important. Regulations should come so that everything that we do in Pakistan, so there are some basic principles and fundamentals that we follow. So I think this is a much bigger game, but yes, we need that, and the fundamentals are very important that we should adhere. One thing, even from the today as a presentation and slides that I've seen, sometimes we make it super complicated. We try to do so many things, but the need of the hour is that we fix the basic first. So we need to fix some basic principles, both in technology and security domain, and then we build on it gradually. This will never happen in 1-2 years. So this is a long journey. It may take maybe 10-20 years, but we have to start. If we will not start with the right basics, it will not happen. Thank you.
Sir, I'll start with, before answering this question, I'll go back to your example that you gave about the Vice Chancellor's list getting leaked onto the social media or over the internet. I believe this is primarily, in most likely case, a case of insider threat that we generally do not really talk about. So it's not about primarily the devices, the software and the appliances. It is about behaviors as well, जो कि हम ignore करते हैं. Generally humans हैं हम लोग. And जो सगीर मुक्ती साहब ने भी अपनी presentation में शुरू में कहा कि it starts with one's own self, कि आप cyber hygiene इंसानों से start होती है. So I think human element has to be there. I'll talk about the second part of how to take immediate safeguards first. मेरे ख्याल से our approach should be just like defending a fort from a zombie apocalypse. That's our way, that should be our way of approaching this thing. So when you are doing that, तो आप 4 basic चीज़ें करते हैं. One is you set up a defensible infrastructure. Fort के गिर्द आप दीवारें ऊंची बनाते हैं, खारदार तारें लगाते हैं. उसका दूसरा element है situational awareness, to see tools जिसके through you can see who is attacking me, कौन कहाँ से आ रहा है, अंदर से कौन बाहर जा रहा है और बाहर से कौन अंदर आ रहा है. इसका तीसरा element है operational effectiveness, which comes around के you know when this panic happens, who does what, कौन क्या करेगा, ये determination बहुत ज़रूरी है. And end पे do we have enough ammunition to do a countermeasure, क्या हम उनको respond कर सकते हैं कि नहीं कर सकते. On the first part of the question, I think we should start focusing on the inclusion first, inclusion of multiple stakeholders, people who are also at the forefront of defending our assets. और ये industry wide है, it has to be from every industry in every nook and corner of our country, जिसमें academia भी involved है, students भी involved होंगे, people like yourself, and people from various industries, telco, financial, retail, manufacturing, OT, for that matter, or so, which is very important as well. And now we'll see critical infrastructure के ऊपर भी attacks होंगे as and when we digitize. That's my take on it. Thank you.
If यहाँ पे मैं थोड़ा सा add कर दूँ जो नबील बता रहे थे, but comes cyber, it comes on. मतलब cyber is a reality. बाहर क्या हो रहा है आपको वो cyber से ही पता चलेगा. But it's a mislead. पहले भी एक discussion हो रही थी about information and cyber thing. These both things have thin line, but there are difference as well. आप cyber को nullify करके information security पे नहीं आ सकते. Information security deals with your internal assets. बाहर क्या हो रहा है आपके बारे में you never know. आपको साइबर स्पेस के अंदर जो आपको एक रिफ्लेक्शन मिलती है बीइंग इन डार्क वेब एंड डीप वेब एंड दीज थिंग्स डिड कम टू द साइबर थिंग और इट्स सब वाइड सब्जेक्ट नाउ. I think this is my take on this.
Okay, I think Mr. Ali is back online. Mr. Ali.
Sorry, apologies.
Mr. Ali, should I repeat my question?
Yes, please. Sorry.
Okay, question is what should be our national strategy for cybersecurity and the important part is how to take immediate safeguards.
See, the way I feel it, like looking from the country perspective, I think we need to first of all classify our assets, our organizations, which are critical to the country. Yes, there have been there have been attacks on the institutions individually, but if anything, like we have witnessed the cyber attacks like Estonia. We have seen many threat actors basically who are state sponsors. They are actually attacking the national infrastructure as well. So I believe this is a time where we need to classify which are the critical infrastructure to our country first, and let's prioritize them. Let's protect them, because any state-sponsored attack, any huge attack on them means there is a huge reputation, and you understand that IMF has got the cyber security index rating of the country as well. So let's protect those infrastructure first, and then again we can always put the frameworks in for all institutions and all regulators like SCCP, SBP, and other regulators to follow those instructions as well. But a framework and a classifications of your national assets has to be there.
Mr. Amin, if you're still online.
Yes,
sir.
So, using the safeguard in a right way for the national security, or let's say national OC, is kind of challenging for every country, not only for Pakistan. But there is a lot of things that you will face, like regulation or compliance or whatever. One very important thing here is, which without that, all the compliance, everything will be useless, fully useless, and it is intelligence. If you want to build a safeguard for every company in a national level, you need intelligence. You need a very rich intelligence. This intelligence should be include every updated threat information, especially including the APT's actors information. So it's better to, before starting to building the safeguard, it's better to think about how we can gather this intelligence, how we can use intelligence in a right way to build our safeguards. Because we create a safeguard against APTs, not normal malwares. You know what I mean? We are trying to protect our country, protect our entity against very high level and sophisticated attacks. So it's very important to have very, very rich intelligence to build our safeguard in a right way and can use and useful for us. It is my opinion for you.
Very, very good takeaway. So what we are saying, don't try to do everything at the same time. Don't make this problem very complex problem to solve. And I think our cyber security policy should also be in phases, like put the basics in place and making sure that your basics are in place and then start building over it. So I think very good suggestion, and this is where I tend to agree with the panelists. So here comes question number 4. And it is, as many states, including our adversaries, are involved in cyber attacks or cyber warfare, should we also have a defensive offensive strategy? Or rather, we should only be concerned safeguarding our own digital frontiers? क्या हमें भी एक पूरी वो cyber force जो कि, there may be some elements of information operations, but should we intensify that or सिर्फ अपने आप को बचाते ही रहें हम?
I am reading a book from Bruce Schneier, Data and Goliath. Let me name that book as well. उसमें I narrate myself like this कि आपको एक चौधरी select करना है आप दुनिया में. either to go with the one Chaudhary, either go with second Chaudhary, right? So I think aap akele as a Pakistan with our physical presence in the map is concerned, we have to select one Chaudhary, right? Either to go with China, either to go with America. We have to see where our interests are going, right? I think there's no choice as a nation. From your previous question, we have to strategize ourselves first. कि cyber security हमारी prime importance है भी कि नहीं, right? Let me give you another example. मैं कई जगह भी quote भी करता हूँ. Another book, The Dawn of Cold War, John P. Carling की book. उसमें he narrated the economy built by China in past 20 years is on the base of cybersecurity. They hack into the systems at European side, intellectual property, उन्होंने acquire की from America side. Now they build their economy on this thing. आप China के point of view से कह सकते हैं कि they are nationalists and patriots, but American side से you heard it from Trump or Obama. They are having a name and shame kind of thing. They are now pointing out that North Korea is doing this and China is doing this and Russia is not doing this and Falana is doing this. I think we have to have a keen importance on this field. I think previously मैं तो इस field को लेता हूँ, this is a field of national importance.
Just take yes or no because say we need to finish it. So yes or no?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Most very briefly, there is no defense without offense.
Good. Okay, attack.
Luck favors the bold and the prepared. I think it has to be offensive.
Okay, offensive. We're saying let's not forget about defensive. Let's go offensive. Elisa. He's saying no, defensive. Mr. Amin.
Yes.
Yes, he's saying offensive. Very good. So, so offensive is no choice. So, almost the end. But as we know that there are. I'm sorry, it's question number 5. Pata lag gaya, you know, there are state-sponsored cyber attacks. So how can we trust on softwares and tools which we are buying from Western world? Because we know that there's state-sponsored attack. तो मैं सिर्फ एंड करूँगा ये गालिब के शेर के साथ कि कर्ज की पीते थे मैं, लेकिन समझते थे कि हाँ रंग लावेगी हमारी फाका मस्ती एक दिन. So you got to go indigenous, we got to develop our own solutions, defensive or offensive, it got to be ours. And I'll not take this question to the panelists because we have to finish it. I'm sorry. जी कुछ ऐड करें.
Just sharing some more details with Dr. Rafi. अब indigenization की तरफ Pakistan is heading towards, right? Research के ऊपर काम हो रहा है. Industry is gearing up with academia. Now HEC is gearing up as well, and they have announced a funding for cybersecurity space. I think हम थोड़ा सा पीछे हैं, but not so far. I think we catch up.
That's the one just thing. Yes, I agree with this thing, but then we can't build everything that world has built. So we have to go with a hybrid approach. We should start doing it, and then we can make a mix of technologies. So Russian threats can be easily detected by American devices, and then so on. So you can build on it. So I will not go into detail because we are short of time, but there are a lot of things that we can do.
Doctor, one more thing. मैंने अभी पहले example दी थी चाइना की. अगर चाइना पहले ही सारी चीज़ें अमेरिकन से जो इंटेलेक्चुअल इन्वेस्ट किया, अगर वो चीज़ें वो दोबारा से शुरू कर देते हैं तो वो आज यहाँ आते हैं. Fortune 500 के अंदर there are 129 companies that is listed on Fortune 500. Rather, Americans have 121 companies on Fortune 500. उन्होंने वो intellectual build किया है on Americans things. I think there is no time. We have to move forward.
Thank you very much. I would have loved to take questions from the audience, लेकिन टाइम पूरा हो गया है, आगे चलना है इस सिलसिले में, तो बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आप सब लोगों का. I think let's put a big clap for the panelists. और
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you very much for a lovely panel discussion. And Dr. Shoaib सिर्फ पढ़ाते नहीं हैं. They have developed many commercial products, and those commercial products have won awards nationally. There is Pasha Annual Awards. So the products which have been developed under his leadership have won those awards, and those are commercially deployed. So it's good to have him with us today. And Faisal Rahim was just asking me that why did you not introduce him ever before, and somebody else basically. So I told him that I met him first time physically. Anyways, moving forward, we have a presentation by yet another very competent and locally developed talent. The speaker, Mr. Jamal Khan, is a graduate from Usman Institute of Technology in Karachi, and he has a company which he does not want to name it here, but that company has got few hundred employees in Pakistan, and they have been serving mostly in the government sector as well as outside Pakistan. So it's good to have him here, and he is the founding chair of AMSAT, and he is a senior executive at Fortune 1000 company as well. And he is going to talk about addressing threats, challenges and opportunities through the development of a national cybersecurity ecosystem. So we have people like him who have developed and who have been there and done that, and it's good to have him speaking here. And inshallah ta'ala, in next upcoming sessions we will have him physically present here. Currently he is in the US. So is he available online to? Yes, Jamal Khan? Okay.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here with all of you today to cover a topic that is particularly interesting to me and something I've been working on and have worked in the past many years. And that's the topic of building out a comprehensive national cybersecurity framework. What that entails in terms of its constituent parts and how those parts help address threats and challenges that any nation state needs to contend with, and what are some of the opportunities that come with developing such a framework. So I know there's very little time today. I, again, also want to thank Total Communications for inviting me at this session. So we will jump right in to this session. Again, so my name is Jamal Khan. I am today representing AMSAT. I was asked by AMSAT, where I'm a board member, to come and speak to all of you about this particular topic, and coming in that capacity to you all to again talk about national cybersecurity frameworks and what they represent. So with that, let's jump right in. So whenever someone asks me about, what are the different constituent parts of a national cybersecurity framework, it's a pretty broad question. And I think as I was having a conversation with the folks at Total Communications who've set this event up, and finding out that you kind of have only 15 minutes to speak to a topic where each one of these 6 points that I've highlighted can potentially take a day to sort of really delve into. It's a pretty significant challenge for me to get through this presentation in 15-20 minutes, but we'll certainly do that. At the most basic level, a national cybersecurity framework should have these 6 parts. One is the private sector and what that represents and how it goes about building out security products and services, how they consume security products and services, what they do in order to protect, shape, and manage their threat landscape. Then the point number 2 and 3 are often sort of intersposed in the way where, depending on which nation state you are, you will either have a public sector which is very distinct and entirely operated as a government entity, or you'll have a public sector that speaks to utilities and utility companies, electrical companies, water power distribution companies that, though provide a public service, are still somewhat quasi-independent. So I wanted to make that distinction here because the government sector, which is point number 3 here, is very distinct. These are the government services that are provided to the citizenry. They represent a whole broad set of government departments and ministries and have their own infrastructure, their own systems often, and have their own inherent unique threat challenges. Point number 4 is national law enforcement, often driven by localized law enforcement challenges as they relate to the cyber domain. And a clear case and example would be a Department of Justice or FBI in the US, or other sort of entities like the FIA and others, if they're in other geographies. And then 5 and 6 straddle what we call the MilSec space. This is generally driven by the C4ISR efforts, and are hyper-focused in that vertical, which is the military space. Again, there's some overlap as it straddles outside of the MIL space because threat actors, when they do engage nation states, will impact public sector environments like power distribution and water management systems. And so you will see now more MilSec ingress into sort of what would otherwise historically be a private sector or public sector space. And then last but not least is the information collection analysis, which is the intelligence domain. Now, one part that I often like to express is that though each of these areas are very distinct, they all represent an opportunity whereby information extracted or generated by these individual silos can be fused together for analysis. And in those geographies or countries that have really sophisticated programs around national cybersecurity framework, you will see that they do a really good job in building fusion centers or coordination centers that bring information from these distinct areas and have the ability to sort of combine them, analyze them, and then be able to affect cyber management in a much better way. Another part of cybersecurity framework from a national perspective is the importance of localization. You cannot outsource your security to another country or another third party, so you've got to be able to build your local capacity and capabilities. Localization in each of these areas is significantly important. And so what that essentially means is capacity building. You ask any cybersecurity practitioner and they'll say, well, tools and systems and infrastructure are important, but never at the expense of having really world-class expert individuals who can run those tool systems for you. So I would always make the argument that capacity building is one of the core tenets, and that is human resources. How do you develop that through research and development? How do you develop that through alliances and relationships with academia, the university environment, as well as the private sector environment? So building that capacity of human resources that you can leverage in each of these 6 areas is an essential underpinning of building a comprehensive and a sophisticated national cybersecurity framework. Beyond that, the international regional alliances, absolutely important, gives you the ability to interact with world leaders in this space. It gives you the ability to gain access to a tremendous knowledge base, and also can be operationally useful in a lot of these different areas. So though they're not a substitute for the localization need of having localized resources that are highly capable, having international and regional alliances, I think, is also a very significant area when you're looking at building out a national cybersecurity capability. Public-private sector alliances, and this is again how governments and private sector work together for a common purpose, both in terms of legal and policy development, but also in terms of implementation, services consumption, and product consumption. Those alliances are very important, and you see that in any geography that has a sophisticated national cybersecurity ecosystem. The public-private sector alliances are pretty meaningful and deep. And then last but not least, how do you take these 6 elements that I've shared and how do you enable and build partnership with the cybersecurity industry as a whole? And that thereby giving you the ability to have a trusted supplier network, and that trusted supplier network that has the ability to really, over a period of time, develop institutional knowledge and be able to solve and mitigate your challenges and risks over the long term. Because this is not a one and done sort of an effort. This is truly an organic, almost a living ecosystem that needs to be fed, developed, and nurtured over a long period of time. And encompassing all of these parts is a legal and policy framework. Out of these relationships, these individualized, localized silos that we talk about, whether it's private sector, public sector, there is a broad spectrum of policies and legal doctrines that come out that help govern, manage, and drive evolution, control, manage all of the interaction, as well as interaction as it relates to the impact on issues like privacy and issues like citizens' rights. So having a robust legal and policy framework that helps guide is also a very significant element of the overall development of a cybersecurity ecosystem, especially around nation-state entities. Now, what I wanted to do was quickly run through and share with you what is the underlying spectrum that a national cybersecurity environment operates within. I got this graphic from Cyber Intelligence Analysis by Sean Riley. I think it really cleanly lays out sort of the different layers. And we'll get into some of these layers in a little bit more detail, but you can, for those of you who know the OSI model and have done or are strong in networking, we'll see that anything from layer 1 through 7 is essentially our OSI model. But starting from 0, geography, what are the geographical locations, what are the dependencies, and straddling into the physical layer, where are the dark fibers, where are the big internet connectivity bandwidth and backbones, where are the cables, the hardware. So 0 and 1, essentially your physical layer and your geographical layer. And then straddling from 2 all the way up to 7, you've got the data network transport session and presentation and application layer. And essentially, what this means is, your messaging, your data streams, whether they're video, audio, voice, your segments or datagrams, your packets and your frames. The core construct on how information flows on the internet and its associated protocols from TCP, UDP, all the way up to the more application-based protocols like SSH, Telnet, HTTP, and so on and so forth. So this is sort of the meat and potatoes of what we call IP level or TCP IP level data security or networking security. And I think most of you who are security practitioners would understand this space. And this space straddles, again, portion of it is infrastructure, especially the physical and the data link side, and then moving into the network, as well as host and application areas of security threat surfaces. And then beyond that, everything above 8, you've got the machine language, you've got the operating systems, you've got the applications. These are software applications like your browsers and others. You've got persona-based environments, and this is now where you're taking all of the data set as it relates to everything everything north of geographic all the way up to persona, and that could include applications, operating systems, and then being able to build individual identities that consume or that propagate data against those OSI models, and that's the persona approach. And then moving on, people, organization, and government. So that straddles your application security, your identity, your personnel, your organizational security, and then last but not least, the governmental security around cyber laws, policies, frameworks, agreements that you might have. So this is representative of the broad spectrum that come into play whenever we're looking at building out a national cybersecurity ecosystem. Now, just a few examples on some of the attack vectors or attack paradigms that are employed. We're using sort of the CPAC or what we call a KPAC IDs. KPAC IDs being the Common Attack Pattern Enumeration Classification, something that was developed by MITRE, which is the MIT research establishment. We'll talk about MITRE in just a little bit. But here's an example. Let's just look at the bottom right example. Everything from social information gathering via dumpster diving or social interaction, what's called social engineering, via pretexting, pretexting again via tech support or delivery person, that's again a part of social engineering, to physical theft, to bypassing physical locks, to creating magnetic stripe cards, or strip cards that are similar to the systems that you're trying to compromise, physical destruction of device or components, and so on and so forth. And then moving into the OSI layer, you're looking at the ICMP fingerprinting, the SYNAC for those of you who've done a lot of the what we call OS fingerprinting to network layers, transport layers, and application layers, scanning for vulnerable software, and so on and so forth. Those are sort of generally the attack surfaces within this space. And then moving into layers 8 through 11, identity spoofing, and so on and so forth. So I won't get into too much detail here because this can, again, take a considerable amount of time, but it also begins to start showing you that the spectrum graph that I shown you from Sean Riley early on is such a rich part to start your overall sort of view on the broad spectrum of the ecosystem that represents an attack surface for any national environment. Now, 3 areas I think I'm going to focus in again on is the philosophy of localization. I'm going to stress that point again and again. It's exceedingly important for you to build capabilities and capacities locally. You cannot outsource or provide another third party that's not within your domain or span of control to be able to sort of manage your security in any meaningful way. Relationships and alliances, and capacity development, industry and research. And towards that end, here are 2 examples I love to show. One is, showing you on the left side is the Singaporean cybersecurity startup map. And it may be a little bit dated, but it again is representative of an ecosystem that has the vibrancy that can drive this richness of innovation. For a relatively small entity or nation state or city state like Singapore, you can see that the breadth of their knowledge economy is so significant that it has the ability to create and nurture this level of cybersecurity related innovation. And on the right side, you see more of the US-based environment as it relates to, the broad spectrum of service providers and product manufacturers that help develop that capacity that we talk about. Without having this core infrastructure in play, it is exceedingly difficult for nation states to develop any meaningful, long-term, and ever-growing and evolving and iterating cybersecurity framework. I did mention the legal, regulatory, policy, and compliance. Just quickly representing for you just some pictographic examples of, on the top left, the European cybersecurity technical ecosystem, and then you also on the right side see more of the US-based cybersecurity ecosystem. And each of the circles represent individual organizations, groups, fusion centers, collaboration groups that have a tremendous amount of interworking and knowledge transfer and correlating of information, all of which lends to and leads to a regulatory policy, compliance, and legal framework that enables interworking of service providers, interworking of software, cybersecurity development companies, and just makes that ecosystem far more robust and mature. That enables you to do all of the capacity development and innovation that I've already talked about. I'll share with you just one simple example, and it's not so simple, but one really compelling example, which is MITRE, M-I-T-R-E, which stands for the MIT's research establishment. For those of you who don't know much about MITRE, MITRE came out of a project out of MIT, out of the Lincoln Labs, and it was a project that I believe was in 1958 that catered to the need for the United States Air Force to correlate telemetry data from multiple radars and bring that into some sort of a unified form that gave them good situational awareness on the airspace in North America. Eventually, this project, which was called SAGE, became part of NORAD, and SAGE means SAGE stands for semi-automatic ground environment. And the reason why I say that is, though the genesis of this project was very much clearly cyber related, and you can make an argument in 1958, the TCP/IP network wasn't around, and so interconnectivity was less of a challenge. But the point I'm trying to make is that a DoD, in this case, a U.S. Air Force initiated effort spawned off this organization, which is now a non-profit organization called MITRE, that is fundamentally responsible for such incredible innovation in the space of cybersecurity, where they're building out these core frameworks upon which how the entire global cybersecurity ecosystem operates. So, for example, the environment that I just showed you, the CAPAC, which is the Common Attack Pattern Enumeration, the CVEs. Most of you as security practitioners are often very comfortable and familiar with what CVEs are. These are the common vulnerabilities and exposure standards, and that enables meaningful data exchange between security practitioners. And then you've got the CWE, which is the common weakness enumeration. So all of these standards come out of MITRE's desire to build a taxonomy around their data structure that enables interworking of different groups in a sort of a common language format. But MITRE doesn't end there. So MITRE's also sponsored and works in a whole broad spectrum of areas. So here's an example. In the Department of Defense, they run the National Security Engineering Center. For Federal Aviation, FAA, they are the Center for Advanced Aviation Systems Development. For IRS and the Department of Veteran Affairs, they're developing the Enterprise Modernization Center. For Homeland Security, again, Security Systems Engineering and Development Institute. For the Judiciary, it builds Judiciary Engineering and Modernization Centers, and so on and so forth. So again, a simple example of how that alliance, where you essentially took a need on the part of the MilSec space and you drove that into a quasi public-private organization, which is a non-profit MITRE organization, coming out of academia, in this case MIT's Lincoln Labs, and then giving birth to so much innovation in this space, is a perfect example of how a compelling national ecosystem thrives, builds, and constantly creates this energy. And for any nation state or any entity that wants to build a similar capability, they have to look at building out this ecosystem, which is, to be honest, in all honesty, is not an easy undertaking, but something that one should always be looking at. And sort of the last sort of meaningful slide, and I know we're sort of run out of time, is just to give you a sense of, and I'm not going to get into each and every one of these areas like the US Cyber Command and some of the other areas, DC3s or the US CERT, but here in the slide you can see there are boxes that I've put in green, and what this speaks to is the fusion and analysis coordination that is happening between these what are otherwise siloed entities. And every entity has its functional area, and that functional area is often distinct and unique, and rightfully should be. So, for example, maybe the FBI is working on certain information that is inherently unique to FBI. It does not necessarily need to share that across multiple agencies. But there is certainly information and data that is significantly important and perhaps useful for other intelligence communities, military communities, or quasi-public and private communities. And so how do these entities enable this information sharing in a manner that is secure, in a manner where there's cross-functional communication that makes sense, and in a manner where analysis can extract greater value? And these fusion centers, at least in the US, actually enable that to happen. And I think a lot of these fusion centers came into play after 9/11, because one of the lessons learned from 9/11 was the lack of communication between interdepartmental organizations. So I think it's very important for any national entity or state that's thinking of building out a comprehensive ecosystem is to look at how to develop information fusion and analysis, because that in itself brings a greater level of richness to the overall environment. So, today we covered the framework in really quick terms. We showed you this spectrum, which I almost call the foundational layer. Talked about philosophy of localization, the importance of relationships, the capacity development, industry and research, and then ended with the last slide, the importance of collaboration, or what we call coordination, fusion, analysis. As I mentioned, this topic in itself can be a multi-day topic. I've given talks on these subjects, and they often can take a whole full day. One area can. So certainly we're not going to do it justice in the 15-20 minutes that we have. Hopefully this has been somewhat informative, especially to policymakers, legislators, and those who are in any of those 6 rungs that I talked about: the public, private, government, MilSec space, intelligence space. that this can start to get you to start thinking in terms of what are some of the foundational elements that are required in building out a truly collaborative national ecosystem for cybersecurity that can help you truly solve the challenges and manage the threats that nation states are becoming more and more, unfortunately, susceptible to. So with that, I'll just say, passing thoughts, any Q&A, please feel free to reach out through Total Communications to myself or any of the representatives of AMSAT that are on site. And I'm sure they'll be able to help you understand AMSAT a little bit more, but also be able to address any of your questions that you might have. So with that, I want to really appreciate Total Communications again for inviting me to give this quick talk, and hopefully you all found it informative. And I look forward next time perhaps to have a more face-to-face post-COVID interaction with most of you. So all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, Jamal, for giving a very well-thought presentation. Actually, you tried to cover lots of areas within this topic. At least we exactly know that what does it entail. Next, we have a bit of another aspect from cybersecurity, which is legal aspect. What type of statutes and legislation is required at the national level? And for doing this, we have a legal expert, a barrister, Ms. Jannat Kalyar. She is also a member of the Advisory Committee on Cyber Security, Information Security with the Ministry of IT and Telecom, and the topic is the legal roadmap for information security in Pakistan. Please join your hands together for her. I guess she has come from Lahore to give a physical presentation here.
Thank you very much for the introduction, and I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to contribute to the larger discourse on cyber and information security and how there's a need for more robust protections and safeguards. And I also think that this event is very timely because this year we've seen a record increase in the number of cyber complaints received by the FIA. And also because of the outbreak of COVID in Pakistan, and that has also sort of accelerated the process of digitization, and it has obviously forced us to be online, and all the things that we were doing offline previously are being done online now, and it has obviously exposed us to considerable security risks and threats, and that has already been addressed before. Other than that, this year is also very important because the third iteration of the Personal Data Protection Bill was proposed by the Ministry of IT, and a set of rules were recently notified by the federal government that basically they govern content regulation and the role of PTA in content regulation, and what basically social media companies, the role they need to play, and the penalties that they have sort of introduced in those rules. While there have been certain developments, legal developments this year, however, what we need to consider is that did these developments, or does the existing cyber legal landscape that we have, how does it affect the ecosystem that companies and businesses operate in? And is it favorable for local companies, or is it conducive enough to bring local and foreign investment? Unfortunately, the answer is no, because there are a lot of problems with our laws. For one, there's inconsistency. And while I do agree that we have, wide-ranging laws, but they are interrelated, but they're distinct in the sense that each law sort of addresses a specific form of information security issue. For example, if we take intellectual property law as an example, so it could be said that it is a form of privacy law, But since I said that there are so many laws and they're so interrelated, but at the same time they're so distinct, and there have been a lot of inconsistencies. For example, in the previous panel, I think Dr. Shoaib discussed the role of State Bank and how effectively it regulates everything. I'm trying to use the cross-border transfer regulatory sort of framework that the State Bank uses as an example, because the recent bill that I just mentioned, the Personal Data Protection Bill that was proposed, it explicitly states that for cross-border transfer, companies, it does not categorize companies, it does not specify whether the same rule applies to banks or social media intermediaries or local companies. And so basically it doesn't categorize companies. It just states that, so if any company is sharing data across the border that belongs to Pakistani citizens, they will need express authorization from the government, and they will also have to localize the data in Pakistan. And that obviously is a very big problem. There are privacy concerns attached to it as well. But I think what is important is to understand that the cost of doing business will go up. How many companies, local companies, can actually, and even foreign companies, can or will be willing to invest in the infrastructure? And there are so many other problems that come with it. So coming back to the inconsistency in the law, so like I said, the State Bank is effectively, it has its own framework, it effectively sort of regulates the cross-border transfer of data, but when it comes to other forms of data, or perhaps the people who are behind the drafting of the bill, they are not aware of it, and at least there has to be sort of a categorization of how these laws will apply differently to different companies in different form and in different sectors. Another point that I would like to make here is with regard to the inadequacy in the law. And like I said, I do agree that we have laws that cover different aspects of information security. We have laws that regulate e-commerce, and we do have sufficient laws, but the problem is that they do not provide us with adequate protection. I will take the intellectual property law as an example again. So currently the intellectual property law that we have, it does not extend its protection to softwares so it only extends its protection to softwares that can be read with a machine, and not with other forms of softwares or other, like browsers, for instance. And that again is a problem, because if you cannot provide this basic protection to companies, why would they be willing to come here? Or why would they be willing to operate within this ecosystem? Another aspect that I wanted to highlight was that the companies that we don't have a data protection law at the moment, but the companies who are obliged to comply with international standards of information security, be it data protection, GDPR, General Data Protection Regulations, or the HIPAA law, which is sort of a medical data information security standard. So the companies that are based in Pakistan, but they are trading with companies outside or outside the country, or in EU member states, or in any part of the world, they will have to comply with certain information security standards. And given the current ecosystem, how can these companies comply with these standards? That is another concern that I think should be addressed. And another point that I would like to highlight is that, like I said, there are a lot of, so we only have one cybercrime law, the only law that sort of governs what happens in online spaces and penalizes various forms of behavior. And there are a wide range of offenses that it covers. But like I said, it's still not adequate. It needs to be revised in its totality, because only then can we obviously see how can we sort of, what the loopholes are and what can be done, like what is the way forward. But this was just the legal aspect of it. Another point that comes to mind is the infrastructural landscape and how we have no computer emergency response teams constituted. There is a provision in the Prevention of Electronic Crimes Act, it's I think Section 49 read with Section 51, which empowers the federal government to constitute CERTs on the national level and even sectoral CERTs. They have failed to do that. This is something that we can push forward, push for. And so there are some, like I said, generally the cyber legal landscape is not very favorable for local companies as well as international companies. This is something that needs to be worked on. And other than that, like I said, the legal aspect of it and the infrastructural landscape, they go hand in hand. So both of them need to be worked on. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer them. Am I allowed to take questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Jannat. And now we have somebody who wants Pakistan to become a cyber power. So, and that somebody is the chief of KPK IT board from Chief Cybersecurity from KPK IT board, Dr. Rafiu Shan. And the topic is making Pakistan a cyber power. So please join your hands together. And I can assure you this is going to be a very good presentation.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Asif Saab. Thank you, Faisal Saab, for providing me opportunity to share what I randomly think and say it aloud as well. I'm Rafiu Shan. I'm basically heading one of the centers in KP, which looks into cybersecurity domain. Vision was the same as it should be basically built up as a provincial cybersecurity center and provide the required capacity at the provincial level, and then we can scale it up to other provinces and the federal, and so on and so forth. We were able to put some lot of things together on the KP landscape in terms of information security policy and a lot of other measures in terms of human capacity building, technology, and others. But still, I think there's a huge gap which we need to cover. So today, I think I was just going through random articles recently, and there was a very exciting report on National Cyber Power Index. It was a very exciting report published by one of the elite research think tank in US by Harvard. And they've indexed the countries on their cyber capabilities and the single question they wanted to answer is, what is the most powerful, cyber powerful nation in the world? And obviously Pakistan is nowhere in the index, and then what I did is basically use the same parameters and try to analyze where the Pakistan is and what is the roadmap for Pakistan for way forward. So let's see what is power in fact. There are a lot of definitions if you go into the theory, because the variety of definitions are used in the social sciences. If you see the marketing and a lot of other aspects, they use different contexts of the power. But one of the definitions which sums up everything is basically the influence, the action, something you have to influence the actions, belief, conduct, behavior of individual, a society, or a nation, in fact. We have seen a lot of manifestation. I mean, there are a lot of other marketing tools, are other social engineering tools, social frameworks which basically build up on the same model as the power. So relating to that, defining power and looking at the cyber power, there's a gap in between, and I think what I could basically bridge up with that power is there are a lot of factors which influence or basically contribute to the power if you look into the international landscape. One is the economy, of course, the most important one, military, technology, innovation, culture, diplomatic and soft power and influence. The red ones are one which are closely related to the cyber context. Obviously, military and culture cannot be ignored, but the red ones are more inclined towards the cyber attacks and bias. I mean, culture is as exciting as the influences. For example, British has ruled the world for like over 1 or 2 centuries, in fact. So their impact and influence in terms of culture is their language, their lifestyle. I mean, we have the club culture, we have the hoteling culture, and a lot of other cultures which were basically coming down from that colonial or British era to the countries, in fact. So the culture is one of, so that's, if you relate it with the cyber index or the cyber power, there has to be a cyber culture as well. Yeah, so if we see nuclear power as a capacity of a nation, and there are like established couple of nuclear powers in the world. We can just count them in 7 or 8 based on what kind of a data we look into. It's something which is more than enough and act as a deterrence, okay? And it is something which nations want to have at any cost. And one of the reports which the Brookings Institute published was there was like around a $10 trillion investment by one single country to not only have that capacity, but to maintain and upgrade that capacity over a couple of decades. So this shows as one of the benchmarks into the defensive and offensive capacities of the nation, that how they can operate, how can they influence that power, that they can operate that power across the world landscape. If you see the latest military drive, the next generation military hardware, we have the drones, missiles, air dominance, and what they have all in common is basically the technology support. That's number one. They're lethal, they impact at the very heart core of the country's backbone, they're remotely controlled, and they'll street. Right? These are the powers, these are basically the parameters, the most, the recent conflicts have seen the countries to basically exercise those powers. And of course, Pakistan being the nuclear state as well, and I'm not going through the journey which we spent in last couple of decades to achieve that nuclear capability, and then this remote operations capability as well. This is from the CIS slides, which basically sums up our remote operation capability, in fact. So looking at the cyber power, how cyber power relates with this, the physical, military related traditional powers is in fact, it has everything all these powers have. It has the ability to operate remotely, it is stealth, it is untraceable. Most of the cases, no one really claims that I have done that, and the country who has been under the attack has can deny that we have been attacked. For example, in terms of Iran, they had the attack, it was established, but there was no official recognition of that attack from the Iranian side, and there was no official acceptance of that attack. We have seen that in case of Estonia, because that was kind of obvious that who have done that. There was an escalation before that, but we have seen the impact of that cyber attack as well. So the power of exercise of power in the cyber domain is basically sums up a lot of those parameters which the nuclear domain and the modern military hardware gadgetry has. That's a remoteness, and rather it has some more parameters. In fact, जिस तरह से साइबर के डोमेन में एक नॉन रिप्रोडेशन का जो एलिमेंट है उसको भी somehow anonymity से हम कवर कर सकते हैं. So these are some of the buzzwords which are related to the cyber power which we have seen. So it is a deterrence as close to nuclear weapons as soft, right? Stealth, untraceable, digital dominance, and then this is a very most dangerous part to it, that is the proxies. In the physical military kind of power, proxies are somewhat hard to conceal. We have seen a lot of examples in the region, in the Middle East and all across the world. But in the cyber world, proxies do exist, they operate, but the cyber powers who operate those proxies has the ability to control them remotely. And then there's a technology war on the top of that. That is obvious in there, right? So, and there are some other benefits, are some other dimensions to the cyber power as well. If we compare that with the nuclear power or the modern hardware gadgetry, military gadgetry, there is no regulatory regime across the world के कितनी power किसी के पास होगी और वो transfer करेगा या नहीं करेगा. There is no CTBT kind of a thing. There is no NPT kind of a thing. There is no non-proliferation agreements between the nations who can exercise the cyber power, and to what extent कि वो उसका सिर्फ डैम को मफलूज करना है या मेरे बैंकिंग पे कोई अटैक नहीं करेगा. There's no sort of an agreement. It's an open, unregulated territory where the nations, states, openly and covertly operate, and most importantly, the proxies, the organized cyber criminals operate on the indexed web domains and non-indexed dark web as well. Limitations for obtaining cyber power is lack of available data, कि किसके पास कितनी capacity है और क्या कुछ कर सकता है. Proxies is the main challenge for the countries. In fact, we all do a lot of cyber-related initiatives to counter those, because our banking sector might not have explicitly called threat from another bank from US or from a nation state, but it is always through the proxies, through organized groups on the indexed and non-indexed web domains. और इसको अगर हम रोल आउट करते भी हैं, उसको इसको अटेन करते भी हैं, तो देयर इज़ नो काइंड ऑफ कंक्रीट मेजरमेंट कि what is enough. For example, to exercise your nuclear power, you need to have some tests done and you need to showcase some muscles, and same as the modern gadgetry, military gadgetry case में भी आप थोड़े से muscles flex करते हैं and you show that this is what we can do. But in cyber domain, it's kind of very oversimplified area. And it captures the duality, just as Dr. Shoaib ने कहा कि offensive plus defensive. So it's complex to mention कि कितना offensive होगा, कितना defensive होगा, तो then you are good cyber power nation. So this is what that Harvard report did, is basically measured the cyber power into two different contexts. One is the intent, and other is the capacity. So intent is basically the pursuit to pursue multiple national objectives using cyber means. It could, and the national objectives I'm just trying to list down in the next slide. And the capacity is the essential capabilities to pursue and achieve the mentioned objectives. So these are the two areas कि कितना intent है किसी मुल्क का और कितनी capacity है. और इन्हीं दो पैरामीटर्स की बेस पे what the Harvard think tank did is कि उन्होंने कुछ 57 के अराउंड पैरामीटर्स डिवाइस किए, and I'll try to take you through some of those parameters. उन 57 पैरामीटर्स में से उन्होंने try to list down कि किस मुल्क की कितना इंटेंट है और कितनी उसकी कैपेसिटी है to deliver that intent. Just another definition is the measurement of quantitative and qualitative initiatives, चाहे वो नेशनल लेवल पे हो, गवर्नमेंट लेवल पे हो, प्राइवेट लेवल पे हो, to deliver या to conceive those नेशनल ऑब्जेक्टिव्स, चाहे वो नेशनल ऑब्जेक्टिव फाइनेंस का है, इकोनॉमी का है, टेक्नोलॉजी डोमिनेंस का है या सोशल है. And the capacity is a measurement of quantitative and qualitative of countries' output to deliver against those stated objectives. And what are those objectives? They're the surveillance, defense, control, intelligence, economy, offense, and norms, in fact. And norms cover like the standards, and a lot of other regulatory frameworks. Offense basically covers destroying or disabling an adversary's infrastructure and capabilities. Offensive ho, covertly ho, through proxies ho, या किसी भी means के through हो. Commercial and economic gain, जिससे पिछली स्लाइड में जमाल ने कहा कि I think some of the speaker was mentioning कि China is using, उसको accuse किया जाता है कि जी उन्होंने उसके IPs को किया, they have been using cyber means to get those IPs on their side. But I think this is I totally don't agree with this argument. What US has been successfully done in last decade or so is कि उन्होंने साइबर के डोमेन में rather के अगर आप Snowden के बुक को सामने रखें या उसके रेवलेशंस को सामने रखें, तो it was America are the Western companies who have been harvesting the citizens' data through different means. लेकिन जो narrative they were successfully trying to establish on the digital landscape was it was Russia who was doing this espionage, it's the Chinese who is doing the espionage. So this जो ये Chinese या different countries पे रखा जाता है कि जी they have been very very active in espionage. Yes, they were doing it, but not on the scale which Americans या American companies have been doing it. So yes, that is one of the national objective as well. Okay, how much capacity? How much intent, and then you have the capacity to deliver on those intelligence based national objectives. Okay, if we want to have some IPs of a software or hardware, or could be a military hardware, or could be other hardware as well. अब जैसा technology war को देखा जाए तो उसके जो core पे accusation है वो भी यही है कि the Chinese based companies are basically harvesting the traffic data and a lot of other data, and they are kind of doing the intelligence thing covertly. But the same has been done by those companies for a couple of decades now. So yes, so these are the 7 different areas जिसके बीच में ये रखा गया. Okay. So NCPI ने 30 मुल्कों को कैटेगराइज किया. इससे पहले ITU का GCI चलता था जिसमें पाकिस्तान was on 94th number. You can just follow this report, and this is a very exciting report. Elaborate है, you can see the parameters. It has like approximately 57 parameters. ITU का जो index है, it has only 25 parameters, और उसके different indicators भी different हैं, और but NCPI में there's only 30 countries. Pakistan is not one of them, but I try to cover it in my presentation. इसका जो competitive comparison है, it covers a lot more in depth than other parameters. List of countries which based on different contexts कि cyber power nation कौन है, based on NCPI is US, China, number 10th is Australia, और ITU के context से different ranking है. ये उनकी different जो domains हैं उनकी capacity है. Now this is something very exciting. So these are the countries. On one side are low capacity, high intent. That's where Pakistan basically lies. We really want to do too much from the technology, but we don't have the capacity. And there are countries who have the high capacity and high intent, for example, China, US, UK, and others. And there are countries with the high capacity, but they don't want to do anything with the cyber much. For example, Singapore, they're in the top 5 in the cyber index ranking, but they don't have any intent to disrupt any of the any country in the cyber domain. And there are countries with a low capacity and low intent. Interestingly, they have placed India into it, but I don't think so. India is there. Right. So there are 2 underlying parameters into this national cyber power index. One is the cyber capability index, which basically covers everything which has been discussed today in this hall. For example, how many companies in top 500 that country has, how many internet user that country has, how many top 5, how many website that country has in top 100 websites in the world, how many the workforce HCI that country has across the world, उसके कितने टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन सॉल्यूशंस दुनिया में चल रहे हैं, राइट उसकी IPOs कितने हैं. अगर वो पिछली डिस्कशन के साथ मैं लिंक करूं तो अगर हम देखें कि जितने पैटेंट इस वक्त चाइनीज़ कंपनी फाइल कर रही हैं, अगर वो उतना ही चोरी कर रहे होते तो फिर US पैटेंट उनको रिकग्नाइज ना कर रहा होता. सो दैट इज़ काउंटर नरेटिव विच US हैज़ बीन पुशिंग कि जी एस्पेनार्ड्स वो कर रहे हैं हालांकि इज़ अदरवाइज. So this cyber capability index basically covers approximately 27 parameters, जिसमें सिर्फ ये नहीं है कि आपकी strategy हो, जिसमें आपकी policy हो, जिसमें आपका national body हो. It's basically summing up every technology landscape, how much commitment that nation has on the technology number one, and the cyber initiatives as well. So it covers basically everything which you think of under those 27 parameters. So that defines the capacity. And then there's come the intent. So intent के अंदर 7 major areas हैं, जिसके अंदर बाकी 32 parameters को divide किया गया. For the simplicity, I've just mentioned 7 of them. कि surveillance की intent कितनी है किसी मुल्क की, defense की intent कितनी है in the cyber domain, control की intent कितनी है, intelligence की intent कितनी है, so as same as the commerce offenses and norms. So these are the 7 main areas जिसके अंदर intent को classify किया गया. So where do we stand? So that was kind of a rush over that 180 pages of the report. So where we stand? We stand somewhere between Iran and New Zealand on the low capacity, high intent area. हमारा शायद इंटेंट भी इतना हाई नहीं है कि उसको हम थोड़ा सा ऊपर रैंक करेंगे. दैट वाज माय ओन फाइंडिंग बिकॉज पाकिस्तान वाज नॉट इंक्लूडेड इन दैट लिस्ट बिकॉज आई कुडंट फाइंड एनी एविडेंस और रिसर्च डेटा जिसकी बेस पे हार्वर्ड के रिसर्च सेंटर ने रेट किया था. तो आई ट्राई टू डू, उनके कुछ 200 सवाल थे, आई ट्राई टू डू आंसर दोज 200 क्वेश्चंस बेस्ड ऑन माई नॉलेज एंड बेस्ड ऑन व्हाट द डेटा कुड गैदर एंड ट्राई टू प्लेस वेयर पाकिस्तान इज प्लेस. सो दैट्स वेयर पाकिस्तान, आई कुड फिट इन पाकिस्तान समवेयर बिटवीन Iran and New Zealand. Yeah. So that's a horror story. That's where we stand right now. We are 148 out of 176 in ICT index, e-government index, not so good. Network readiness index, not so good. Global cybersecurity index in 2018 report, not so good. I mean, that's where we are. And the good thing is, isse niche kuch hai hi nahi. So only way is up. Right? So that's the only positive side of it. So anything we contribute would basically take us up. The first thing, I agree with Jawad Saab, the first thing we need to fix is the tone at the top. Without that, nothing is possible. If we can deliver a successful nuclear program covertly, despite all the hardships in 2 decades, we can deliver a good a stable cyber power in less than that time, because we have much more than what it requires to do that. But if we look into the mindset of the top regime in 70s and 80s, they were like aggressively pushing कि यार हम घास खा लेंगे लेकिन हम ये काम ज़रूर करेंगे. Do we have the same commitment for the cyber? Let alone cyber. Just I was going through the technology funding, IT related ICT funding by the government of Pakistan for last 5 years. For KP, for Punjab, and for federal, and all the projects which जो PSDB Planning Commission fund करता है, जो हमारी average जो peak allocation बनती है वो 0.04 बनती है of the total national GDP. So how we can expect industry to deliver, a sector to deliver with this kind of allocation, right? See the capacity. We are the 5th most populous nation in the world. इस वक्त जो digital skills में gaps हैं, they are like humongous. If we can just complement those gaps, और सबसे बड़ा जो gap है इस वक्त 4 million unfilled jobs हैं cyber security में. Right? If we just focus on this vertical only, बाकी अगर हम भूल भी जाएं तो see how much potential we have, and we have like 220 million people, राइट दैट्स अगर हमारी सिर्फ यूथ की बल्ज को देखा जाए तो वो यूके और फ्रांस की पॉपुलेशन को से ज़्यादा बनती है, right? So how to use that potential in our favor is a biggest challenge, and that can only हम बात कर सकते हैं कि capacity programs करें जी, HEC करें, universities करें, R&D करें, everything will work, but nothing will work if we can have the tone at the top fixed. And that tone at the top fixed means like all the stakeholders. I mean, there were a lot of discussion on policy and strategy and a lot of related laws as well. And nothing we couldn't deliver in last couple of decades. We have to be open about it, because जब तक हम problems को accept नहीं करेंगे, उसको discuss नहीं करेंगे, we cannot move towards the solutions. The reason is we couldn't bring all the stakeholders around a single table. So that's the core issue, and that is because the tone at the top is not fixed. If the tone at the top is right, फिर कौन नहीं आएगा टेबल पे बैठने के लिए? Even it's a private sector, is a public sector, या कोई भी, right? So I think that's the need to be fixed, and that will basically tear down to the governance model. Governance models fix hoga. If we want to be cyber power in the next decade, because the challenges are too much. I mean, I'm a true believer and advocate for the data colonization, that the companies who are basically harvesting citizens' data based on, I mean, companies like the technology companies based not in Pakistan, right? So they will be the ones in 2030 or decade after, they will be the one who will be controlling the narrative in the society. Right? They will be the one who will be basically dictating your policies and strategies based on their requirements. So the strength we have is we have the 5th most populous country in the world. We can use it to our advantage if we have the right mix of the policies and strategies and the investments. Obviously, if you pitch to me, if I'm a CEO of a big tech company, maybe a Google or something like that, कि आप अपने data center पाकिस्तान में लेके आए, तो I'll ask you questions कि यार आपके अपने कितने data center कितने standards पे चल रहे हैं? Do you have a required workforce? Do you have आपकी electricity का क्या हाल है और बाकी infrastructure का क्या हाल है? So these are the questions which I need to ask, in fact. So have we fixed those things? And I think there's one concept which is under review in the government. Government is a spatial technology zones, which can deliver quite a lot on this initiative. कि ये sum up कर देगा उन सारी चीज़ों को एक ऐसा एरिया डिजिग्नेट कर दें जहाँ पे आप प्रोविजन करें कि सारी चीज़ें अवेलेबल हों. सो आई थिंक दिस सेकंड लिस्ट फॉर मी टू फिनिश इट ऑफ, सो आई जस्ट क्विकली finish it. So going through a lot of other challenges, I think the most important challenge is tone at the top, in fact. So there are a lot of other aspects. Fixing media. Media means like having the access to the technology, in fact. So that's a dual meaning. Content creation and then the regulation to some extent. R&D, indigenous product localization. So these are the areas we need to look into, and I think we have the right mix, as I mentioned before, to be kind of a potential cyber power, or at least in the top 10, 20 countries in the next decade. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Rafi. And if I tell you that Pakistan need to appoint a chief or national information security officer, so that will be a very good thing. And if I say that provinces also need to have provincial information security officers, so that will be also a good thing. But this gentleman who just was presenting, he is the provincial information security officer for KPK. So that's how you put it. And it's not just that he is that person. They have already reviewed 200 plus or 300 plus technology assets of KPK as well as federal governments, and they have reported the weaknesses those systems have, and those are under correction, by the way, at the moment. So very good job being done somewhere. And the slide that you showed, which had the missiles being shown, the pictures of the missiles, there was a conference in Pakistan Naval Engineering College in Karachi 5 or 6 years ago, and I was presenting with one of my friend who is now a Commodore, and he presented, and Comcard, the Commander Karachi of Pakistan Navy, was present. And that naval officer said that we need to have this cyber power because we will have to spend less than what we have spent on developing indigenous missile program. And we can, spending less money, we can have more power in less time. So that's what we need to do. But the quadrants that you showed, that the right top quadrant has those countries shown with the red dot, I think those are the countries which should be, those were shown with the green dots, but actually they should be in the red color, right? And but if Pakistan has to progress, Pakistan must not go into war, be it physical war or be it cyber war. Yet we should have the capability for any eventualities. So that's very important as well. Our next speaker is Shafiq Daud, who is from Singapore, and he is talking on threats to national infrastructure, how to protect national assets from advanced persistent threats. And Shafiq Daud is working with a company called Group IB, and those who work in cyberspace, they know who and what Group IB does. He is the head of sales and business development for APAC region. And what Group IB is, it's intelligence-driven cybersecurity company. So are we ready for his presentation? Shafiq Daud from Group IB.
Good honor to be here, invited by you folks, for me to speak on threats to national infrastructure and how Group IB protects national assets from APT attacks. So let me give you a little bit of background from Group IB. We are 17 years in the business. We are highly represented in Forrester, Gartner, IDC, and we have approximately around 450 plus different clients that we protect around the world with an annual growth of about 60%. We have about 400 plus cybersecurity specialists, primarily a lot of technical staff, and about 60,000 hours of incident response and investigations. We are official partners of Interpol and Europol, and we are highly recommended by SWIFT OSCE, and we are a member of the World Economic Forum. Let me get straight into the topic as I'm cognizant that I'm only given 15 minutes for this. It's very important for one to understand the motivation of cyber criminals. I've put it in such a manner that we have financially motivated cyber criminals. As the name suggests, it is about making money. And especially even with the COVID climate, you see there's a lot of trends such as cybercrime as a service going along. The tools and techniques have evolved immensely. We also have cyber armies and state-sponsored groups which are targeting primarily infrastructure and disrupting primarily access across governments and trying to attempt to exfiltrate sensitive documents. The rest of them are more cyber terrorists and hacktivists for specific agendas, and also targeted motivated attacks from hacker groups with implicit motivation. So the motivational tree that you see here, the motivational pyramid that you see here, will give you an idea of the tools, the tactics, and the kind of motivations, because this is really important as we move along. The advanced threats continue to attack several sectors. I'll start off with the transport sector. We've seen a few of different types of attacks that continue to evolve. You might have heard of NetWalker. It's a ransomware strain that is around the August-September 2019 timeline. It's a Russian-speaking hacker group, and it is more ransomware as a service. Affiliates have been offered up to 84% of payout if gains exceed about 300,000. So they made a total of 25 million in a space of 5 months. One of the ways that they managed to get in is based on exploits due to unpatched VPNs such as Pulse VPN, Telerik, weak RDP passwords, or even exposed web applications. In fact, Pakistan was hit and targeted, and it was an OT attack. K Electric that served almost about 2.5 million citizens. Then we have things like Doppelpaymer. This elucidates the strengths of Group IB as well. We saw this based on Emotet. Emotet uses a SHA-256 hash. And we saw that in Dridex 2.0. There are a lot of commonalities and similarities with Doppelpaymer. And basically, it shares code with BitPaymer. That was in August 2017. And it's a Tor-based payment portal. So based on this, Doppelpaymer impacts more so than not the transport sector. And we have things like Nepthalim, which was basically due to a Citrix vulnerability, also based on RDP escalation through local exploits that use things like Mimikatz, if you're familiar, to harvest credentials. They use AdFind to explore Active Directories, and even things like Cobalt Strike, which is a threat emulation software to control the environment, scan the ports, and then get lateral movement and exfiltration, and thereafter ransomware through even the use of .bat files and even remote execution. Then we have Clob. I do not want to go too deep into it. It's basically a password stealing Trojan with fake software updates and Trojan cracks. They use things like spam mail as their entry point, and use things like macro.js script. So as we move along, just to show you how this is impacting the transport sector, Netwalker has gotten through quite a number of different websites, and it waits for the ransom. Otherwise, they publish the stolen data. A lot of compromised companies, as you can see here. Doppelpaymer was the same thing, and this is Transport Express, Minimax, Thomas Motors, Digital Systems Engineering, Canpa, and even in Knoxville, Tennessee. These are companies who got exposed because they didn't pay the ransoms in June 2019. Nepthalim attacked Stadler Rail, toll groups in Australia, W&T Offshore in terms of a US oil and gas perspective, highway maintenance service by Arteries, and expanded victims included telco, energy and communications, and a few other groups. Clock impacted a few other customers you can see here, and against power supply, So essentially, it is not only automotive, in energy, electronics, and other types of companies that are very similar to this. We have other ransomware like Ragnar Locker, and those affected were Chinese branches in Shanghai, Shenzhen, and also Guangzhou. This is attacking a French container transport and shipping. Then we come to state-sponsored group. As you can see, we track a lot of state-sponsored groups, and we see a lot of different evolution recently, not only in Lazarus, Ocean Lotus. You've probably heard about the American exploits by APT41. This impacts supply chain, they use ACES Live Update, they use certificates of D-Link Corp to sign malicious programs, Cloud Hopper, access to HP and IBM networks out of China, impacting public military operations out of hydroelectric power stations to rocket attacks from Hamas group, according to the IDF, and also the US and Iran on a nuclear missile launch control systems perspective. An attack was carried out on that, probably to disable them. This is very military-related operations. The hydroelectric power station was out of Guri, Venezuela, that caused massive blackouts. The attackers shift from using cyber espionage to cloud and even DDE, which is dynamic data exchange. And more so than not, Windshift was more to the Near East, while Blue Mushroom was in China, and Goalmaker was more towards the European side. You got other attackers like APTC36, and who attacked Colombia, and Singapore was attacked by Whitefly, Russia. Southeast Asia was also impacted, Hexane, and a lot of few other unknown ones that we are still investigating based on espionage. Threats to the government sector, just an example, this is the whole of China that we've seen last year. of how this impacted telco, gas companies, and even government entities out of Australia, Indonesia, Myanmar, Brunei, APAC related. And telco and gas companies, Microscene, SIGDEC hackers that entered into corporate networks, Persuasion, APT30 out of Malaysia. So it is increasing. North Korea, who doesn't know Lazarus, right? And even Dark Hotel, these are some of the older ones, and these are some of the impacts. Ocean Lotus is a nation state, also known as APT32, and this is out of Vietnam. Attacks on energy sector, we've seen Black Energy, especially in the past, but now you still see actively Lazarus and Hexane. These are some of the ones that we are tracking very closely, but there are also other hidden players, and this makes it very important for you to have a proper early warning threat detection system. We've seen things like Industroyer utilizing backdoors, and we've seen Triton. I can't go too deep into this given the amount of time that I have, but just to give you a sensing of the overall. We've got Olympic Destroyer that was impacting the Korean Olympics, and this gave a scare to the Japanese as well, although it's been delayed. We've seen, I've spoke about Hexane, Leaf Miner is something out of Iran, and Xenotime, which uses Triton. So understanding the exploits is equally as important as attributing to the different threat actors. We spoke about Lazarus, Black Energy, the geography of the attack is Iran, and one of the tools that I mentioned was Industroyer. It impacts your ICS and SCADA, so your sensors need to ensure that you have some industrial level capability of detecting threats from SCADA and Modbus. Attacks on the telecom sector will be more towards THRIP, APT10, Lazarus still continued evolution from there, Hexane, and even WinNTI. Muddy Water, we've seen it even right at the verge of 2019. So, this continues to be a prime worry for the telecom sector, which has a lot of information. BGP hijacking is something that one has to take note of. We saw a part of Rostel, which was out of Russia, have redirections to Crack Limited. We saw in Nigeria and also Switzerland having BGP hijacking attacks out of 2018 and 2019. In a DNS hijacking perspective, we've seen it still happen even in the likes of 2019, not much in 2020 at this time, but there are still compromises as such. In terms of filtration and blocking systems, it also still exists, and we've seen this in 2019, blocking Kazakhstan certificates out of Kazakhstan, prohibiting the use of dark matter root certs in Google Chrome and Android operating system, and Mozilla thereafter, and also search systems by IP address substitution from the block list to legitimate ones. The 5G sector remains, very gray, I would say. I heard China's launching 6G. We'll see about that one, but Great Britain had a huge impact of two-factor authentication bypass. This impacts an entire country. And using known protocols versus 7, attackers were able to intercept OTP. So OTP, as you can see, is not very safe per se, right? There are still exploits on it. The way to go is still multi-factor authentication. Some of the other attackers with geography out of Iran are Muddy Water, APT33, and Schaefer. Some of these are pretty old, but still active nonetheless, utilizing different tools and Trojans and even PowerStats backdoor. We have attackers coming out of on a supply chain for Hexane, TRIP, I just mentioned, more towards sabotage and espionage. APT10 in terms of Operation Soft Cell, and also Lazarus, like I said, continuing to push for it. Let's go to OT threats, given the time that I have. It's very attractive target for everyone. Intelligence agencies, the pen testers, the criminals, right? More towards espionage and sabotage. Again, going back to the motivations, improving security, espionage, and sabotage. You see that, a a lot of activities in the intelligence agency arena are still ongoing until now. Pen testing since 2012, and criminals, having affiliate programs now more so than ever in terms of a ransomware as a service is getting higher and higher. These are, again, notorious APT groups that impact the OT sector. And, we could go deep into each and every one of them, but, given the interest of time, I'm just going to push this out and show you a little bit of interesting things. Saudi Arabia got attacked in terms of, in 2017, Sinotime switched its focus to power grids, and also Triton attacked Schneider's electric Triconnect safety instrument systems. And you've got VPN filters that impact routers in almost 54 countries, to attacks on hydro plants, nuclear power plants, water supply plants, and even ports, right, that we've seen. So this is, some of the things that one has to consider. So a lot of people come to me and tell me, but I've air-gapped my system. Trust me, you haven't. There's still a lot of different things that are still connected, and in terms of a network isolation standpoint, there are many ways to get through OT systems. So this is something that you can call us to get advisory on, to understand better, even on attacks on air-gap-based system. And we're more than happy to reach out to you and have a chat with you, because we see a lot of different impacts, not only on the IT but OT sector as well. And I wish I had more time to go through a lot more slides that I had to go and tell you some of these exploits in greater detail. But it's all about attributing, it's all about detecting, it's all about understanding the signatures, it's all about working together to understand the old school SCADA protocols that you have to bridge the gap. And without continued cooperation, then you are not going to have that kind of latitude of visibilities, right? And these are criminals that we've caught in the past, ranging from Cobalt to Silence, the Money Taker, and even other criminals out of APAC region as well. I look forward to meeting each and every one of you. Hopefully the COVID pandemic will be resolved soon. And I thank you very much for inviting me. Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
That was the speaker from Group IB, Shafiq Daud. And now we have another speaker from UK. His name is Habib Khan, and he is managing director of his company Consultant Limited. So let's see, he has a presentation on critical network infrastructure, obviously, and then after his presentation, we are going to have a panel discussion on the same topic on critical network infrastructure. And Habib, as well as Shafiq, who just presented, and the one who is about to present, they both are going to be available in the panel discussion as well. So if you have any questions out of their presentations, you can pose those questions afterwards during the panel discussion as well. So let's start with this presentation from Habib Khan from Khan Consultant.
Why is it important to protect critical national infrastructure? We'll take a quick look at CNI-related attacks and incidents. I'll give a brief overview of what some nations are doing and what international standards are available. And then I'll finish by taking a look specifically at the UK's approach to protecting CNI. This slide shows some of the typical sectors that play an important part in national infrastructure. Things like chemicals, communications, defense, energy are just some of those sectors. And so national infrastructure are those facilities, information, people, networks, and processes that are necessary for a country to function and upon which daily life depends. Parts of national infrastructure are especially critical. Those elements deemed critical are those where loss or compromise could result in major detrimental impact on the availability, integrity, or delivery of essential services, and result in significant loss of life or casualties. Or it results in significant impact on national security, defense, or the functioning of the state. Today, cyberspace lies at the heart of modern society. It impacts our personal lives, our businesses, and our essential services. A secure online environment has become essential to governments, which are providing an ever-increasing number of online services to citizens and businesses as part of major national digital services transformation programs. The ability to conduct online activities securely is becoming central to the delivery of public and commercial services and communications. This has meant that CNI has increasingly become the target of cyber attacks. You may recall the Petya ransomware attack that hit airlines, hospitals, banks, and utilities around the world, causing them to shut down their computer systems. The global WannaCry ransomware attack, which closed part of the UK's National Health Service, causing it to run some services on an emergency-only basis. The Mirai malware created botnets on IoT devices to launch a massive distributed denial-of-service attack that disrupted US internet traffic. Last year, you may remember New Orleans in the United States declared a state of emergency when a cyber attack forced the shutdown of the city's government computers. In India, a cyber attack on a nuclear power plant resulted in a data breach. And in the Western United States, a cyber attack on an electrical grid affected the grid control center and several small power generation sites. And a cyber attack on electrical supply utilities in Johannesburg in South Africa led to the loss of electrical supply to residents and business. So what are some of the trends that will shape cybersecurity in the CNI landscape? Well, data breaches are likely to continue for as long as personal and organizational data remains a valuable commodity. Sensitive data of CNIs in the wrong hands can lead to losses and disruptions to normal life. Then there are the many critical infrastructure technologies that are based on legacy IT and OT systems, which are often poorly secured, posing serious risks and ultimately national security issues. Stopping the exploitation of these by cyber attackers will play an important role in the cybersecurity of CNI. There's also the increasing reliance on virtual infrastructure and a move away from physical redundancies. And with more and more devices getting connected to the internet, what we call IoT, every day without basic security controls being implemented, then the attack surface only serves to grow larger. To deal with these threats, an ever-growing number of governments are providing support to their CNI organizations. Countries are taking different approaches. Some countries require CNI organizations to implement cybersecurity standards through mandatory requirements, whilst others are providing guidelines and frameworks. In Australia, for example, the Australian Cybersecurity Centre, which is part of the Australian Signals Directorate, leads the Australian government's efforts to improve cybersecurity. The Critical Infrastructure Centre, located within the Department of Home Affairs, works with owners and operators to identify and manage the risks to Australia's critical infrastructure. And in the US, the Department of Homeland Security and the Critical Infrastructure Cyber Community, known as C3, along with NIST and its various frameworks and standards, like NIST's Improving Critical Infrastructure Cybersecurity Framework, are working together to provide CNI guidance and support. In Korea, the National Security Office has devised a national security strategy. And in Malaysia, the country's national cybersecurity policy has identified ISO 27001 as the baseline standard for information security and has enforced it across critical sectors through a directive. There are no shortage either of internationally accepted security standards. While standards are not a silver bullet in critical infrastructure protection, however, their implementation can establish a set of controls that contribute and build better resilience. Typically, cybersecurity standards support the capabilities of preparing, protecting, responding, and recovering from cyber attacks. Some of the common cyber security-related standards being implemented globally include the ones that are listed on this slide. All of these aim to provide effective security guidance through requiring the use of a variety of measures to detect, deter, and delay any attack, so that CNI organizations develop a multi-layered approach that includes technology, physical, and people security. Almost all the national frameworks share similar common core principles. And by way of example, let's finish off by taking a look at the UK approach to CNI protection. In the UK, the government set up in 2017 the National Cyber Security Centre to act as a unified source of advice and support on cybersecurity. The NCSC is the single point of contact for the private and public sectors in the UK. And in 2018, a European directive on the security of network and information systems, known as NIS, became UK law and places requirements on companies and organisations that are providing essential services in a number of critical national infrastructure sectors. The directive is specifically concerned with security and resilience of network and IT systems. As many cybersecurity incidents have proven, CNI systems can be an attractive target for malicious actors, and they can also be susceptible to disruption through single points of failure. The magnitude, frequency, and impact of security incidents is increasing, as many of us know. So the successful management of cyber-related risks to CNI is based on the same fundamental principles that underpin effective cyber risk management more generally. However, an integrated approach is needed which combines the established good practices of both IT security and the safety communities. In the UK, organisations can apply a set of cybersecurity and resilience principles developed by the NCSC, aimed at helping an organisation achieve and demonstrate an appropriate level of cyber resilience in relation to certain specified essential functions related to CNI. These principles are designed to be equally applicable to both IT and OT operational technologies. The goal is to achieve cyber resilience, which refers to an organization's ability to maintain the correct operation of its essential functions, even in the presence of adverse cyber events. The guidance is written primarily in terms of outcomes to be achieved, rather than a compliance checklist or a set of prescriptive rules. A principle-based approach, if consistently used to guide decision-making, will then collectively result in a desirable end state and is a more effective way of driving improvements in cybersecurity. The NCSC recommends that its principles and guidance are used in the following way by organisations performing essential functions. First of all, to understand the principles and why they are important, and interpret the principles for your organisation. Then compare the outcomes described in the principles to your organisation's current practices and use the guidance to inform the comparison. Identify any shortcomings and understand the seriousness of those shortcomings using your organisational context, and then prioritise. And then implement prioritised remediation and use industry guidance available to inform those remediation activities. I'll finish now by providing an overview of the 4 objectives and 14 principles that the NCSC guidance covers as an example of CNI cybersecurity guidance that's available. So the first objective, Objective A, is around managing security risk. This objective requires an organisation to ensure that it has appropriate organizational structures, policies, and processes in place to understand, assess, and systematically manage security risks to the network, and that the information systems supporting those essential functions. This objective is supported by these 4 principles that you see on governance, risk management, asset management, and supply chain. The second objective is around protecting against cyber attack. This objective requires an organization to ensure that it has proportionate security measures in place to protect the network and information systems that are supporting essential functions from cyber attack. The objective is supported by 6 principles: service protection policies and processes, identity and access control, data security, system security, resilient networks and systems, and staff awareness and training. The third objective is to do with detecting cybersecurity events. This objective requires an organization to ensure it has the capabilities that exist to ensure security defenses remain effective, and to detect cybersecurity events affecting or with the potential to affect essential functions. And this is supported by 2 principles: security monitoring and proactive security event discovery. And then the fourth objective is around minimizing the impact of cybersecurity incidents. And this objective requires an organization to ensure it has capabilities to minimize the adverse impact of a cybersecurity incident on the operation of essential functions, including the restoration of those functions where necessary. And this objective is supported by 2 principles: response and recovery planning and lessons learned from objectives. So although this is a UK framework, almost all the national frameworks share similar common core principles that outline good practice and that are generally applicable to CNI organisations across all key sectors. So I'll end my talk there, and I'll thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Habib Saab. And now we have this panel discussion on the same topic: how to protect critical national infrastructure. And the panelist for this panel discussion, by the way, this panel discussion is itself very unique because only the moderator and 1 panelist going to be here physically present, and the rest of the panelists are joining from different locations. 2 are from Karachi, and 2 are from, 1 is from Singapore and 1 is from UK. From UK we have the same gentleman, Habib Khan, and then from Singapore we have Shafiq Dawood from Group IB. So Mr. Amar Hussain Jafri is the panelist for this panel discussion, and I myself am the moderator. Actually, the moderator was supposed to be somebody else, but he could not travel to Islamabad, so I'm supposed to do it. So let's start, and if we have the panelists ready from their locations. Or we need mics here. दो माइक्स दे दें दोनों. So we have with us hello.
Hello. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Hello. Yes.
Hello.
So, besides Mr. Amar Jafri, we have with us, as I mentioned, Shafiq Dawood from Group IB Singapore, and Mr. Habib Khan from UK, and we have Mr. Inamullah Siddiqui who is the Director IT and Cybersecurity with K Electric. He is joining us, and he has joined us from Karachi. He is the gentleman at your left top of the screen. And then we have Mr. Asif Menai, General Manager and Chief Information Security Officer of the largest bank of Pakistan, the Habib Bank. He is the gentleman at the right bottom of the screen. And then above him we have Habib Khan, and at the left bottom we have Mr. Shafiq Dawood from Group IB. Thank you very much, all of you gentlemen, for joining us. And obviously the stage is well set that what critical network infrastructure is. So to start the panel discussion, actually, my first question to Amar Jafri Saab is that how many sectors or industries in Pakistan are critical, or can be said that these are critical network infrastructure of the country?
Thank you, Amarji. This is a very important topic. I know we are sandwiched between the lunch and this session. So, we'll try to be brief. Hello? Hello, ठीक है जी. Right जी, इसी होटल में I think 15 years before, ब्रूस श्रेयर से किसी ने पूछा था कि what is perfect security? उसने कहा था 2 inches of air, don't connect. So, making the connection with internet is our issue, we have to do it. Since morning I am thinking a slang like fix it or face it. So either we'll have to fix it or we'll have to face it. Now coming back to your question, to my understanding, the definition of critical infrastructure is different for different countries, different for different eras. Maybe 3 years back, 5 years back, it would have been some like what is the definition of critical infrastructure? Anything which incapacitates the functionality of a state. Functionality of a state, let me repeat, that is critical infrastructure. Or anything, if it is damaged, spoils everything around it, the critical infrastructure. I think 10 years before, the definition was only something like atomic infrastructure, like some dams or some WAPDA, something like this. Today, maybe it's NADRA, let me be very frank. Just think for a minute, NADRA system is not working. Your entire airport system will collapse because that is linked to identification. Your passport will not be issued. Think for a minute about your banking system, fintech, about your payment systems. You know, billions of rupees are being transferred from one point to a point B in a country through these mobile transfers. So how many people will be affected? It's a big issue. There was a time when critical infrastructure was under threat. Like if we take the example of StaxNet, it was not hacked from outside. It was totally isolated. That was purely a USB attack by the insider. You know that. So the definition of critical infrastructure, to my understanding, is different from different eras. Today, if I feel a real threat is to our industry now, after 2 to 3 years down the road, our industry has to go to IR 4.0. They do not have any choice, let me be very frank. You can't stop time and technology. It has to go. So my understanding is that we should now focus on 3 things. IIoT, industrial IoTs, it's not IoT, it's industrial IoTs. Our industrial infrastructures powered by some AI-based strategies. So this is my brief response. If there will be some question, I can go in details. Thank you.
Inam, since you are working in K Electric and previously you have worked in the financial sector as well, what is your take on this, that how many sectors can be designated as critical sectors in Pakistan? As we know that in UK they have declared 13 sectors to be critical. In USA they have declared 18 sectors to be declared as critical. And in UAE, they recently in 2019, they declared 8 of their sectors as critical. So understanding the definition from Ammar Jafri Saab that anything that incapacitate the state, anything that disrupt the society can be termed as critical network infrastructure. So what is your take from utility point of view or from financial sector point of view that what should be designated as critical in Pakistan?
So yes, Asif, the definition is spot on actually. And the enormous impact the sectors that could have on our national infrastructure and national security and compromise national security. It could be our communications, could be dams and water sector, our NDMA, which is emergency services, our energy, which I'm part of sector, financial services, even food and agriculture, because of the COVID-19, the focus is moving from globalization now again back to regionalization or localization. Government facilities. We talk about healthcare these days a lot. That has an enormous impact on national security. We talk about information technology, our nuclear assets, and transportation. So these are our key areas and critical sectors that are part of critical infrastructure and have an enormous impact on national security.
Habib, Inam just mentioned that food sector is or can be declared as a critical network infrastructure. Obviously, food security is an important item, but what is the significance of this food sector from cyber security point of view? Habib Saab, if you can respond to this.
Assalamu alaikum. Some good points made regarding some of the definitions around critical infrastructure. And I agree that these can change with time. There are always going to be some that remain pretty constant. So anything really essentially that's classed as essential services or impacts national security or defence functioning of the state will always be included. And food is often one of those sectors that is classed as an essential service. However, a good example of a sector that isn't traditionally classified as critical national infrastructure, but in many nations this year has entered temporarily the definition of critical national infrastructure. For example, pharmaceuticals with regards to COVID and vaccine production. So in some countries, the pharma industry, which isn't normally considered critical national infrastructure, has become critical national infrastructure because of the vaccine research going underway. So we can see from that example that from time to time, the definition of what is critical and national can change according to circumstances.
Thank you. And it means that it's when we say that a sector is critical, so it is not necessary that we are saying it from automation point of view. A critical infrastructure can be threatened physically and can be threatened virtually, and the assets can be physical as well as virtual. Is that what we are agreeing on? Anybody who wants to say on this? I mean, are we saying that supply chain for pharmaceutical companies or for the food sector, how can we transport the harvest from the fields to the urban centers? So are we saying that supply chain and the transportation is also critical because it supports many industries, yet they are not that much automated?
I think what we're seeing is a convergence of the logical or virtual security and cyber security and traditional safety and physical security. With digital transformations and with important sectors that have traditionally been air gapped from the internet, for example, that are now enabling themselves digitally, as a lot of critical infrastructure is in energy, for example, with regards to utility, electrical, or water, etc., or the nuclear industry, for example, then we're seeing this. So one of the things I noticed in the UK, which is often, one of the top two in the cybersecurity indexes in terms of advanced, along with America, the most advanced cybersecurity, is that the mature organization, the CISO roles there, for example, and the cybersecurity teams are converging and becoming not only separate in terms of information security, but they are coming under one title, one function, and that convergence is a trend that we're seeing happening again in mature societies and mature industries.
Asif Saab, what do you think that why financial sector is or should be declared as, although, I mean, it's no brainer that financial sector is a critical infrastructure for any nation, but what is it that the nation relies on the banks to, I mean, if they don't get the cash, if the funds are not available, so what are the services that it provides that it should be declared as a critical infrastructure? And from cybersecurity point of view, what do you think, where do we stand as far as financial industry is concerned?
Thank you, Asif. I think in the context of prevention of critical national infrastructure, the key thing is, I think something that we have talked about in the morning also, is to have a national cybersecurity ecosystem in place. With the number and sophistication of cyber attacks on the rise, and we are seeing this number increasing exponentially, only collaboration among industry participants as well as private and public institutions, both domestically as well as internationally, can ensure resilience in the financial system. If we talk about the financial sector, I think financial sector is one of the key contributors to preventing the critical national infrastructure because it contributes very heavily to that. But at the same time, it's a vice versa situation. I think the industry ecosystem has to support that. In US, we basically see that there is an FSISAC body, which is the Financial Services Information Sharing and Analysis Center, which is an industry collaboration body. And this sector basically creates a parallel organization for high-level incident response and policy coordination. The key objectives of such a body is automated sharing of cybersecurity information, regulatory harmonization of risk-based approach, additional regulation of third-party service providers, and continuous exercises and work on sector-wide plan for recovery and response. If we take example of US in 2013, White House had issued an executive order to improve critical infrastructure, cybersecurity to drive cyber-related industry efforts. They had mandated to identify critical infrastructure, which could affect public health, on safety, economic activity, and national security. Subsequently, financial institutions were also made part of it. I think one of the other important elements is having cybersecurity related exercises across public and private sectors. That's one of the very important elements that we need to look at, because unless we don't test ourselves, where do we stand, we won't know where we are and how to improve upon ourselves. In the same context, I think we talked about cyber academia in the earlier part of the conference, that it has an equal and important role to play in having the appropriate workforce at the national level, both in the financial sectors and other sectors, to basically support these initiatives. One of the other important aspects is obviously the awareness level of a common man. And that also is very key factor. I think we talked about the human element throughout the conference. And it's very important that we have appropriate awareness mechanisms for common man with the financial systems basically coming into play, a lot of financial services being rolled out, which is being, the common man is the final user of that. I think the awareness levels have to be dealt with at the national level. And to sum about, I think governance body at national level as well as policy sector-wide strategy we have talked about. And like I said at the start, I think a mutual sector ecosystem has to be there in order to move us forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Asif. Shafiq, what is your point of view that because as I just mentioned that UK has 13 sectors as critical, US has 18 sectors as critical. So when we have those many, a dozen or more sectors declared as critical, so what else is what else is non-critical then? So because the objective of designating a sector as critical network infrastructure, the objective is that you can focus your cybersecurity efforts or information security efforts more towards those critical essential services. But when we have dozen or 2 dozen sectors as critical, so how many sectors are left which are not critical? What is your take on this?
Okay, so Assalamu alaikum to everybody. Thank you very much. I apologize for being on the road earlier. Just finished namaz and had to move off to another location. And so bearing in mind that we are talking about critical infrastructure, firstly, Singapore, as an example, has 11 critical infrastructure defined, right? And in other countries, you have obviously different sectors. I look at these as nomenclatures, categorizations. You see, in my line of business, being a guy coming out of the forensics incident response perspective, I'm looking at what was the reason we classified these to begin with, right? What was the whole purpose behind it, you know? So I'm looking at the threat actor-centric perspective, right? We used to classify things like nation state, financially motivated threat actors. You see, this is going to be a convergence. I can name you nation states which are financially motivated today. You know, so the advancement of different threat actors has led us to have to redefine our position in how we do classification. It just makes it easier when we start classifying financial institutions, government infrastructure, and so on and so forth, O2 infrastructure. But you see, critical infrastructure will depend on your demographic, on your country, right? In Singapore, we don't have agriculture per se, you know, but if you look at Indonesia, you know, they have a whole entirety of OT systems dedicated to infrastructure. They have petrochemical and so on and so forth, just as an example to differentiate different countries. It's all about positioning. Your question being, you know, what about those which are not deemed critical infrastructure? Well, I say that in all aspects, this is important because, you know, the nature of how data is being stolen today, you know, we've just seen hits being had from not only data centers, but also e-commerce. You know, how do you make a point classification on that when an old lady has just recently lost her entire life savings? Would that be considered critical in the eyes of the government? You can't really put a classification per se. It's under commercial. So in my take of it, it's about we have to reevaluate as a country definitions. You know, of why we presented it in such a manner. It's to do a point focus. It's to understand different sectors and different requirements, like OT. But I think one has to ask oneself, like OT infrastructure today, right? There are point focus type of attacks directly to OT infrastructure and also via IT to get across to the OT infrastructure, and even ransomware to OT infrastructure. The dynamics are constantly changing, and I think governments need to adapt to these nomenclatures in accordance with the threat actor.
So it means, sorry to interrupt you, it means you are trying to say that anything, any infrastructure or any entity against which there are threat actors, persistent threat actors who are trying to target that industry, irrespective that whether you have declared it as critical, it becomes critical because somebody who is trying to attack, so you have to protect it. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, in essence, yes, because of the dynamics of how it has been changed, how the status quo has been changed. In the past, it was pretty clear-cut if you are a nation-state threat actor or you are a financially motivated threat actor. But today, what we have seen, there is a convergence, I see, based on these elements. And that's why I'm saying we should take a look overarching how we start defining these because they are going across and spanning across these things, these sectors per se.
Coming back to the point that Amar Jafri Saab mentioned, that moving forward, all the industries, whether they are manufacturing or their supply chain, or they're moving towards Internet of Things, industrial Internet of Things. And then there is this Industrial Revolution 4.0. So when we have this in place, so it means, does it mean, it's a question and to everybody, including Jafri Saab, it means that any entity which is producing some goods or providing some services which are so much, on which the society is so much dependent, so that company or that sector will move towards IR 4.0 for their survival and IoT. So in that case, it means that if we have to protect any infrastructure, so we have to develop the capability in IR 4.0 and IoT. So is it good to sum up that securing IR 4.0 and IoT infrastructure is going to be the cornerstone to have right protections in place?
Okay. Asif, I would like to start that it's a defining moment for Pakistan. Let me tell you very frankly. On the same stage I have been talking on the last 20 years, I believe. Today is a defining moment for Pakistan from the cybersecurity perspective. There's an old saying that problem well defined is half solved. Today, I would like all of you listening to me that we should define the industrial security today. Why it is important, how it is important. Second point I would like to say is that we can't stop it now. It has to come. It has to come. The maximum we can do is fix it or face it. So, as a brave nation, we should face it now. For those who have a little understanding of IR 4.0, there are 4 domains in which we have to work. And this has already been done. We're not going to reinvent anything. Already been done. Choice is that how we do localize it. This is very important. Again, it's very important to localize it. The first stage is when raw material come to the industry. And this applies to every industry, let me say very frankly. So now the quality control check as per international standards is through IR 4.0 standards now. Azhar Saab is sitting here, he's expert on that, and he's organizing a course, that is a free course. Trust you me, he has been very kind to me. And he is doing a 1-week course starting from, I believe, 1st of December. And everybody sitting here must join that course. And I will also join that course. So the first stage is quality control of the raw material coming to the industry as per international standard. That is very important. Second is the manufacturing itself. That is very clear. Third is supply chain. For supply chain, let me tell you one thing. You rightly said, Asif, it affects every industry, every industry. Because, let me give you an example. If some pharmaceutical company has a big supply chain and there's some stuff which needs to be under controlled environment for a certain period of time, and there's a breakdown of the vehicle, and its refrigerating system goes down. So there must be some system. You know, now those tags have come now, which will tell the customer that this bottle remained out of its defined limits of temperature from this hour to this hour. The moment that bottle will go to the shop, which is very important. So it's an issue. So third stage is supply chain automation under IR 4.0, and fourth and very important is the user response. Without user response, you cannot run your industry. So all these four vectors, I must say, are well defined now. It has got standards under IR 4.0. But the irony is, what we did in the cybersecurity for the last 15 years, we are doing the same now. We have been, me and Azhar Saab have been to Gujranwala, we have been to Sialkot. There's a less appetite for spending money on learning these things. Ladies and gentlemen, the era of awareness is gone now. Trust you me. I hate this word awareness now. It is an era of learning now. How will you learn? You will learn through cyber drills. You will learn through cyber ranges. I'm sharing with a lot of pain. Sufyan is sitting here. He issues invitation to people to attend our cyber drills free. Free, let me tell you. We spend money on the logistics. Nobody comes. Why? There's no appetite. But now, the danger bell has already rung. I'm very happy. Trust you me. Today I do not have 5 minutes to talk to anybody irrelevant because I'm so busy. But it's our call. Call for the senior people now. Without blaming anybody, any organization, this is my request to all of you. Don't blame anybody. टांग मत पकड़ें उसकी, उसका हाथ पकड़ें प्लीज, उसकी मदद करें निकलने के लिए. हम एज ए नेशन डेंजर में हैं, हम एज ए ऑर्गेनाइजेशन डेंजर में नहीं है. लेट मी टेल यू, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन निकाल लेती है अपने आप को डेंजर से. नेशंस एज ए नेशन डेंजर में है. हमारे जो मुखालफीन हैं, जो दोज हु वांट टू फिनिश अस एज ए कंट्री, एज ए नेशन, trust you me, they are very organized. They are spending billions of dollars. It's your call. Thank you.
Means that we should have some, after we have defined that this is a critical network infrastructure or this sector is critical. So I would like to have a feedback from the panelist that do we have already some pre-existing standards or frameworks for protecting critical network infrastructures, and if those frameworks are available, how can Pakistan use them? As Asif mentioned that there is a some financial regulatory body in the US, so have they defined any frameworks which can be used and tailored according to the needs of the country, and not just in financial sector, what about the other sectors, because those standards or frameworks have to be generic enough to be implemented in any sector. Inam, Asif, yeah.
Yeah. Asif, I think FSISEC is a body which is obviously, it's primarily focusing on the financial industry, but financial services, but we need to, I mean, the reason why I mentioned about FSISEC was that even in Pakistan, even we don't have that kind of a body. Like I said, these kind of bodies have to be cross-sector, and there has to be a cross-sector collaboration between such bodies. So it is not just a matter of laying down guidelines, it's actual collaboration, and like Amar also mentioned, I think the key is in execution. We need to have execution now. I mean, we have passed that stage that we need to plan it in so much detail. Yes, we need to definitely plan, but I think the key is in the execution. And that is where we need to have those bodies at the national level where, I mean, it has to be driven from somewhere. It can't be driven from the bottom. It can't be driven by any sector. It has to be driven at the national level. And that's why it's important to have that drive right from the top, and then have those bodies which basically are cross-sector bodies, which come together and collaborate in all sorts of initiatives, be it policy making, be it threat industry, threat level sharing, be it development of academia, be it cyber exercises that Amar Saab just mentioned. I think this has to be driven at the national level, and I think that's good. That should be the key takeaway from this panel as well as the conference.
Yes, Asif, thank you. And by when you're saying that national level, so it means that it has to, let me put it more openly, it has to come from the Prime Minister office or from the President office. You cannot have a body of cross-sectional body from NEPRA or OGRA or PTA or State Bank and the representative coming together and sitting together unless we have the Prime Minister office or the President office heading all these initiatives, and I think that's how other countries have done. Inam, quickly.
And absolutely, Asif, I would just like to add that as part of this digital Pakistan vision that we are seeing, it has to be a very essential part of cybersecurity. Has to be very essential part of that whole program. So you're right. I mean, it has to be driven from there.
Right. Inam, do you want to add anything on the frameworks and the standards for CNI in 1 minute, please? Because
yeah, absolutely. So I think I completely agree with Amar Saab, and thanks Asif for your input as well. Yes, there are US-based standards as well. As Amar really pointed out, it's about, we have passed the awareness thing. It's about adoption. It's about getting along on the best practices. We have got US NERC, CIP, Critical Infrastructure Protection Standard. We have got capability maturity model standard for electricity subsector, for the area of gas. So, and it's purely based on cybersecurity, take care of all the essential domains that is required, comparable to the NIST standard. So you name it, we have those best practices and guidelines in place. So all we really missing is like tone at the top. We have to start this. We have to adopt this. And of course, as us being at this level, CISOs, we can play our own role, definitely. But besides that, it has to come through a regulatory body. It has to come through a government to enforce those standards as well. So that's my take. Thank you.
Shafiq and Habib, do you want to add some last words in 30 seconds, please?
So we've got FSI,
Sure.
FSISAC, OTISAC, RHISAC. There are many standards out there. There's the Americans with the NIST standard, and even the UK, you have a few other standards. I think we shouldn't be too caught up with the standards, but I agree with the gentleman what they have mentioned. It takes a higher body of authority that has regulatory mandates that can allow for this to be effective from the top down, because there are regulatory elements at play at every single step of the way.
Yeah, nobody needs to reinvent the wheel. I listed 8 international standards on a slide in my talk. It was Pakistan's ranked in global cybersecurity index at 94 out of 174 nations.
Yeah.
There are 93 nations, that means, that Pakistan can look at, see how to move its cybersecurity forward. And there are many common things that happen. Some of it's been mentioned, that tone at the top is absolutely important. Publishing a nationwide cybersecurity strategy, mandatory regulatory requirements like they have in Europe with the NIST directive, establishing a government authority or a committee to oversee CNI, establishing a centre of excellence like the National Cybersecurity Centre in the UK, government collaborating with academia, universities and research and development centres, public with the private sector, and also collaborating with international partners like Turkey and other common countries where you can share resources, share intelligence, share experience. These are all tried and tested approaches to improving the maturity of your cybersecurity culture nationwide.
Thank you very much, Habib, and all the panelists. Inamullah Siddiqui from K Electric. By the way, K Electric is that distribution company in the country. They have telemetry already in place. They have few 100,000 meters or maybe more than that, collecting the meter readings via telcos. So, Inam, thank you very much, and Mr. Habib Khan, thank you as well for giving a very enlightened presentation earlier. And Asif Menai from Habib Bank, thank you for keeping on sponsoring this event and being available no matter what the situation is. So nice of you for your support. And of course, Shafiq Dawood from Group IB, hope to see you soon in Pakistan. And then obviously Ammar Jafri Saab. Ji, please, Ammar Saab.
मेरा ख्याल है हम सब ने मिलकर पिछले 10 सालों में कौम को नमाज सिखा दी है. अब गवर्नमेंट वजू कराए शुरू कर देगा. मैं ओपनली बात कर रहा हूँ आपसे. देखें, ये जो कोविड का वाक़या हुआ है, जितनी जल्दी हमने अडॉप्ट किया है, आज की कॉन्फ्रेंस सबूत है इस बात का कि कितने लोग बाहर से बोल रहे हैं. यानी कोई चीज़ रुकी नहीं है. ये बहुत बड़ी एक रियल लाइफ एग्जाम्पल दे रहा हूँ मैं इस वक्त आपको. रियल लाइफ. बस मैंने कहा है ना, जो मुझे बात समझ में आई है, हम सब ने मिलकर 10-15 सालों में कौम को नमाज़ पढ़नी सिखा दी है. गवर्नमेंट वजू कराए और नमाज पर खड़ा कर दे. थैंक यू मच.
जी, मैं यही कहने लगा था कि जाफी साहब का तो शुक्रिया अदा नहीं करना चाहिए. ये तो इनका ही इवेंट है, इनके ही सारे इवेंट्स रहे हैं. और मैं भी पहले इनसे मुलाकात भी 2002 या 3 में एक इवेंट में ही हुई थी. तो थैंक यू सर फॉर ऑल योर tireless efforts for the last so many decades. And now I like to invite Mr. Faisal Rahim on the stage. We are going to have a memento distribution ceremony, and then there is going to be a presentation as well before we disperse for the lunch. जी. Or so first of all, we have Dr. Shoaib Ahmed to receive the vote of thanks from Total Communications. Is he around? He has left. Now we have Mr. Jawad Khalid, the Chief Information Security Officer from Askari Bank, who has been very supportive, not just on the conference day, but obviously he has been very behind the scene, putting up the effort to decide the topics, themes of the conference, and obviously aligning a few speakers as well. So hats off to him. And then we have Nabil Amjad, who also arrived early in the morning. I think he has also left. Next we have Dr. Rafiush Shan, who, yes, thank you for staying. I know you have to travel back to Peshawar. It's nice to have you, and thank you for doing all what you are doing at the national and the provincial level. We need more people like Ammar Jafri and more people like Dr. Rafiush Shan to get things done. It's not just talk, it's the walk. And then we have somebody called Asif Riaz, I myself. And then we have Mr. Tausif Aslam, a Business Information Security Officer from Telenor Pakistan, and he is also looking after the regional cybersecurity initiative at Telenor Group. And Ammar Jafri Saab, please.
मेरे घर में मेरी बीवी ने दाखला बंद कर दिया इन चीज़ों का. इतनी बन गई है और 20 तो इनसे ले चुका हूँ मेरा घर. बच्चे दे चुके. बहुत शुक्रिया.
Right. Thank you very much, Faisal Saab. And now we quickly move to Mr. Abdul Sabur. Abdul Sabur is again a very seasoned and very known professional of cybersecurity, mostly works in the Middle East and the Gulf. He is very proud Pakistani as well. Will be talking and enlightening us on what the region is doing to overcome inefficient cyber postures around different sectors. So Abdul Sabur, good to have you here. Is he ready?
अस्सलाम वालेकुम एवरीवन।
Yes.
मेरा नाम अब्दुल सबूर है। मैं फाउंडर हूँ VXG का, प्रेस जीरो का, और को फाउंडर हूँ सीजो फोरम पाकिस्तान का। बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करना चाहता हूँ टोटल कम्युनिकेशंस का, फैसल साहब का, जिन्होंने साइबर थ्रेट इंटेलिजेंस के तवस्सुक से मुझे मौका दिया कि मैं आप लोगों से कुछ बातें कर सकूँ। आज का हमारा एजेंडा, खैर बातें बहुत हैं करने को, लेकिन बहुत क्विक कंप्रेस करके पूरी टॉक और पूरी डिस्कशन को थोड़ा सा कंसाइज करते हुए हम लोगों का जो मेन एजेंडा रहेगा इस सेशन का, सबसे पहले हम लोग डिस्कस करेंगे थोड़े बहुत चैलेंजेस जो कि ज़्यादातर हम लोग पहले ही जानते ही हैं। फिर रीजन में और मुल्क क्या कर रहे हैं और नेशंस क्या कर रही हैं अपने आप को साइबर सिक्योरिटी के हवाले से ज़्यादा सिक्योर करने के लिए। फिर हमारा वे फॉरवर्ड क्या होना चाहिए, और लास्ट बट नॉट लीस्ट सीजो फोरम पाकिस्तान का थोड़ा सा आपको प्रेजेंट किया जाएगा कि हम लोग इस प्लेटफॉर्म से क्या करना चाह रहे हैं और अभी तक क्या कर चुके हैं। शुरू करते हैं चैलेंजेस से। डेफिनेटली कोई भी जर्नी होती है, चाहे वो साइबर सिक्योरिटी से रिलेटेड हो या टेक्नोलॉजी से रिलेटेड हो, उसके लिए पूरा एक स्ट्रक्चर चाहिए होता है हमें। तो कमिंग बैक टू साइबर सिक्योरिटी, हम लोगों को ज़्यादातर अब जो थ्रेट्स हम लोगों को देखने में आती हैं वो टेक्नोलॉजिकल होती हैं, इनसाइडर थ्रेट्स होती हैं, लोगों से रिलेटेड होती हैं, जो पीपल्स डोमेन है। तो उसमें हम लोगों की जो मेन अगर देखा जाए जो चैलेंजेस हैं, APTs बहुत ज़्यादा ड्रास्टिकली राइज कर रही हैं। हर मुल्क को देखें, हर कॉन्टिनेंट को देखें, एक्टिविज्म डेफिनेटली वो एक अलग रंग ले रही है। साइबर थ्रेट्स का इशू ये है कि वो बहुत ज़्यादा इमिनेंट है और रोज़ एक नई डेवलपमेंट होती है जो कि एक नेगेटिव इम्पैक्ट लेकर आती है दुनिया में। बट देन अगेन यू नो दीज 0 days and these sort of attacks, they bring ventures for new development and innovation further to prevent them. अब साइबर डिफेंस की अगर बात करें, अगर आपका चौकीदार ही इस काबिल नहीं है, उसकी कैपेबिलिटी में इश्यूज हैं, या वो उन चीज़ों को देख नहीं पा रहा, उन एरियाज को असेस नहीं कर पा रहा जहाँ से आपके ऊपर अटैक हो सकता है, देन आपकी डिफेंसेस वैसे ही वीक होती हैं। दुनिया इस वक्त बात कर रही है कि हम लोग अडेप्टिव किस तरह हो सकते हैं, लेट अलोन कि हम लोगों को ऐसा करना चाहिए कि नहीं। बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली कुछ इदारों में हमने देखा है, हमारे मुल्क में भी, हमारे मुल्क से बाहर भी, जो इस चीज़ पे इतना ज़्यादा फोकस नहीं कर रहे होते जब तक उनके ऊपर कोई अटैक हो नहीं जाता। तो इट्स बेटर टू प्रिवेंट देन टू फिक्स और रीवर्क ऑन इट। मेजर जो हमारी इम्पैक्ट्स आती हैं, हम लोगों ने देखा है कि कॉन्फिडेंशियलिटी पे आता है, इंटीग्रिटी पे सवाल उठने शुरू होते हैं, लोग आपको ट्रस्ट करना छोड़ देते हैं, फाइनेंशियल लॉसेस आते हैं। अगर कोई रेगुलेटर्स काम कर रहे हैं, कोई अथॉरिटीज़ काम कर रही हैं, तो डेफिनेटली वो इदारे पेनलाइज होते हैं और उनको एक भारी रकम से का सामना करना पड़ता है। जाहिर है फिर रेपुटेशनल लॉस है, नोबडी एवर ट्रस्टिंग यू बैक अगेन। आपका कस्टमर है या आपका स्टेक होल्डर है या व्हाटसोएवर, वो बिजनेस स्टेक होल्डर्स भी हों, वो भी आपके अंदर आप पर जो ट्रस्ट है वो लूज कर देते हैं। जाहिर है ये चीज़ें हमारे लिए एक बहुत बड़ी जेपटी लेकर आती हैं। एंड all of us as organizations, as private companies, कोई भी इदारा है, तो we would like to stay away from these things. अब अगर देखें कि एक मेजर कंसेंसस ये होता है कि सबसे पहली बात यह है कि अगर वो इदारा इंफॉर्मेशन सिक्योरिटी के ऊपर फोकस भी है, तो वो इन मोटे मोटे एरियाज पर, इन मोटे मोटे डोमेन्स पर फोकस कर रहा होता है, एक आईजो को लेके चल रहा होता है एज अ बाइबल, और वो समझ रहा होता है कि जी मैंने आईजो इम्प्लीमेंट कर दी, मैंने फलाना स्टैंडर्ड इम्प्लीमेंट कर दिया, फलाने फ्रेमवर्क से कंप्लाई कर रहा हूँ मैं, तो मैं सिक्योर हूँ। हालांकि ऐसा है नहीं। अगर देखा जाए तो हम लोगों को जो टेक्नोलॉजिकल एस्पेक्ट्स अगर जितने इन्हांस हुए हैं उससे ज़्यादा हम लोगों को उसके थ्रेट्स को मेन फोकस पे लेके आना है. हमारा ऑब्जेक्टिव अपने इंफॉर्मेशन एसेट्स को सिक्योर करना है, बट देन व्हाट दीज टेक्नोलॉजीज आर ब्रिंगिंग आर फर्दर स्टडी ऑन द लूप होल्स, ऑन द सिक्योरिटी फ्लॉज दे ब्रिंग विद. उनके जो लॉजिकल लॉजिकल रिलेटेड इश्यूज हैं, अब उसके अंदर का बिजनेस लॉजिक आप कनेक्ट नहीं कर पा रहे अपने टेक्नोलॉजी की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन के साथ, तो दैट्स अ बिग फेलियर एज वेल. बात करते हैं कि रीजन में और मुल्क क्या कर रहे हैं. ये चंद एक हैं जो मैं आपके सामने लेकर आया हूँ जिनके साथ मेरा एक्सपीरियंस है. मुझे तकरीबन इस मुल्क में 37 साल हो गए हैं, सऊदी अरेबिया में मुकीम हूँ, और इंफॉर्मेशन सिक्योरिटी से पिछले तकरीबन लगभग 20 साल से मेरा वास्ता है. बात करते हैं कि जी अगर साइबर सिक्योरिटी आपको अपने पूरे नेशन के साथ इम्प्लीमेंट करनी है, अपने मुल्क को सिक्योर करना है, अपने इदारों को सिक्योर करना है, देन देयर शुड बी एन अथॉरिटी फोकस डायरेक्टली ऑन साइबर सिक्योरिटी. या तो वो उस चीज़ को परटेक कर ले या अपने अपने रेगुलेटर्स जो सेक्टोरल रेगुलेटर्स हैं उस चीज़ को आगे लेके चलें एज अ फेज 1. वो बात की बातें हैं, बट देन देयर शुड बी समवन इन योर कंट्री हु कैन टेक अप दिस चैलेंज. वो बोले कि भाई ठीक है, मैं एश्योरेंस की तरफ काम करता हूँ. अब अगर नेशनल साइबर सिक्योरिटी अथॉरिटी की बात करते हैं तो सऊदी अरेबिया ने पिछले 3-4 साल पहले ये एक अथॉरिटी बनाई है, और एनसीए का काम ये है कि जो इनके जितने भी इदारे हैं, ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं जो ये लोग समझते हैं कि क्रिटिकल हैं फॉर देयर नेशन, उनके साथ मिलके काम कर रहे हैं. उनकी साइबर सिक्योरिटी पोस्चर्स पे बहुत ज़्यादा फोकस्ड हैं. कोई थ्रेट उनको पड़ रहा है नहीं पड़ रहा, उनके अंदर इदारों में क्या प्रैक्टिसेस डिप्लॉय हो रही हैं, उसके ऊपर बाकायदा इनका पूरा रेगुलेशन है, फ्रेमवर्क डेवलप किया हुआ है, और ये इदारों के साथ मिलकर काम कर रहे हैं. When we come to BFSI जो बैंकिंग एंड फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर है, इंक्लूडिंग इंश्योरेंस कंपनीज, तो उसके लिए सामा जो सऊदी अरेबियन मॉनेटरी अथॉरिटी है वो अपना साइबर सिक्योरिटी फ्रेमवर्क के साथ अब इस पूरे फाइनेंशियल सेक्टर को सिक्योर करने की कोशिश कर रही है. अगेन स्टॉक एक्सचेंज अनदर वेरी क्रिटिकल एरिया फॉर द कंट्री, तो तदावुल उसके ऊपर काम कर रहा है. सऊदियों ने अपनी सेट बना ली है जो रेगुलर अपडेट्स और इदारों के साथ मिलके काम कर रहा होता है मॉनिटरिंग के हवाले से. फिर देखा गया कि जी पिछले 2-3 साल पहले सऊदी फेडरेशन फॉर साइबर सिक्योरिटी प्रोग्रामिंग एंड ड्रोन्स भी इस्टेब्लिश हुई, और ये जो साइबर सिक्योरिटी और इन टेक्नोलॉजिकल एस्पेक्ट पे जो इनोवेशंस हो रही हैं उस पर काम कर रही है, बहुत ज़्यादा डेवलपमेंट्स हो रही हैं. ड्रोन्स एक ऐसा ओपन एरिया था जिसको ये रेगुलेट अब कर रहे हैं, उसकी पूरी लाइसेंसिंग से लेके उसके कंट्रोल्स, उसके SOPs जो कुछ भी है वो उसके ऊपर काम कर रहे हैं. तो देयर आर लॉट ऑफ एरियाज दैट कंट्री शुड फोकस ऑन. फिर बात करते हैं तुर्की की. तुर्की ने अपना एक साइबर सिक्योरिटी क्लस्टर बना लिया है, और मैं चूँकि NCCS का एक मेंबर हूँ, नेशनल साइबर सिक्योरिटी सेंटर जो पाकिस्तान का है, इस्टेब्लिश्ड बाय यूनिवर्सिटी, तो बहुत सारी कोलैबोरेशंस की डिस्कशन हो रही हैं, बहुत सारी इनोवेशंस की बातें हो रही हैं. ज़ाहिर है तुर्की भी एक कैपेबल कंट्री है, उनके पास भी बहुत टैलेंट है, एंड अगेन वी हैव टैलेंट एज पाकिस्तान. तो बहुत सारे एंड्स पर कोलैबोरेट करके बहुत सारे अच्छे रिजल्ट्स बहुत जल्दी लाए जा सकते हैं. तो इस तरह की और बहुत सारे कंट्रीज हैं, ब्रदरली कंट्रीज, जिनके साथ ये चीज़ें चल रही हैं इन डिस्कशन. अब आगे चलते हैं कि हमें करना क्या है. देखिए हमारे कुछ एरियाज हैं, ठीक है, बातें तो बहुत हैं, चीज़ें बहुत हैं करने में, लेकिन अगर उसको स्ट्रक्चर आउट करें और अगर मेन एलिमेंट्स डिज़ाइन करें तो सबसे पहले हमने बात की है कि हमें नेशनल साइबर सिक्योरिटी अथॉरिटी चाहिए. जो बंदा उसकी अथॉरिटी ले सके, जो बंदा वो डंडा लेके चल सके कि भाई आप सिक्योर हैं, आपके पास हमारे कंज्यूमर डेटा है, हमारे सिटीजन्स का डेटा है, हमारे रेजिडेंट्स का डेटा है, तो इफ़ यू गेट कॉम्प्रोमाइज्ड a lot of information is going to get leaked anyway. तो आपको उस कल्चर को प्रमोट करना है, उस तरीके को लेके आना है फ्रॉम अ नेशनल लेवल. अनफॉर्चुनेटली दुनिया में ऐसा कोई स्टैंडर्ड नहीं है. अगर हम SOC की बात करें या आप किसी सर्च की बात करें या साइबर डिफेंस सेंटर्स की बात, तो ऐसा कोई स्टैंडर्ड नहीं है या कंसोलिडेटेड फ्रेमवर्क नहीं है जो उसकी मैच्योरिटी के ऊपर आपको चीज़ों को एड्रेस कर सके. बहुत सारे सीजोस के साथ मैं काम कर चुका हूँ इन सालों में, मुझे बहुत प्रिविलेज मिली है, अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह, अल्लाह का बहुत शुक्र है। उसमें मैंने जब सीजोस के साथ बैठा तो उनका पेन पॉइंट ये होता है कि हम 10 साल से एक सॉक चला रहे हैं, बट वी डोंट नो हाउ इफेक्टिव इट इज। तो PrivZero हैज कम अप विद देयर ओन साइबर डिफेंस फ्रेमवर्क, जो अल्हम्दुलिल्लाह 2 इदारों में यहाँ पे असेस्ड और इम्प्लीमेंटेड है, कम्प्लीटली टेस्टेड है, पायलट रन कर चुके हैं, और वो थोड़ा आगे जाके स्लाइड्स में आपको डिस्कस भी करेंगे कि व्हाट इट इज़ ऑल अबाउट। फिर देन अगेन हम बात करते हैं कि जी हमें सीजो फोरम है, हमारा NCCS है, इस तरह के इदारे भी हमें स्पेशल इंटरेस्ट ग्रुप्स फॉर्म करने हैं जो आगे इन चीज़ों को लेके चल सकें एज ए कम्युनिटी। PrivZero का साइबर डिफेंस फ्रेमवर्क, उसका बेनिफिट क्या है कि एक तो हम लोगों ने एक्सटेंसिव कंट्रोल्स डिज़ाइन किए हैं मल्टीपल डोमेन्स के अंदर। हमारे जितने भी कंप्लाइंसेस हैं, रीजनल कंप्लाइंसेस जहाँ पे मैंने काम किया है, जहाँ पे गल्फ में काम चल रहा है, तो उसके साथ बहुत ज़्यादा अलाइंड है, इंटरनेशनल स्टैंडर्ड के साथ अलाइंड है। PCI ले लें, NIST ले लें, ISO 27001 ले लें, और जाहिर है वो टेस्टेड है, 2 इदारों में यहाँ पे ऑलरेडी इम्प्लीमेंट हो चुका है।
Right, ladies and gentlemen, we have to stop. There was few more slides, but because of the hotel management saying that there is another